2 now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy 8K making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds 2 in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Modra taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Poppy Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards that NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least 1, maybe 2 now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy 8K making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here. NDG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center retection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards that NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there. Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here. NDG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center retection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy 8K making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center resection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center resection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Modra taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Poppy Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards that NAOS' side. Information here should allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still, possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there. Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still, possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the fall X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
for the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands. He's going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Jaw on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands. He's going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Jaw on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
One of the best things about competition is when you see giants fall and the most unexpected heroes rise up. Here in VCTPH, we've seen big names fall to the most unlikely of teams, and unknown names become MVPs. Everybody loves an underdog story, and we've got two for you here today on VCTPH Split 2.
It will be a sad result here by
Welcome to Day 5, ngayong April 5 dito sa VCTPH Split 2. Tita Mika Fabs at your service kasama si Dax at si Black and Blue na ngayon Red and Blue mukhang ang team nila, hindi ba Dax?
Nakikisama na lang tayo sa kulay dito. I feel like ko si Black and Blue gusto niya makisama sa'yo at sa akin, di ba, dito sa ating coloring.
Ikaw, Dax, kasi naka-red ka.
Oo.
Si Tita Mika, medyo naka-teal. So sabi ko, edi ako nang pareho, di ba?
Grabe, ikaw talaga yung tunay na rainbow connection, boss,
A man
Alam mo
of
ba?
people.
Gusto ko lang i-share, gusto ko lang i-rant. Alam mo na po na napakahirap ng cold open na yan. Kasi kung ano-ano yung naririnig ko dito sa mga makukulit na panelists at casters dito. Bigla na
Ang bait
nag-rant
kayo
dito sa
namin.
stream.
Ang bait kayo namin.
Huwag mo pansinin, inuusog ko yung camera, nausog kasi ng pusa eh. Sabi ko, parang malita.
Ay.
Kaya nagsasalita si Mika, may sinasabi rin ako.
Ayun lang, sinishare ko lang guys. Pero buti na lang na meron tayong magaganda at mapopogi na mga sponsors dito that have our backs. Of course, like Nacague PH and Riot Games. This event is made possible by you two. Sino pa ba, Dax?
So, syempre, shoutouts tayo dyan kay Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month. Enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month. At syempre, hindi lang Grab, diba? Meron pa tayong mga tumutulong sa atin dito, Black and Blue.
Oh, naman, this event is made possible by Riot Games and Nacague Philippines, and the VCTPH Split 2 is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. Yung Gab, yes.
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 Siyempre, pag umabot ka ng mga 10 p.m. pa kahapon. Parang ganon, Grab Unlimited all the way na yan, hindi pa? Tulad nga na nangyari kahapon dahil nakita natin yung NAOS versus Oasis and Game Lab Alpha versus SR Nacague. Full 3 games tayo kahapon dahil nga nag-cast at nag-panel din si Ray, diba? So, alam na kung ano mangyayari. Pero let's check out this recap video to see what went down yesterday.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace on that flat. As Nacague tries to chase down on the ball exit, was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Once again, more freewheeling playstyles. Walk on water, getting... Oh no. Pretty much teased there, but oh no is the correct answer here, Asterai. With Mathers, we've seen him really save his team. A Batman has done the same. But in a situation like this, where 5 strong on the side of Game Lab are absolutely on fire. And they still do it. They get step 1 right. They get 1 take. Tries to get another. But with a Batman getting cut down by just sheer numbers, it is a very clean.
Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo, but the 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Haunt as well, low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace!
Moving through 3, and it's Nexy though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky, look behind you. He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Forces Savvy 8K to go inside the holes instead. Rolling Thunder is the call, but Savvy 8K hits his target in front of him. Mojer though with the find already. There's the tap, forcing out the molly early on. Drax trying to get the spray down, going through the smoke. Here comes Mojer, and NDG will follow suit. Now truly is the time. This is their era, and they're the defending champions for a reason. They take down their rivals yet again in 2-1 fashion, and this is a big matchup in the regular season that they have totally wanted.
Hashtag now's the time nga talaga, and they are definitely one of the heavy hitters dito sa Split 2. And ayun, Action PH is also definitely a team to watch out for, diba? Taking a look at our standings, nakikita natin na Action PH is still on top. Pero ngayon, nakikita nga natin na may NAOS at may Game Lab Alpha, ayan, sharing that top spot. Napaka-importante ng mga series today para sa going down to the 7th and 8th place, SR Nacague at sa Rambutan ni Tatay na wala pang points dito. Dax, mag-iiba ba to by the end of today? Pwede ka maging honest, ha?
Medyo mahirap sa totoo lang kasi isipin mo ang tapat ngayon ng RNT at SR Nacague, ang 1 at 2 seed natin. Oasis Gaming gonna be falling dun sa may 4th seed right now. Pero yung pinaka-interesting talaga dito is yung sinasabi ko kahapon mas cement dito sa split na to kung sino yung mga heavy hitters, sino talaga yung parang champion material, and especially given the fact na para sa Ascension tong slot na to para pag nanalo ka dito sa VCTPH, pupunta ka talaga sa international, no?
I mean, importanteng bagay yun, syempre, at saka aabot ba sa international. It comes down to paano sila matatapos dito, saan sila matatapos. Rather, you get that number 1 spot, you can move on forward. Pero huwag natin kakalimutan na for some of these teams, even though medyo mas mahirap yung opening start nila of the tournament, they've been going up against some of the more difficult opponents. Katulad nga ng isang makikita natin today, SR Nacague, who went up against Game Lab and Oasis for their first 2 matches dito sa regular season. Arguably 2 of the top, 3 teams that we do have here. So, opening matchup for the day, katulad ng sinabi ko nga, SR Nacague versus Action. I think for SR Nacague, they're getting a lot really dahil nga dito sa scheduling. A lot of the more difficult opponents out early, and maybe in the second half of the regular season dun sila babawi.
Yun nga, very interesting nga kung mag-iiba yung dynamic as they get through some of the more difficult opponents, hindi ba? Pero mukhang battle of the underdogs ngayon kasi we do have NAOS and RNT as well for our second series, and we do have the teams on the top part of the scoreboard versus the teams on the lower end of the scoreboard. So ayun, gusto ko din i-shoutout yung looking for sponsor, yun, MVP Esports, nakahanap na sila ng sponsor. Ang saya, no? Looking for something ka dito sa VCTPH, tapos mahahanap mo.
Diba dito ka mag-post mismo Sabihin mo, LFS, right here, right now. Nandito na kami.
Diba?
This slot
LFS,
can be yours.
Baka yung mga naghahanap ng duo dyan, diba?
And I like the point na pinoita dito ni Black and Blue. Talaga, we have the matchups right now. Yung mga 0 team, 2 teams ngayon, yung naging katapat nila, medyo 2-0 na lang dun sa kabila. Pero ang problema, 2-0 pa rin Yung isa pang kulang, diba? 3 yung 2-0 teams natin. Yung isang kinulang nila na hindi pa naging matchup, diba? Yun yung magiging katapat nila ngayon. So, there's still so much pressure right now. And para ka sa SR Nacague sa RNT, damage mitigation talaga ang pinakakailangan. Kasi pahirap na pahirap kung sobrang baba na ng ranking mo sa midpoint ng ating season
You're gonna be playing for the points in the regular season. At alam natin na you don't want to be put in a place na talagang may do or die match ka habang patapos ng season, habang huling laban mo pa, doon mo pa malalaman kung makakasecure ka ng playoff slot. So, getting these early points, they matter. Pero it's easier said than done as once again, Action PH 2-0 at the top of the board, especially at the start of yesterday. Coming into this, not super hopeful dito para sa SR Nacague squad, but I'm not gonna put it past them kasi nakita naman natin kahapon na may parang konting at least impressive performances and improvements compared to what we saw earlier on. They were able to win on Lotus na mantikan pa nila matalo ang Game Lab dun sa Pearl, at malay natin baka today nga ang araw na makakabawi na rin sila.
Very true, no? Possible siya. Possible naman, probable. Yun ang tanong. So let's get into our first series of the day, Action PH versus SR Nacague. Let's take a closer look first at SR Nacague's roster.
SR Nacague, the face you gotta get used to now with his newer roster. Joms, Mid-Mathers, Second Love, Walk-On Warriors, and Yanagi. We had a bit of a switch up yesterday on who was playing what, as they had a sub in there from Batman, but he's back here today. Okay.
Uy,
Nandito pa rin si Batman.
Si Boss Batman talaga, yung Tapsi business flourishing, there is a chance dito rin sa VCTPH. And we saw it yesterday na ang ganda naman ng laban nila sa Game Lab Alpha for the first 2 maps. Pero pagdating ng Icebox, doon na medyo sila nag-fizzle. It really just goes to show though, yung strengths ngayon ng SR Nacague, medyo amplified nga with the talents that they have. Huwag natin kalimutan, you still have that potential from the Pugger Squad nga mismo. Yanagi has been able to bring in even more of the frontline kung kailangan nila play ng things like the Neon. And I really want to focus on right now yung pagka-flexibility ni Batman while we have a little bit of time. Usually, alam natin siya for that Killjoy, linabas nga niya, especially nung Pearl at siya nag-pop off. Pero nung Lotus, nag-sky nga siya, nag-adjust siya for the team. And it really just goes to show dito sa SR Nacague, ang pinaka-core ng comp na to at core ng roster na to is may mga veterano, may mga young guns, tas pinaghalo-halo nila to try and see kung gagana nga yung extra bit of XP at extra bit of firepower.
Yun na nga, di ba? Yung letting a Batman play definitely change up the pace for SR Nacague, di ba? So it's another thing that they can add to their playbook. Plus that win on Lotus yesterday. Pero para sa akin din, interesting ito for Yanagi dahil hindi pa kalaban niya yung Action PH ngayon. And SR Nacague, nung nagkalaban yung SR Nacague and Action PH dati, nasa Action PH siya. Hindi ba? Ngayon, nasa SR Nacague naman siya.
Oo nga Parang umalis na SR Nacague, pumunta na Action PH, tapos binalik na siya na SR Nacague, be like, oh sige, kaya mo na yan, and rematch na naman. I do wonder kung ano ang magiging factor ngayon ni Yanagi. He has been a bit struggling ever since nga nakita natin siya nung playoffs, nung split 1. May mga resurgences siya from time to time, pero since nandun siya sa team dati, diba, maybe he knows something na hindi na alam ng ibang mga players or ibang mga tao eh.
Baka may konting inside information siya, di ba? Baka alam niya, oy, nakita ko na yung play na yan dati, ginagamit namin yan dati. And maybe that kind of familiarity will give them a bit more to read on the pagdating sa backline. Kasi nakita nga natin, may times on over, ang nangyayaring problema nga dito ng SR Nacague is throughout their mid-round, yung mga decision-making nila, dun pa sila nahuhuli. And maybe knowing the tendencies ng kalaban nila this time around more than anybody, that could help them out.
Yun na nga eh. So, sobrang interesting nito kung meron nga yung experience nga ni Yanagi on the side of Action PH might help them. Pero let's see, dahil mukhang malakas talaga yung Action PH for this split. So, let's take a closer look at this team.
As we always say, diba? Lights, camera, action, PH. Andito na naman sila sa ating split 2. And you got Blurred, Derek, Kevs, Micro, and of course, the newest addition, Kelly S. This roster looks even stronger than before. Ang ganda ng mga panalo nila. Convincing wins both against RNT as well as the now MVP Esports Squadron. And it just really goes to show na parang hinahanap to na action, PH. Meron malakas yung fundamentals natin. Maganda yung roster natin kasi may mga veterans talaga na may experience na. Pero parang may kulang. We have, sige, a pretty default playbook but maybe we need a little bit of that edge. At yun nga, diba, dinasok lang nila si Kelly S. Laking tulong na sa roster to.
I mean, nakita naman natin kahapon, I mean, the last split that they really kind of proved us. Nagtataka tayo, ba't sila yung na-invite, diba? Ba't sila pinasok dito? And they come into it, and now we're looking at them and their performances. It's not more of, wow, it's more of dapat lang. Because they are one of the most experienced teams. Pag pinaghalo mo talaga ang mga different backgrounds sa pinagdaanan nila coming into this. And you see those opening matchups against other teams who have maybe players who only banded together recently, pero may experience pa din, like Rambutan ni Tatay, then they went up against MVP, and flawless run so far, 2-0 katulad nga ng sinabi mo, Dax. And for this team to kind of have Kelly S, to add somebody in here new that really can push that pace, could really be the person to play outside of the box in a team na talagang sobrang tactical ng paglaro nila. That is exactly what they needed, and I think that's part of the reason why they've had success ganitong kaaga sa season natin.
Iba talaga yung glow up ng Action PH nung nakuha nila si Kelly S, no? Pero they also have somebody like Micro, for example, na magaling talaga maging controller. And nung recent match nila against RNT, diba, it was usually Kelly S and Micro really getting those high value plays. Pero looking at our head-to-head right now, gusto ko din malaman actually kung sino yung katapat ni Kelly S ngayon, diba? Kasi pwede rin si Joms na initiator, pero baka since maglalaro ulit si Batman na nag-sky kahapon, I really wonder kung sino yung magte-take ng role dito ng initiator, Dax.
I think sa head natin kitang-kita na nga. Si Joms talaga ang main initiator. May pagka-flex si Batman. Kung kailangan may mag-sky, di pwede siya nga. Pero pag kailangan may killjoy at iba yung magiging comp nila, di siya yung mag-sentinel. Instead, may kita natin dito sa head-to-head na to, yung mga bagong additions talaga na kailangan pansinin. Kasi we talked about SR Nacague na mixture ng two teams. Si Joms talaga yung parang bagong-bago lang, galing pa ng open qualifiers. At ang ganda naman yung pag-role player niya. Pero dun sa kabila, Kelly S has been absolutely incredible. Initiator to fill in yung nawalang role ni Yanagi. Nag-duelist minsan kung mag-double duelist sila. And he has the highest ACS right now dito sa VCTPH at 322.
I mean, of course, pag tignan mo din mga matchups dito na kinalaban nila, they were against kind of maybe opponents that we don't necessarily put in the upper half of the tiers dito sa regular season so far. And that has allowed them to build an early lead, makakuha ng early momentum dito sa regular season, excuse me. And, you know, you talked about Kelly S. Dax here, and I really do think that pag tignan natin yung mga teams na pinanggalingan niya, Sky Empire, before that RRQ, what was the one factor that really worked out that enabled him to be better is when he has a good backline. You have players there like Derek, like Micro, like Kebs, people who can help enable that playstyle of his. Kasi nakita natin when he isn't as supported, the team doesn't function as well like in Sky Empire. But on RRQ, napakagaling niya. And more of the same is coming on here in action. You have such a really reliable backline that allows him to do whatever he wants up on the front.
Kaya napaka-interesting din yung dynamic ng mga teams, di ba? Kasi you could be the best player on the server, pero yung chemistry ng team talaga ang magdadala dito ng mga wins, ng victories, and with all of those plays. So that's why it's really such a perfect fit for Kelly S, di ba? Kasi looking at our map veto right now, he brings so much, especially as an initiator, to all of these maps that para sa akin kasi I don't really see a weak map ngayon for Action PH. Although, yes, they have banned out like say Fracture in the past, feeling ko ganon ulit. As we head into our map vetoes, they may potentially ban out Split din? Question mark?
Hindi pa nilalaro, diba? Parang hindi pa tayo nakita ng Split sa kanila. And if you're looking for weakness sana sa Action PH, something you could have brought up nung Split 1, yung Haven, tapos nung pinakita nila against MVP Esports was Abaddon Abyss from before. Pinalikan nila, rinesbakan, yung overtime talo nila dati, dinurog na lang. So, as of right now, I think besides maybe the question mark of Split as you mentioned, it really is the ball. The ball is in their court na sila magko-control ng map pool na to, pero wala muna tayong Haven, sabi na SR Nacague.
I think that's a smart ban dito galing kay SR Nacague. The last time they played it out versus Rambutan ni Tatay at Oasis Gaming, talo sila and it was quite hefty. I think those losses both were. And you might look at, you know, that opening yung mga matches dito na Action PH and Haven, na makita mo, oh, they won only 1 out of 3. Pero wag natin kakalimutan na aside from Abaddon Abyss, yung dalawa pang kinalaban na was NAOS and Oasis Gaming, the top 2 teams last season. So, it makes sense why they would take that on out. Pero Action, tatanggalin naman na dito ang Fracture. Mapa na hindi pa nating nakikita na inilalaro nila. And so far, versus Abaddon Abyss, SR Nacague were pretty proficient at it. It's one of their better maps actually pag tingnan mo dito in this past split, and it makes sense why they would take that out. But opening picks dito, I am going to guess it's either going to be Ascent or Icebox. We saw that Ascent last time around nung last split at napakaganda ng Ascent nila versus that SR Nacague squad versus Abaddon Abyss, and they were able to win it out. Kahit close game, but if you look at Icebox, that was a bit more one-sided. They won pretty heftily against Rambutan ni Tatay, and so it's really going to be either of those. Pero Lotus pala ang ilalabas nila, surprisingly enough.
Hindi, narinig ka, sabi lang, hindi tayo magpapa-predict dito kay Black and
Oo.
Blue. Alam na. And sa totoo lang, it was one of the... Itong nakikita natin for SR Nacague, yung nangyari is, they ban Haven because of their losses. Pero mag-pick sila Lotus kasi natalo pa nila yung Game of Alpha, one of the best teams on that map. That inspires so much confidence. Dun sa kabila naman, Action PH, Fracture is their permaban. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Pearl dito sa map pool natin down the line. Pero I really wonder kung ano yung prioritize dito ng Action PH. Do they go for Pearl? Do they go for something else? Tingnan natin.
Yun na nga, I feel like it's Icebox. I see it. Okay. So I feel like for SR Nacague, it's really more of a parang mainit pa sila dito sa Lotus coming from yesterday's series, diba? Yung there are things that are very, very fresh. So, why not? Habang nandyan pa, habang yung muscle memory nandyan pa, why not go for Lotus, diba? And I think medyo familiar din yung Pearl sa kanila, so that might be another option. Should it be the decider map? I feel like for SR Nacague, this might be a good start for them. Kaso lang, alam naman natin yung Action PH, they really do know how to play very, very well in terms of their energy, tsaka really outlasting up until the very end of the series, Dax.
Oh, Nacague ban split though. And that's interesting kasi next week po yung Action PH yung magtatanggal niyan. Nacague sana magtatanggal ng Ascent and we would go to Pearl. And eto na naman tayo, Action PH has control of this map draft. Sila bahala kung willing sila mag-challenge sa SR Nacague in terms of that map. For both Action PH as well as SR Nacague, comfort pick yun talaga yung Pearl So it really goes to show right now kung isipin na Action PH, laro ba tayo Pearl na baka pwede mag 50-50 or piliin ba natin yung, iban natin rather yung Pearl para Ascent yung lalaroin natin at baka dun pa madali ang SR Nacague. And there you go, Ascent nga tayo.
Pearl ang itinanggal dito ng Action PH. Let's not forget the last times na naglaban yung orgs na to, it was Action PH coming out on top. That was a different team, but Ascent na nga. And these were yung pinag-usapan ko nga kanina. I think the prio picks here for Action PH coming into the series. It's Ascent and Icebox. So far, their best maps against these against SR Nacague, especially against that Pugger squad back in the past. And we saw them beat that Pugger squad 13-4 way early in the season, and that's something that you'll never forget. So, Icebox, Ascent, and Lotus to start things off. I think that, katulad ng sabi ni Dax, this map veto, it is pretty skewed towards Action PH's favor.
Yun nga, pero like I feel like also a Batman might be an X factor, hindi ba dito sa side ng SR Nacague, because it might be something that Action PH may not exactly have planned for, especially with yung flexibility niya, 'di ba? Where are they going to put him in this series, and saka how will he flex around, like, you know, the agent composition that SR Nacague have. So I feel like this might be a wrench in the plans of Action PH potentially. Wow, nag-cope yun for SR Nacague, di ba? Nasali na ako kay Black and Blue.
ang iniisip ko dito sa SR Nacague is they need to make sure hindi umabot talaga ng Ascent tong map pool na to. They've proven that they can win out and contest in the maps against Game Lab Alpha. Totoo lang. Pero pagdating ng map 3, doon sila lose ng steam. And then napansin nyo na Action PH, Icebox really is one of their comfort picks. Kung hindi na pipiliin ng Pearl kagad, Icebox yung pipiliin nila instead. And since sila yung nagtanggal ng split, diba, doon natin nakita na sabi na Action PH, pwede nga tayo makakuha ng mga best pick natin. Pwede tayo mag-play ng late game. And it really just goes to show right now for Action PH, yung plano talaga sa mga mapa na makita natin, especially dun sa latter half ng map pool mismo, it's been very solid so far. Yung foundation nila ang pinaka pang-execute nila sa maps like Icebox and Ascent.
I mean, there's definitely no mistaking here that I think Action PH are the favorites to take this one on out. And that map veto even further suggests na yun pa nga ang pwedeng mangyari. Pero I think the game plan here nga dito ng SR Nacague, if you're going into them and you've seen what you've improved upon yung game lab, that has to concurrently apply once more dito naman coming versus Action, because nakita naman natin that, you know, with the new additions that they do have, it kind of gives them a very different look dito SR Nacague. And looking at how, you know, on Lotus especially yesterday, na talagang dun pa sila nagkaroon ng chance ang manalo pa sa series yun versus game lab, and then we saw Pearl come in and happen again. As Dax talked about, habang tumatagal yung series, this Pugger squad, and this is continuous from yung dating team pa nila nung Puggers pa yung iba, they always, or rather they commonly run out of steam pag humahaba ang series. And so I think it's a 2-0 or nothing here for Puggers din.
Yan na nga, Action PH versus SR Nacague. Let's pull up our predictions right now. Mukhang medyo malinaw naman with regards to our panel segment here. Medyo malinaw naman kung saan si Black and Blue and kung saan si Dax. And I do think, nasan tayo with predictions natin? Let's pull them up right now. And it looks like, ayun nga.
Uy, nakasama siya!
Nakasama pala si Black and Blue!
Hindi, okay.
Peer pressure ba?
Hindi, pero gets ko naman point dito ni Black and Blue. Kung manalo ang SR Nacague, dapat 2-0. Kung hindi, pag umawat pa sila ng Ascent, doon sila madali. So I guess yun yung iniisip niya ngayon. And I agree with that. Action PH has had many contested maps against SR Nacague. Diba nga last split, nanalo pa nga ang SR Nacague sa Action PH sa Ascent. But then again, Action PH just looks so strong right now. And dito natin talaga makikita, can they pull away from the rest of the competition? Feel ko for me na ito nga ang chance nila mag-springboard pa pataas ng scoreboard.
Although natalo nga dito ng SR Nacague, though, as you said, diba, last season, Action PH also beat them the first time around, and they also beat Puggers on Ascent. So it's really going to be, I think, kind of a 50-50 when you go over to that third map, but it has to be done quickly and cleanly if Puggers want to take it. Rather, if SR Nacague want to take it.
gusto ko bumabalik palagi, no? Bumabalik
Oo
yung
nga.
yung conditioning na yan.
Yung tatak.
Pero you guys are right, no? Napaka-importante yung series na ito for SR Nacague, especially since they need those wins on the scoreboard to secure. Dahil kung wala pa rin after this week, mas mahihirapan na sila, it seems like. Let's get this series started. Action PH versus SR Nacague. Casters, the floor is yours. And welcome everybody to the English broadcast of VCT Philippines Split number 2. We're going to be your casters for our first series of the day. It's going to be, well, us, Rico over here. Joining me is Fluffy02, and we'll be bringing you the action of Action PH versus SR Nacague. And I know we've got a lot to talk about, a lot to break down, but just want to let you guys know that we are available in 2 different languages. You are currently watching the English broadcast, and we also do have the Filipino broadcast as well. Yeah, don't you worry, as well as we also have to make sure to grab some snacks and subscribe to Grab Unlimited. It is going to be free for your very first month, so don't miss out on that amazing promo. And of course, yep, Sari, it's going to be incredibly important because today is going to be a lot of, I suppose, matches and a lot of redemption arcs for some of the teams that didn't quite get a score on the first week of this second split. So I think this is going to be absolutely a huge challenge, especially on the side of SR Nacague. As the panel has mentioned, they did have yet to score a point. Yeah, that's the thing, right, Fluffy? Like, Action PH, I feel like they've managed to prove already their skills when it came to the first week of VCT Philippines. They were able to take on maps against the first, mostly against the open qualifier team. So I think this is going to be an interesting test, especially they're going up against SR Nacague, which is a team that is quite new when it comes to their roster. But when it comes to the players, they've already faced them back in split number 1. And with that said, split number 1 was, when we talk about SR Nacague, yes, it is. I keep talking about this is a solid mix of players. The panel has already mentioned that it's a combination of teams that had a lot of experience coming from split number 1. We've got Second Love and Walk on Water coming from Puggers. They came from the open qualifiers and qualified to split 1, and now they have their second chance as they couldn't make it to the playoffs in the previous playoffs. So at this point, it's like this could be a huge test for them, considering that they're up against the top 3 in the standings. Oh, don't you worry. We're sorting out a couple of things. I hope you guys don't mind that you'll be listening to a couple of my monologues at the moment. So I feel like because SR Nacague, they had to face against Oasis and Game Lab as their first 2, I suppose, debut games with a roster that they're still trying to adjust to. So I could tell that it is definitely a challenge, and there's a lot of adjustments to work with. And this is going to be another challenge because Action PH, they also have an amazing start. It is a 2-0 start on our end. And while we say that, okay, they've managed to go up against the open qualifier teams, it is still a tough situation for them to be in, to be able to cleanly and convincingly convincingly win those matches. I think that's a good boost, and I think the angle is definitely towards SR Nacague here. They have yet to score a point, and everyone, don't worry, Fluffy will be back. Hey, Fluffy! Hi! I can hear you at the moment. Yes, siree. I wonder if everyone can hear you. And okay. So we're still sorting out the thing, so don't worry. We're gonna go. We'll be waiting for that, and as well as heading on over soon to Agent Select. And I'm sure you guys are very excited to see that, as well as we're still waiting on that end for the game to start. And the first map is going to be Lotus. And I'm going to ramble a little bit here, because when we look at Action PH, the only new addition is Kelly S. And it's so nice to see Kelly S shine in this new roster, because he is the only solo change. Hi, Fluffy! I'm just making cuento about, you know, Split One and Kelly S and all that. That is the question as well. Well, we're awaiting confirmation if the chatters can hear Fluffy as well. So we'll get back on that and check on that one. But yeah, Kelly S, I think is a very high impact player on the side of Action PH. The fact that he is the new addition to this roster, this iteration of Action PH, he is shining bright like a diamond. He's constantly top fragging in every single map. And the thing that makes this Lotus map so important is because when I remember Kelly S, back when he was in Sky Empire, he was the one that challenged Action PH. He was the one that made Action PH back then. They had a hard time having to face Sky Empire because of Kelly S. So at this point, I'm so curious to see this, I guess, stronger iteration of Action PH with this addition of Kelly S coming into this map, such as the Lotus. And we're just checking if Fluffy, are you here? Okay, we are gonna check if Fluffy and as well as the game is gonna be coming underway, but don't go away. We'll be getting through all of the action in a few. We'll go on to a short break.
Ay! Na-miss namin!
And we're back,
Ayan,
everybody, to the VCT Philippine broadcast. You're watching the English one right now. And for simulcasters, I'm Riku. Joining me is Fluffy02 and Fluffy02. Do you read me?
I'm here. Am I alive?
That is the
We're back.
question. Yes. Okay. I think we're back. Awesome. Yes, we're currently in the middle of, well, not in the middle, the series hasn't started yet, but we're about to witness SR Nacague versus Action PH. And, before we went over to a break, we were talking about Kelly S's impact in his new team here with Action.
Yeah, very interesting because Yanagi is actually the one who stepped out from the previous APH roster, and now we're gonna see him on that opposite side playing for NCG this time around. And where he left his shoes, Kelly S did pick it up and he wore them so well because he's brought that consistency factor, but also a lot of firepower to their team. It made them the roster just looks very solid overall. They have a very decent plan, but they still have a lot to prove, especially towards those top teams. But this matchup specifically against NCG is more of a proving ground for both teams to really show the world who is really capable of taking the fight to that upper bracket.
Yeah, that's absolutely the number one question. And I feel like that step from SR Nacague is definitely tackling one of the stronger teams when we look at the first week of VCT Philippines. We look at Action PH, part of the top 3. They've only played 2 games, but the 2-0 is quite a strong showing. But for SR Nacague, as Mika mentioned, as the panel has mentioned, they haven't scored a point just yet. And when we saw the matchup, if Kelly S was on the opposite side, we've got Joms, who isn't exactly is one of the quote new additions to the roster of NCG.
Yeah, new overall here in the VCT scene because Walk on Water and Second Love did go from that previous Puggers team. They're coming back now in addition to Mid Mathers, who's been a staple of the NCG roster. They had that greater than the sum of its parts kind of vibe in the previous roster, but this time it feels like the parts are all over the place and they still have a way to try to figure how they're gonna go together.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of, adjustments to work out, considering that these are a big salad mix of different players from different teams. And these teams, some of the players have already participated from Split 1, most of them, but have participated and has, had a strong showing back in playoffs. So with that said, it makes me wonder, especially they're having to, I guess on the Yanagi perspective, he has to go up against his former team where I feel like he did shine in a few he had his moments back in the playoffs when he was still playing for Action.
Yeah, he was always the tip of the spear and a lot of that initiator role with that firepower on Yanagi, but he also brought a sense of consistency in himself. But it's something that I think Kelly S so far in this tournament has elevated. So it's also his own personal goal to kind of prove why this change has happened, if it's an org thing or a player thing, whatever. But regardless of the fact, it's still a change that is quite notable for this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the matchup to watch, especially when we look at it from a bird's eye view. And now, since we talked about the rosters and how possibly they could interact, let's take it to the map, the first map that they have to face off from, and it's going to be Lotus. And when it comes to this map, I feel like, I'm going back to Kelly S again. It feels like this is his playground. And for Action PH, possibly the same thing can be said as well.
Well, for Action PH, they have that 2-0 firepower. They haven't shown any signs of stopping yet. But for NCG, they've played 3 games on this map. They won 2 of them. So they have a pretty decent standing on Lotus so far. They run a very aggressive comp. Normally, we see them playing that Neon, that Sky. We see the Breach to help them out for a lot of these engagements, bringing that stun to make this XX a lot easier for the team. But this is something that works, especially when you're able to punish aggression from teams that want to push out, especially when they're on the defense side. But it feels like APH is so stable. They're kind of reminding me of NAOS' playstyle, where they are a bit disciplined at times. They know which places that they need to take control of, and that map control is something that has always worked out for them in their recent matches.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see that kind of style interact with each other. When we look at Action PH, you mentioned there's a lot of control, there's a lot of patience, there's a lot of what do you call this, looking at the map and seeing what is the best decision in mind and playing a little bit slower. For SR Nacague, they're a bit more on the explosive side. So with that said, where's the explosions going to be coming from when we look at SR Nakage's roster? Which player, perhaps?
I think Yanagi, just because there's a lot of investment onto this game, but also it's kind of hard to tell because yes, we have the stats that are relevant for Split 2 backing up SR Nacague, but for APH, we always mention how they've had that 2-0 standing, they've been winning so far, no signs of stopping, but they haven't shown any signs outside of 3 maps that they played. They've only played so far Haven, Icebox, and Pearl, so now that we're going to Lotus, we still haven't seen what adaptations that they brought. Yes, this roster had a lot of moments back on Split 1, but on Split 2, it's a different story. A lot of teams have improved, and these improvements haven't been seen yet for Lotus for APH. So I'm kind of hoping that they bring out something a bit more disciplined, something that they can punish SR Nacague with, because on their end, they have a lot of VODs that they can watch.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the map dynamics and as well as the agent dynamics. But of course, we're going to be heading over to the agent select soon, but we're going to head on first to a short break. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Guido, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Full. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. It's flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Guido, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Full. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. It's flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well, low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall. Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. It's flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well, low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall. Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Pappy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of that.
Welcome back, everybody, to the VCT Philippines English broadcast. Rico over here and Fluffy02 alongside with me, and we are soon about to take a look at the Action PH and the SR Nacague matchup as we head on over to Lotus real soon. And I know, Fluffy, you're very excited to talk about, one of the players from Action PH that will come here to play. It is going to be, I guess, a little bit of preview. It is going to be Gadors.
Yeah, Gador is stepping into the shoes of Kelly S. He was already the newest addition, and now we have an even newer one. Gador is, of course, a player that is very familiar to that early VCT stage. Fellow former Oasis pro, Gadores has made it all the way to APAC with that VCT, and he is a VCT winner himself under Oasis Gaming. So the firepower that he brought to that squad, I'm sure, will also shine through in APH, much like his brother Kelly S.
Then it's going to be so exciting, that experience sort of bleeding here over at Action PH. And you mentioned it is going to be Gadors this time around. And with the map such as Lotus and him being on the Sentinel role, I'm pretty excited to see what he brings to the table.
On that Sentinel role, but he's not the hardest of the Sentinels. He does bring a lot of utility with the heals because he's going to be playing that Sage, something that some teams have tried here on Lotus. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but that wall and those slows might be enough just to halter the push coming in from NCG, because when we look at their team, it looks like aggression is the name of the game. They have that breach, they have the neon, the Pinoy Pride gonna slip and slide its way onto site, and the stuns are gonna be immaculate.
Yeah, I'm so curious how an SR Nacague is able to basically take advantage of their composition, make it fast, make it quick, make sure that Action PH is unable to react. And I feel like that's definitely the goal of their composition.
The Astra 2 for NCG is going to help a lot because you already have the stuns from Breach. You have stuns coming from those relay bolts from Neon, but also the Gravity Well and the Concuss from that Astra can just clear a lot of corners and eliminate these angles. Starting off though, we have the pistol around already, APH on the defensive side. Kevs is going to go for that early flash as the attackers are postured towards B.
And we talked about the close corners, and as well as the minimal amount of space that they have to work with towards B. It is already getting planted coming from Joms, and is just really very fast and very swift.
Very swift and fast indeed. They have the ability to go in with that Neon, but I'm surprised that there's no resistance. Instead, they're going to go for this early flank. APH blurred already is going to play off that flash. Derek trying to hold the flank but behind, but Neon's going to push through.
Yeah, Micro already eliminating a Batman. And at this point, it's going to be a 4v3 scenario. All NCG has to do is buy it for time, play for time. Everyone is convex into this very small area on towards B. Mid-Mappers finds Kevzy at this point, and it's all kills on the side of NCG, winning the first round in pistol.
A beautiful way for them to end that round. They're able to secure the site because of their clean attack, and though APH provided no resistance on the entry, they pivoted to go for that flank instead. But unfortunately for them, that Sage wall was just not enough. The angles were too tight. The B side in general is so hard to play off, especially when you take a look at this replay. We see that Yanagi is already prepared for the flankers, but Mathers manages to trade, but still, the angle that they have to hold is so narrow because of that barrier orb.
Yeah, there's just so much, a lot of factors, and the fact that NCG encircled them inside that constricted space.
Speaking of space though, a bit more space here on the A side. Free movement again for the attackers. The defense seems to just like giving up the side, but it's actually going to be one player. It's going to be blurred inside the site. Will he manage to get away though? The stun's actually going to land on Yanagi, which allows him to escape.
Yeah, he was stunned, but he's A-okay. Joms doing the plant once more, and this is 2 times in a row NCG. I know they have better guns, but this is, again, not met with a lot of resistance.
Not a lot of resistance, and then time is already taking the spike already planted, I mean, and they already have the angle. Yanagi's gonna hold tree, but APH is slowly gonna creep their way. They are on that lower buy, so they have to play together. They have to play these close angles, and they've already crept up so close to tree, ready for the thing with Yanagi. Yanagi's gonna get one, but the flash gonna come through. It's gonna be huge. Joms with the support on that breach, gonna manage to get to Yanagi with further stuns. They have nowhere to run, nowhere to move, and the concuss is just too powerful.
Even though NCG had a better buy, that is a sign of really good coordination in the flash and being able to spray down the timing of NCG in that round. can definitely be used and carried over here on round number 3.
We haven't seen APH play this map yet, but we take a look of what the idea behind these rounds are. Playing together is a great move with a flash like that coming from Joms all the way from the other side. The aftershock proving well, especially when you can play off it with that neon. The restun onto that middle part hut of sight also removes one player, and now it's up to APH to really make the most of their buy round.
There's just so much CC on the side of NCG. And the way, if this keeps up, I think it's going to be scary for Action PH in this map.
APH, though, they take the early control here on that mount side, but it's going to be attackers, NCG moving towards A. Micro gets the space that allows his team to move around more freely, but will they expect that much heavy contact onto the A side?
That is the biggest question with the setup coming from Derek, all locked and loaded with the nano swarms, with the alarm bots, but NCG creeping up slowly away from the site, actually.
Maybe gonna go for some rehit, getting more map control, but will they know that Micro is pushed up this close? Micro manages to get one, though. Walk on water isn't walking anymore for the rest of this round. The flash comes through to take more control on B. A Batman brought low.
Yeah, quite low, can't heal himself. Not like he has a Sage on his team, but he's gonna be A-okay, still being able to use a utility to clear these tight corners. Nacague is gonna push through first. He's gonna get paranoid. But again, the transition to move from B, go outside, coming from spawn, Nacague is going to 1v1 Micro, and he wins, does the job. 70 HP, and the site is not open, actually, as the barrier orb will come through.
Gonna try to stall out this attack even longer, allowing more time for the rotate. The flashes come through, though. APH, Gadower's on the swing, gets the first player. Will he expect the second? 13 seconds remaining. The spray down comes. Joms manages to salvage the situation, but it's gonna be Kevzy who gets that 1v1. He lands it, and he wins for 2 kills, securing the buy round for APH.
Yeah, I feel like the play there was that barrier orb to slow everybody down, buy some time for the rest of APH to come, and then is able to kill 2 before he fell in battle.
APH trying to bring the action into this game, but we mentioned earlier how we were very wary of this stage. Running that double sentinel allows them to buy time for the rotate, allows Gadower to reposition himself for this swing. Getting those 2 kills means that they stall out even more, and Kevzy, of course, manages the clutch master, the initiator player that we always like to highlight because he plays so well.
Is ever so reliable indeed. And we get to see NCG on a better buy compared to before, so I feel like this is truly the test right now in the 4th round.
The 4th round, still a lot of time. The attackers are doing the same thing, taking control of that A rubble side, especially towards the door, stacking up even closer and creeping their way onto this. They have the info flash. It's actually not going to ping Derek, so they might not expect him as they open up this tree door.
Yeah, that's information denied. Really nicely done by Derek. Micro, Paranoia already ready in case NCG pulls the trigger on the go signal.
Paranoia a bit cancelled. 59 seconds though. They have to know that they're creeping closer, and with Gadowers on that C side, they have to know it has to be B or A. The off your feet indeed, but it's gonna be Micro who still doesn't get pushed out. Derek manages to reposition somehow. It matters, lands one on Micro, and it's gonna be Derek in the 1v1. He wins on top of Nacague, and this nade might be huge because the pain shells are coming in. Hits the planter, but the aftershock takes out Derek. Jom's already ready on the stun. 3v4. There's a lot of time still for them to work around. The alarm bot is in place, but Blurred finds one through all the fights and through the fire. Kev's trying to salvage the situation even longer.
That's the question. Yeah, 3v3. One on towards Hut. Abaman is right there, but Gador finds him. Mid Matters, 44 HP. It's a 2v1. It's all up to Gador. And now NCG is primed in position to sort of take a lot of these very good angles to guard the spike. And just says exactly what we said. It's 3-1 right now.
NCG, their track record, they lost that one game. The VODs are available, but it looks like they still haven't been figured out by APH during this game. Now APH forced on that economic buy, and it's going to be SR Nacague with a lot of ultimates and a lot of firepower.
And that's a potential snowball, overdrive, cosmic divide into the Seekers. That will definitely help them out. Just get a lot of space, especially of how swift they've been playing, at least for the past 3 rounds.
Especially now that we're moving on to this important round. If they manage to get the Thrifty, it could swing a lot of things, but there's so much firepower, so much utility. They break the breakable door early on B-Link. Derek in the reposition there. Put the turret just for the contact in case they do manage to swing this. But Nacague has a lot of util. He has the stuns, he has the neon wall as well. And through the fast lane, he might be able to make a fast play.
That is definitely the angle that Yanagi is going to take. And with that said, I feel like NCG, while we've seen them been very swift in the beginning rounds, for now, the slow and steady pace is also favoring NCG. Now Seekers activated.
A lot of respect coming up from them, but with the Seekers, they know exactly where they are. The first one's gonna land close. He knows there's one player. The stun comes through though. Yanagi manages to slip through the first one, manages to land the second, and it's gonna be Kevs falling down. They do know that Heaven Presence is available, but they do take control of B side.
Dude, I swear, Yanagi brute forcing his way into the site. The spike has been planted. NCG again in a big numbers advantage. How can Blurred, Micro, and Dedo do this as they swing together? Nicely done. A Batman doing a lot of work as well. And when I say it's all up to Micro, it's one of those things. What can you do against 4?
He only has the Stinger. From the shadows, Paranoia is still available though. Will he choose to use it here or maybe go for that save? But look at how NCG is playing so disciplined, still respecting the fact that they might lose one. They want to keep all the value for next round, but Yanagi is just going to play the under angle and take out Micro, the robot, finishing over the job. And another round goes to NCG.
This is an amazing start for NCG. And again, when we look back at their performance, it was more of an adjustment period when we look at week number 1. And as the panel mentioned, it's very important to get to rack up points as early as you can. And it feels like, I know, it's still early, round 6, but this looks like a better NCG compared to last week.
More discipline for sure, especially now that they're fighting this double sentinel, but still managing to break through a lot of the stall. The combination of the util play and stuns is just so immense. The stun is gonna land through the relay bolt and the flash, but the cosmic device actually gonna save him. Yanagi swaps over to the rifle, not going for that overdrive anymore. He's still ticking though. He still has the ult in case he wants to go through, but no more flashes. They're gonna play discipline, hold the side down, and plant the spike.
They're gonna do the usual NCG planting the spike down and then having their post plant positions, which is on towards C main. A lot of them spilling over this area, so I wonder if this flank coming from Micro will be an impact.
The thing is, because mid-matters use that Cosmic so early, they can't actually use it for the post-plant. It gives NCG some room to breathe, some wiggle room, which I'm sure they're going to struggle and make themselves some attacking way through. They're going to go for some spray down, so Micro manages to find one, but NCG lands too. Do they know he's on the defuse though? Kevs tries to go for the hero defuse, at least gets it to half though, so the time is still ticking. It's going to be APH on the flank. They know where the last player is. Time is not on their side. He manages not even to land the shot. Walk on water. Walks above all this round. And he doesn't manage to survive. It's good damage for APH, but not the round that they need.
Yeah, it's a really, really brilliant round for SR Nacague. And when we look at Walk on Waters previously, back in Puggers and Split 1, he was basically the walking turret. Like he was a jet. He was a duelist in his team back then, but it felt like whenever he was on the off, he was this walking turret scouting across the map, and it feels like a similar scenario with the Killjoy, except you have actual turrets this time.
That's very true. I mean, the words of my inspiration, Black and Blue, Duelist is just a mindset, and the mindset needs to be a bit reset here for Action PH. They go for that tactical timeout, a bit more breathing room, because they are struggling right now to try to figure out how to play this. They have the tools that they need. They have a lot of slows, but NCG are just playing too fast. You can throw a slow orb, but Neon can still slide through. You can put a barrier orb, but they can just break that. So how do you counter the stun coming from Breach, the relay bolt stun, even the stun or suck coming from that Astra? It's just a lot of things to clear. It's very hard to hold sight. So maybe going for a flank or a pincer might be a better move overall.
Yeah, I feel like Action PH is on a dilemma. We mentioned in the previous, before this series even started, is that they're very cool and calculated. You want to play it slower. But with the pace of NCG, feels like APH. Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast indeed, but how will they go? How will they move? They're gonna stack up onto the B and C side, but A is gonna be the target for NCG. They do this every round. They take the control. They use this Nebula to block out the vision to get early A. No one is fighting for A on APH, and I think that's where they're also struggling. A lot of map control is lost by doing this strategy.
Yeah, that's true. Control over A, link onto B as well. That's why NCG can go eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which site will I just go?
And Rhyme spawn Rhythm here, but the Rhythm isn't stopping for NCG because it seems like they have a song of their own to sing. It looks like the A site, though, is going to be committed to the lockdown already going to put in place.
Fluffy, why are you so good at that?
At casting? Thank you.
That and the segue. And as we go through the Killjoy, the lockdown now, Mid Matters. Whoa! Is able to kill 2? Whoa, that was a 2v1. Not even searching for cover. He just straight out Ramboed through that entire area. And it's all up to Micro and Derek now to save the day, to save the round, but it feels so dicey. It feels so dicey because the Batman finds him and he gets the 3rd kill, finds Micro. And that's 1-6 now.
APH is desperate to find themselves the momentum to use the counter strategy through that timeout. Maybe it's actually for this VALORANT. When we look at how they played in the previous round, they really got punished when just going for these double swings because they had that weapon disadvantage. But moving on to this one, they have a lot more firepower to work with and a bunch more ultimates too. They have the From the Shadows, they have their own lockdown as well. I think Adela's point of view, if you know the enemy team is throwing so much util to get in, then they have less util to fight on site after. And that small gap when on the breach stun is recharging is your window of opportunity. And they need to start looking through the window because there's really nothing on the other side so far for APH.
Yeah, there hasn't been an answer. You're right. It is that window of the layers of utility. But maybe APH wants to brute force their way. Walk on Water finds him, and the spray transfer is not going to work out for Micro as Walk on Water again does his thing.
He does his thing, and he does it well. He's able to get 2, which gets momentum for NCG. Instead of taking that A main control, they pivot, and they actually send 2 players on C to go for the punish, thinking that APH are going to go for a play. And because of that, the Seekers will be activated, and they will know the last 3 locations for the last remaining players.
They're able to definitely do that. And with this deficit, Derek, though, the spy carrier is down. And manages, that saves them a bit of time. 6 bullets in, he's gonna make it count. He falls, eventually Gador getting 2 kills. He has Resurrect. Does he want to make it into a 3v1? Yes, he will. Resurrects Derek. Now he's, Walk on Water is on a dicey position here. He has 1 turret. He has 1 Nano Swarm. He has to pick up the spike still. But everyone has eyes on the spike. No, just 1 person. But it all needs to be just Gador to make it work.
Go Gadors for the round, landing the 3K as well as resurrecting just for that insurance policy so that you have that round. APH finds the round that they need, but NCG slowly stumbling. I think that's a misstep that, honestly, even in that last few seconds when they had that crossfire, you're right, they actually had 3 members, but only Gadors marking. It gave Water a chance, but thankfully, Gadors is playing that sentinel role and stopping them from entering that site.
Yeah, he is truly the guardian of these sites. He has done it earlier onto C. He did it again onto A, but this seems to be a lot of utility again, and a lot of members invested on towards this area. Nacague gets first blood.
Nacague manages to get the off angle. The rocket fires, lands on the Batman though, but John is able to trade. The breakable door almost broken, allowing a rotate into B, but they're actually going to back off the attackers, using that fast lane to get a fast out, moving and just shifting, mirroring their opponents as the defense side is already on that A and B side.
Yeah, that's a very fast rotate with a 4v3 situation and only a turret to basically inform APH that yo, they're here, Rolling Thunder for that extra insurance, and as well as Cosmic Divide to acquire more space. And this is the rest of APH doing their rotation. Derek will have to see, because Cosmic Divide is a nuisance to get space.
It's so hard for them to go for this retake. They can just play that long angle onto Mound after they do the post plant on C. Even with this Killjoy ultimate, it doesn't really matter because they can't smoke it off. The Nano Swarm already prepared also to even add more delay. The Aftershock as well. They don't want anyone to touch the spike. This is NCG's. The star already plays for the tap. The stun comes through, and the discipline from NCG while 1 is going for the flank. Derek manages to find 1 with 4 HP. Is it going to be enough? Still finds another. He knows the last player is on the map, but will they expect a flank coming through? Nacague ran all the way to flank the player. He knows they're off the spike, but Mid Matters finds 2. Gador is in a great position though. Do they know? Yes. He does know, but does he have the time? No, he doesn't. APH falls. NCG with another clean round. They lost a player early, but they still salvage it off the rotate.
Dude, that was stressful to watch. Like, honestly, all of the utility on the spike, just everything to stall for time. And they had enough from, I mean, using the ults to begin with to enter the site, and then have a lot of, I guess, what's the word? Surplus to secure the site, which made things a lot harder for APH.
There's just so much util. When you lose your controller like that, nothing to block the line of sight, you have to be wary of the weapons carried by the players themselves on mound, but also in addition to that, the aftershock, the fault line, the suck from Astra, the gravity well as well, while one is flanking. It's just a lot of time, and it just wasn't enough for APH. Gonna spot out the turret though this round. Kevzy's gonna be forced back. He has the Sheriff, but it's a bit more quiet compared to previous round.
Yeah, less, more, what do you call this? A bit slower, even though the NCG is on a better buy. They definitely want to secure and not lose all of these weapons so that they can carry it over onto the 11th round. Kevzy, a bit of chip damage, but he might see eye to eye with a lot of members here. Responds with a bird.
The 11th hour here for APH. They're already trying to go for some stalls. An early Nano Swarm adaptation is going to be good. Yanagi's going to get a great stun, but he's actually going to stun himself as well. Through the stun, though, he still manages to find the frag with that Phantom. They have the firepower. They're going to pivot, though, towards that seaside.
Yeah, here we go. Everybody coming from NCG. They're storming through the site. And there's only 2 Sentinels here. Gadot only has a pistol with a barrier. Abandon with a headshot. The very difficult round for APH.
They get some value. Micro finds one. Blurred is the only hope for APH. 1v2. He has the Marshal to work with, but he doesn't know where both players are, if they're doubled up or not. Will he just go for the flank here and try to re-rotate, get a different angle, maybe find another kill or pick up a weapon instead? Because time is still ticking on this post plant, but Yanagi's not going to let him make any decisions, and he's going to decide for him. Another round for NCG. Looks like Lotus is going their way.
This is a very strong map for NCG. It feels like they have set move sets, I suppose, in every single site, and it feels like ANC, actually no, every single site, it feels like they've found success and are very comfortable. And the utility that they have, the surplus that they have, now that they have the overdrive available for Yanagi as well.
They have a good mindset, knowing that they have greater map control. They know which utils that they have to use and how well they can play after it. Use your utils on entry, play discipline after, and just not making a lot of these ego plays and peaks is what allows them to really get away with a lot of these rounds. The flashing comes through as Yanagi comes through, so he's going to force it down the throat of APH, but he's going to get spat out as he gets punished from that. NCG manages to stabilize somehow, and Kev is able to land the shot on Joms. He forces this into a 2v3. Now 1v2, it's only the operator on Derek, so will he choose to save this?
I think it's incredibly important. Very expensive buy after coming from that lower buy in the previous round. And with that said, it's 3 versus 1. No utilities available anymore. I mean, you do still have the turret to recall, but it's just so risky to even try.
It's such a heavy investment, and so far it hasn't paid off. How will they use this operator? It's normally used so that they can mark that long angle, allowing for greater map control. But on the other side of the map where the operator wasn't, they just got run down by this Neon because Yanagi doesn't want to stop any pacing. He wants to go in, he wants to use the stuns. He takes B-Link so fast on that Neon in combination with all the other util. There's just so much to support him. One thing that a lot of teams fail to do when they run a single duelist with this Neon is it's always difficult to really support him because no one can dash or make up the ground that Neon can cover so quickly. But this time around, having a lot of these long-range things are working out because even if Neon's alone, it's really not.
Yeah, there's just the utility that supplements the extra aggression that Yanagi brings to these sites is honestly just, I guess on Action PH's perspective, the word should be, it's such a nuisance.
I'm sure it's very annoying, especially when Yanagi's jumping in front of you like that, full speed, full throttle, and the speed is not going to stop. He's already going to hop on his way to Mound. Going to go for that early reload bolt. He's going to use both actually. He's going to slip and slide through. Will he land the shot though? He's going to entry. The satchel actually going to satchel out, and out of this round indeed.
Yeah, good start coming from APH. It matters. definitely wants to even out the numbers here, as while it is the last round before the switch, we still have Derek on his up. And now they're circling and retaining all positions right now. They don't want to, rotate too much.
Defenders, though, they kind of lack the info because they only have the sky and they're not playing contact off of it. So even though KJ is an A, they have to be so wary of the C push because they know for the fact that B or C must be the hit. And since there's no sound on B, it's going to be micro already with the early smoke, noticing that it's 45 seconds. They're probably in C. They have no more flash to work with. Just going to hold CT and buy more time for the rotate.
Yeah, he's been peeking here and there. He'll finally see the first body in that sight, and the Cosmic Divide with Walk on Water and Joms being very pushed on near spawn. It's very difficult for Micro to come in without his fellow members. While it is a 4v3 situation, it's still very much doable for NCG to reach the double digits before the next half.
It's a very smart alarm bot too behind the Cosmic Divide. It prevents them from pushing early. The contact turn as well already there. The contact is made. The stuns come through and they just have everything already in the bag prepared for all the options. That another op shot does land, but the counter op is now peeking on the hands of Derek, but he won't be able to manage to touch that spike. It's too far from him, but he might be able to salvage maybe one kill, maybe save the op. Is he gonna try though? The aftershock coming close. It's not going to be enough time for him, and he's not going to be able to save the op as well. Walk on Water still bringing that firepower from that duelist mindset previously.
Switching sides.
What a crazy start of the series for NCG. And remember, Action PH, there was only, when you look at the roster, there's only one big difference in addition to the roster. It's Kelly's and Gador's. And on the opposite side, NCG, the only one retained is mid-mappers, so they basically had to adjust to different dynamics as they have separate pieces from different teams that participated in Split 1. So imagine looking at them now, they look so coordinated as one unit.
NCG, though, they know it's their map and they're going to use it to make a statement. APH trying to reply, and how is that going to happen? Now they're on a technical pause. We have some more time to breathe, and APH, they have to try to figure out what solutions they can bring to this game. How can they go for the attack? Because this time, they brought that double sentinel to try to halt the pressure from APH. It didn't work out for them on that defensive side, but how will they use the tools here on the attack? Because unlike NCG, they don't have a lot of that long-range support outside of the Paranoia and Guiding Light to really help their entry.
Yeah, that's true. The biggest difference of not, I suppose, having that breach, the double initiator prowess paired with a Neon is just so scary, especially after post-plant. There's just a lot of utility to stall. I mean, I think the same thing can be said with the Killjoy in play, but compared to NCG's utility power, feels like it could be a challenge.
It's going to be a challenge for sure, any way you look at it. APH, they have to try to find at least some momentum. Either if you play for picks or you go for an exec. The thing is, NCG can just repeat the way that they attack, the same playstyle, but brought into that defensive side. You allow them to take the site, and you re-hit. You use the stuns back at them. You use your util and clear the corners. That way you gain the space back. There's a lot of options for NCG, because you're right, it's very hard to play against a breach if you don't have one of your own.
And I'm so excited to see the technique that will come with this dynamic on the attacking side. And when we look at the first half, there's a lot of shining moments, especially on the side of Yanagi. He was just brute forcing his way as this Neon on every single side. He was definitely fearless in his approach. And I think APH, they still have to face the same thing, especially when it comes to post-plant.
Not just fearless, but also relentless, because NCG is not going to put the pressure off. It looks like this time around, they're going to take control of the map. They're going to go for the stuns early on A main, something that APH has failed to do against them. By doing this early, it already spots out the rotate onto C, because by process of elimination, you have to know that they're there, and there's already Killjoy waiting for him. He already has the mollies in place, so once the site hit does commence.
Yeah, that's a lot of stacked up utility. Barrier orb activated. A lot of space for coverage, and now because of that, Derek, Walk on Waters rather, has to fall back onto Waterfall, and here comes the plan.
They stall out the plant for a bit. They use a key piece of util to do it with, though. Not sure how much that's worth it, but it does at least give them some breathing room. The retake's about to happen. Micro's already ready in position. He has the paranoia in his pocket if he chooses to bring this out, but time's already ticking. The Trailblazer comes in. A great flash coming from Micro. Delays the waterfall push. Delays the pinch, and Blurred manages to find one. Walk and Water now getting one of their own. Gador from the back, able to find one, but he's now staring at the barrel of 3 people. He still manages to find 1 and 2. Gador saving the round, now forces this into this awkward 1v2. It's a Batman against the world, but if there's any hero, for sure a Batman's gonna be super. He still has the third contact to deal with, though. He's gonna land the shots. Oh no! But Derek's aim will ring true and take out a Batman, securing a round for APH.
That was very, very close. Gadors did a lot of work there mid-round, and definitely one of the heroes of that pistol round.
Definitely, for sure. And it's definitely a round that APH does need. Getting the pistol round will help them convert the next one. Looking at the replay, though, Gadors, he was the person who really salvaged it for them, because when his teammates fell, it rose up. It's hero time for him, getting those right clicks, left clicks, taking out the heads of NCG.
And it's very showing now. He is one of the top fraggers now in this map that we have in Lotus. Let's see the approach now coming from APH after winning that pistol round in the second half. Blurred creeping in closely, taking control of the space.
Blurred trying to find an angle here. They already have control of A, and the gamble for the defensive side on C is not going to work out for them. But that's something that APH has still yet to realize. So they have a lot of time ticking. They're breaking the door, but they don't know exactly where they are. If they pivot to B, it'll actually be advantage towards the retake for APH. They'll be able to wrap around faster. I mean, for NCG, rather. But it looks like A is going to be the play.
Which is the best course of action from APH, just as you said, as they have to rotate from all the way from the opposite side.
They're going to go for the pivot, though. Still haven't decided where to go. They're very wary of a lot of these short angles because they know that they're on that lower buy. The flashes will come through, signaling the B hit. The wall rises as well, forcing APH to plant on that B side, but they are surely ready for it. But look at how NCG is going to react to it. They're actually going to stack up onto the door and walk themselves down that C lane.
Yeah, they want to go through the long way forward, and it feels like Derek is going to be there to watch that spawn.
The third contact, though, is gonna spot them out. No, the Nebula is not just... It's not in time. They still trigger the anti-flag, and because of that, APH is signaled to go. But the stuns might equalize a lot of this. The Pain Shell's gonna be able to buy more time. Good damage for them, but they know where the hit's gonna be, and Micro's gonna capitalize. Manages to find the first one. Everyone's corralled onto the first part of B, and Blur is just gonna escape where everyone else just takes their life to the spike.
Yeah, I love that Micro wrapped around everybody. Pretty much from NCG's had to fall from the spike. Lost a couple of sheriffs there, I believe. But APH, they're gathering some steam.
They're gathering some steam, but heat retention is the name of the game. They have to be able to carry this momentum, which so far they've brought to bear here on the attacking side. Maybe attacking is just the key for both of these teams, but NCG now, they do have the buy, and we've seen how strong they are with this firepower. You look at the defense side, 3 players stacked on A, already ready for the fault line, already ready for the relay, but will they expect the explosive entry from the Rays? They both go wide, and the stuns come through, halting a bit of the pressure, sliding through. Yanagi tries to get more. The Pain Shells, the util trade is going to go enough, the damage is going to land, but it's going to be APH with a good crossfire. Will land on top. Batman forced back, though.
He's able to at least get a trade off of that fight, and he's still gonna stick throughout this angle. There's gonna be possibly 2 people. No, the timing! Quite unfortunate. He looked away for the doors, and Blurred finds him.
Batman trying to go for the jailbreak, but it's not going to be enough because you're in town already, and the owner of that town is going to be NCG. They're able to punish somehow and at least halter this push for a while, but that does leave the A side open after he fell.
It is quite open for B, and Gador's able to use Resurrect, just gain more man advantage over NCG, or rather APH. Wait, NCG, my brain.
It's okay, because it looks like everyone on this team is a bit tired from this very slow attack, but it seems to be working out for at least APH. Slow and steady is the name of the game. Mid-Mather is going to try to rotate onto heaven. Walk on water repositions, but Blurred finds a kill for himself. NCG down one member, now 5v2. It's very difficult for them. They have the rifles, but look at APH. With that resurrection, everyone's alive. Well, except for Gadors now, but everyone else is alive, and that still buys a lot of time and advantage for NCG.
Yeah, this makes it extra tough for the retake. And I suppose the play now is to save, as they don't want to lose the guns that they have.
They do want to keep those Vandals. It gives them a better shot into the rest of the rounds. It gives APH a bit more. They're halfway towards their goal for NCG to equalize at least. And slowly but surely, APH has been winning out these attacking halves. They're already going to spot out where the Vandals are, though. I don't think they're going to stop with the pressure. They hear the drop down, at least with one player. Really expect two, though. Blur looks the wrong way. Mid-Mathers capitalizes. Kevzi knows exactly where they are. Goes for some pre-fires, but does he know they're going wide? He knows their backside already. And that's just going to be the end of the round.
Really good round for APH here. It felt like it could have gone either way here on that A side fight. And it was the initial big turning point where Nacague blurred 1v1, but it turns out it was a 1v2 as someone was there ready for the swing and ready for the trade.
Yeah, the double peek coming in to take that rubble control. And then they're able to punish a Batman as he tries to go into the Abat cave. But unfortunately for him, that entrance is blocked. This time around, though, the aggression already starting for the defensive side. 3 players creeping very close. Nacague makes his way to the opposite side on Rubble, and they still have the fault line, or is this a flash actually coming in from Joms in case they want to go for even more?
Yeah, this has been the combo on A side, always with the 2 initiators to play fast, to play unexpectedly, and invest all of these line of sight blockers, and as well as CC for Nacague to take advantage.
Trying to go for some swings here, but the gravity well's not going to connect, but it's still going to force everyone back.
Yeah, that was the dog invested. There's a lot of investment on utilities here. Kevzi taking a bit of peek on towards Rubble. They've already exchanged their hi and hellos, and now they're going to move on to B, it seems.
Looks like a lot of hi hellos, and now it's goodbye as they move on to the B side, trying to find another warm welcome for them to land their home. It looks like, though, with still all the players on side, Walk on Water and Mid-Mather still have those 2 Vandals to work with, so there's still a lot of hope for this defensive side once this attack commences.
Right there.
Yeah, it's still a lot of hope. Still very doable despite the power difference. Mid-Mather is quickly with a trade 4v4 right now, but the spike has been planted. Barrier Orb, Gadors creating diminishing space away from NCG. Rather, Kevzi with a flash! Kill someone on Mound. Walk on Water is gone. And it feels like once more APH will win the day. Gadors taking a lot of heads, lives. Mid-Mathers though, with a 3k. Can he do it is the question. Does he have time? Derek with a nano swarm. Gonna stall him out. Mid-Mather solo still wins the 1v1. Kevzi, is this doable? Nope. No ace and no round for NCG.
Mid-Mathers with his namesake controlling the middle side of B. He's able to get 4, but eventually, because he's low, Kevz knows he just has to land that body shot. Goes for the wide spray, and eventually, that's just not enough time, the pressure for NCG. But considering the fact that they only have those 2 Vandals to work with at the start of the round, I feel like overall, it's still worth it for them. What this loss will hold the game, what they really need right now is rounds.
Player standing.
Yeah, the gap is closing here for the side of APH. It's only 4 points in between till it becomes even. I can do math, haha. But for NCG, it feels like the pressure is building on their end.
I love math as well. Anyway, the pressure is on for sure, but the gap between APH and NCG is closing because NCG is now the team struggling to find that foothold to get some rounds in for this game. This time around, both teams with a bye, but Blurred still has the rocket in his pocket to work with in case he chooses to pull that out. The Batman has the Seekers, as well as Mid-Mathers with a great ultimate. The Cosmic Divide basically prevents that C-side hit to play for post-plant if he still survives, but Blurred's just going to entry like this. They're going to go through that Nano Swarm to get that early pressure. Gador is going to get that spike down too.
And it's so important now that the trio of the double initiator with Nacague is still alive. In this constricted space, we expect this combo to possibly work on their retake.
Here comes the Seekers, there comes the Cosmic, and the Ultimates are arriving, but through the close, he's able to find one. Gadowers finds Yanagi, walk on water, able to retrade on Gadowers. Now it's Blurred in a cheeky position. He has the pressure, but he's not able to peek, though he lands a shot that gives a bit of more control, but 3 players standing behind the Cosmic Divide. They can just wait out this ultimate. They can swing together. Time not on the side. Mid Matters left alone yet again. Will manage to have it, but the spray through surely will come. The contactor is going to spot him out, and Kev says hello.
I don't know why that felt like that was gonna work. Everything just expired at the most unfortunate time. Yeah.
He just had the timing there. Sometimes it's just Valorant things, but the timing doesn't work out for our defensive side because they always manage to get the frags, but time is always ticking against them, and it hasn't been able. They haven't had enough time to really capitalize off the round and convert them into rounds of their own. APH, a gap which was 2-10 again from the start, is now 7-10. So NCG really needs to find the round here on this defense.
Yeah, every single time APH is able to do their own brute forcing into these sites and always is able to get the plant down. And despite, again, these spikes are getting planted, it's just the post plant is just too strong. A lot of the gunfights are constantly won by APH, and I feel like the question for me now is that was it through just pure gunfight, or is it because of the way that they played the post plants?
Right now, it seems that NCG is just struggling because the aggression that they had on the attacking side was very directed. They knew what they wanted to get, they knew how they want to retake it, they can guess where the defenders are, but now that they're on the defensive side, they kind of are forced to react instead of being that proactive. And I think with this composition, you have to bring back a bunch of that proactiveness and try to get as much space aggressively as you can. If not, it's going to be very difficult for you to go for a lot of these retakes if you're not already in position.
Yeah, that's true. Double initiators, they were dictating the pace of the game earlier in the second half. It's very difficult, just as you said, when it's their turn to react with their own utilities, with their own rotations. It's a 2v2 actually, and this is the smoke that's about to expire. Micro still has eyes on the prize, and he tries to run away. Walk on water though, lands the headshot with the Sheriff. Derek is in a very, very scary position with mid-mouthers. Will fall instead of him. And now it's a 4v3 at this point. APH lack the numbers, lack the manpower. Gadores coming through with the sprays, and Kevzy as well. And that's going to be a quick round. And APH creeping closer and closer to NCG.
Extremely insane for the comeback for APH. They started with 2 rounds and now they're only 2 rounds away from equalizing. Gadores again able to land important frags here. They were on their eco, but still the idea behind going for this push for the defensive side is good, but maybe not on that round when they had that lower buy. They had to go for the play, but that also kind of reveals a bunch of their change of direction for their mental of what strategy they want to bring. This time around, the defense kind of postured to take more control of that A side.
Investing again, the trio, double initiator with Yanagi once more. Absolutely, I've never seen the 3 separated at all since the second half happened. And it makes sense because of their combo. And it's just as I say that, they leave Yanagi to his own devices. And the double initiator will rotate towards C.
They have the C side control, but it's actually the defenders that has the timing. Jom is already there, but the problem with Breach being the first contact is you can't hold out your utility. Something you can do easily on the attack side, but here the defense, he has to have his rifle out. And with the Seekers, I think Kevs might be able to spot them out. Instead, uses the Trailblazer to prime the Seekers, maybe? They might go for this entry as Blurred does dump his Uto.
Oh, there's a robot, there's a bird, there's everything being thrown out to NCG's site to push them away, to smoke them out. And here comes the rotation already from NCG. Gadores already in a very good spot, an angle from anyone who's going to come out from Waterfall. But with the barrier over there, there's just a lot of time with Killjoys exchanging lockdowns. So far, there's a lot of time again to buy Gadores, making it count. John to the trade though. It's still a 3v4 and Derek is detained. He has no way to escape. He's just going to jump up and down using the mound, using himself as bait. And NCG, they have time to defuse. And here we go, Batman being the hero. But with that said, the site is clear for them to take. A Batman will lose his life and Kevzy finishes off the job.
APH with a stellar comeback, already 9-10. They're just so good at planting that spike and getting the space so safely on the entry, and a very smart move leaving Gadores, because once you use that barrier orb, unless you're gonna go for the res, which is very hard to do on the retake, there's not much for the stage to do, so just leaving him in this position, giving him a chance to be his own hero, and he manages to find to which turns the tide of this retake. Because of that, they lose their controller and they just play out the round because they already have the sight lines.
Yeah, this is a very strong... Well, Gadores, just as you said, is already an experienced player, but his debut here with Action PH, his first game on Split 2, is such a strong showing.
Extremely well, especially now that he has big shoes to fill. He's stepping in for Kelly S, for those wondering in the chat I saw earlier on the English broadcast. But now, we need to step back into this game. 9-10, 1 minute remaining almost, and Gadores already has the positioning to really capitalize in case anyone swings his team. A good sentinel, but also waiting for that smoke to recharge as the dark covers do come back for a micro.
And he's able to release that. The doors come through, spotted by Yanagi. There's still no decision made coming from APH on which site they want to commit to.
Look at the respect, though, coming from APH. They know how badly they want it. You can almost feel that they're foaming for it, but Derek is not going to give them any bite of their meal, not going to let them feast on this win, because there's still a lot for them to say. The fire in the hole is already called. Derek finds one, Blurred lands another. They force themselves on the side, and it's only Yanagi left alone with the Sheriff. It's not going to be enough. The firepower too strong for APH, and slow and steady was the pace, and they make it all the way to equalize.
10-10. It started with 2-10 for NCG. They had a lot of leeway. They had a lot of lead to work with. And now APH, they were unfazed by the amount of start that NCG managed to take in the first half. And look at them now. Feels like they are unstoppable in Lotus.
Unstoppable, unfaltering, and this immovable object so far has yet to show any sign of weakness. The early contact is made, but it's APH who wins the trade. Mid-Mather is going to be forced back as Gadores keeps all his HP and armor.
Just exchanging a couple of utilities. Dog won't go anywhere, actually. It passes through the gravity well, still able to scout through the rubble. That means the coast is clear. NCG, rather, or APH, can creep up for more space.
That's just so funny to watch as the sky was pulled. Kebsy brought out to the open, but into the battlefield they do go. APH slowly creeping their way onto that A side. Still 2 satchels available for Blurred, who will be able to enter. And even if he falls on the entry, they still have that res to work with for APH.
Sorry, when you brought it up, I can't stop giggling myself. Blurred with a satchel. Just gonna speed his way through, but Mid-Mathers is right there to give him a greeting, and the greeting is bullet to the head. Unfortunately, it is now Mid-Mathers still in hut and still alive, despite being paranoid. I thought he was gonna get a second kill. Micro is at least there for the denial. 5v4 now, with the Rolling Thunder available for Joms and the Overdrive. Walk on Water still has this possible op angle, but again, time hasn't been in their favor. These constant retakes. APH is just so good at slowing this down. Yanagi is going to concuss Gadores. Is it possible? No, I cannot believe he still won that 1v1. That is crazy. And now at this point, it feels like APH is definitely going to win this round again.
My god, Gadores just staying alive until that moment, but Kevsy's already there for the trade. The fact that he tanked the Rolling Thunder as well as the Neon Relay Bolt, but still managed to kill Yanagi off the angle through the concuss was just enough for them to not lose that drop space. And because of that and the operator on the retake, it was just so hard for the defensive side to really move. APH seems to be running away with it from this attacking half.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, unbelievable. Imagine having to eat a lot of these crowd control into your face and it doesn't affect you at all. He was already so down in HP. And with that, APH close to match point.
It was like Gadores had a whole meal for him for the previous round. Hungry to show how he's going to be playing for the rest of the VCT, stepping into Kelly. But it could be Yanagi sliding through, but the util bomb's already there for the punish. They go for the aggressive play, and it's them now on the back foot. The Stinger's only available to break that boom bot, and Joms is there, but it's not going to be enough support. He might have the flash up, but who's he going to flash for? He only has the Sky with him, and the Batman is on the angle that he can't actually spot. You have to wait for a push. Kevzy shows his head, and because of that, Jom's going to back off.
Yeah, the idea was there, knowing that everybody was, I guess from APH, was stacked onto A lobby. And unfortunately, the play isn't there, and just as you said, there's no one to send forward to follow through the CCs that they throw. And now Rubble Control, Blurred destroys a Batman. Blurred might come for the second kill, but the blinds are coming through as well. Unfortunately, with that range, that's not gonna hit, and Ghidorah wins.
Ghidorah managing to win a lot of these 1v1s. The previous duelist for Oasis Gaming, the APAC VCT winner himself. Gonna use that barrier orb to deny a bit more space. They might have heard Min Mathers though. He's always last alive, but with only the Stinger in hand, what can you really do? The slows coming from Ghidorah is just gonna halter a lot and allow him to reposition on the close angle, play off the flash as well. He spots him out, and Ghidorah goes wide.
This is a huge, what do you call this? Performance from Ghidorah. He's winning for his kills. He's there, like, constantly in these critical points, and he's been making it, what do you call this, work, and is serving as such a huge impact in this game for APH.
Strong showing indeed. We talked about the new firepower additions in Action PH, and even though Kellyas is not playing, Ghidorah is shining through this game on that battle stage. 24 frags already, and this might be the decider. Looks like they go for the punish. Nacague tries to go for the same play, and yet again is taken out early onto this round. The long range support doesn't work so much on that defense side, and Joms can be forced back because so much util is thrown at him. Even through this Astro Gravity well, it's not going to be enough. The pressure's not going to stop yet though, because the Seekers are going to force everyone back. Min Mathers cross. It's caught in the crossfire as the bullets rain through. That force is now in a 2v1. It's all up to Walk on Water.
This is difficult. That's just, you're alone. You have to deal with from the shadows who guess where Micro is. You just used it to scout on where possibly Walk on Water is at. But APH, they came from a huge deficit, and now they're about to win this first map here on Lotus. The question is, what can Walk on Water do against 4 people?
You know, we know he has the firepower, but there's so many players marking him already. One playing close, Micro ready for the swing, and he's not going to be able to go for that trade. Eventually, Derek finds the kill, secures the comeback that APH worked so hard for.
Yeah, that must have been on the angle of NCG. A bit of frustrating with a lot of leeway, but when we look at the angle of Action PH, their stamina and fortitude to not be discouraged despite the disparity in scores. Like, oh, it's just the first half. The second half will come and we will do better. Not even better. They won the first map of the series.
They won with such a great comeback. When your back is against the wall like that, there's nothing that you really have to lose anymore. Just do it one step, one round, one shot at a time, one site, one plant, and find that first map that they honestly have worked so hard for. They've deserved, and that relentless factor that they've brought in, not to be faced, difficult situation to be in front of as well. And regardless of that fact, they still managed on top. So great performance by APH. And NCG, they need to take a bit of a break and maybe a little reset as they move, because they need the second map now.
Yeah, we're heading over to Icebox, I believe, for the second map. But I mean, it was an amazing start for NCG, and it felt like the trio of the double initiator, Breach, Sky combo into Yanagi's Neon felt like it was only very effective on the first half, but for the second, it felt like the complete opposite.
And if you look at the post game, we already see APH with a stellar comeback. Ghidorah is leading the charge as their MVP. NCG, they have their own great attack, but just not enough rounds for them to really secure, not finding any foothold towards that defensive side to strike back.
Yeah, that was a complete roller coaster ride as we see a lot that performance coming from APH. Started off not so good on this first half. On the second half, they definitely delivered. As we take a look at the highlights, and it started with, you know, NCG doing amazing on the pistol round.
Yeah, they have so much space to work with. Look at the wall, the team play. Looking at the kill feed, you can just see how it goes NCG's way. It's like their story to tell, but if anyone's going to be the anti-hero, APH has something to say about it. They're able to stabilize when the swap of sides does commence and somehow find their attack, even though they have that double sentinel, just the map movements alone.
Yeah, I think it falls back to what you said earlier, Fluffy. The way that this composition from NCG, it was more about dictating the pace, and it was important for them to be the controller of the main controller of that entire map. But when you switch over to the defensive side, it becomes more reactionary. And APH, they gave a taste of their own medicine.
And of course, speaking of taste, it's gonna be great food delivered by Mr. Derek from APH, delivering the win for Grab Unlimited. You can use the QR code on the side beside the APH logo or text so that you can get your own Grab Unlimited.
Honestly, dude, I swear, not to say it for the second time, but you're so good at that.
Not ordering Grab Unlimited, because who wouldn't, especially when it's free on your first month?
Yes, exactly, like that, just like magical. And yes, that is the conclusion of our first map of the day between SR Nacague and Action PH. Action PH started off a little, difficult for them at the first half, but they were able to recover despite the big disparity in score. And I'm so excited to see how Icebox is going to look like. But before we head on over to our map number 2, we're going to head on over to a short break. Don't go away. And we're back over here at the VCT Philippines Split 2 English broadcast. We're still your casters for this amazing series. My name is Riku. Together with me is Fluffy02. And we're currently in the middle of SR Nacague versus Action PH. And APH is now 1 up into this BO3 series, and we're heading on over soon to Icebox. But of course, we just want to share that we are currently available in 2 languages. You're currently watching the English broadcast, but we're also available in the Filipino broadcast. That's, head on over on YouTube and as well as on Facebook.
And of course, if you're as hungry for the win, just like APH showed us on the previous map, then you can always order through Grab Unlimited. You can use their promo code on the QR and of course get that free delivery for your first month.
Fluffy, I have a question for you.
Sure, hopefully you have an answer.
Nyum 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 or nom nom nom?
I'm a nom 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 kind of guy, I think.
Ah, that's true. Me too, don't worry. I don't think yum 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 is actually the one of the choices. It's supposed to be yum yum yum, I feel.
Okay.
Okay, yes, so Icebox. Icebox is our map number 2. And, we were discussing earlier about how NCG, unfortunately, they couldn't win their map at Lotus, their map pick. So now they have to face Action PH in Action PH's territory this time around.
Yeah, APH, it's their arena right now, their battlefield of choice. And if you look at their statistics so far with that 75% win rate on Icebox for Split 2, it's something that they're very proficient at. They have a very stable comp normally. I know we'll move on to the agent select soon, but so far they've only run that KJ, Viper, Sova, Sage, as well as Jet. Nothing very special, but we know how solid the foundation it is. And if there's anything that we can see from their previous games, they've really had that solid factor in it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these will most likely fall into the pressure will fall onto the controllers of each teams, especially on defense, to whittle away as much as a space as they can, especially with a map such as Pearl into play.
Oh, I meant, by the way, earlier, I think I made a mistake. It's actually NCG's comp that I was referencing. For APH, though, they always run that KO, something that Kellyes has played phenomenally because he does bring that firepower. But we also know that for this series, it's going to be Gadores filling in those shoes. So if he'll able to bring in the firepower that he did on that battle stage previously, but now on the KO, that suppressing factor might just be enough to silence NCG.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see, again, Gadores here on this second map because he had a very strong showing over at Lotus, and with both ends of the spectrum as well. He was at the right place at the right time and is able to win a lot of the 1v1. So with whichever agent that he will possibly pick, I'm so excited to see what that kind of dynamic is going to bring for Action PH this time, unless it's another Sage, but it's a different map. So still excited.
It is a different map, but it is their map, so they are already the masters of Icebox so far. They themselves haven't lost a game yet this split with their composition, with Gadores seeming to just fit the shoes so well too. It looks like APH have the very good win chance of taking this entire series, especially because of that comeback. And I'm sure the mental momentum moving on to this game too must be insane.
Oh yeah. Them coming from a... how many rounds were that? 8 rounds in a row, perhaps?
2-10, 8 to equalize, and they just went all the way.
Thank you for the math. I like that.
We like math.
Yes, we both like math. I like the simple kind of math. And anyway, Icebox it is. And when we look back on Split 1, Action PH, I believe Micro was the one that had a lot of these huge impact plays. He was the low-key highlight player when it came to Icebox because of his heavy lurk, and is able to win the 1v1s as well. And if I imagine the impact that Gadores brings to the table coming from Lotus into Icebox, it honestly feels like NCG has to get ready.
They have to be prepared for sure, but they also need a break. They need that mental reset, because even though these competitors are veterans in their own right and they've been in this situation, it's never a great situation to be with, especially feeling that you had that game or that map one in the bag. So how will you turn that into the next map? How do you convert that onto Icebox?
Yeah, I think as that's definitely like what they have to to sort of fix, because we saw that NCG at the latter half, while it is due to composition restraints after switching to the second half, which made it harder, but it was also a test of stamina, and as well as the fortitude to see that we've been winning 8 rounds in a row, and why can't we finish that Lotus map? So you're right, it is incredibly important for them to do that reset, and very excited to see Icebox. We've seen Icebox as a sort of 50-50 for some of the teams. There's still a lot of teams that are still trying their best to master this map to make it a part of their solid pool.
I feel like, though, that a lot of teams are already very familiar with it, because this is one of those home court teams. For a lot of the PH teams, very aim reliant. We talk about the verticality in this map and how important those individual duels are. And when we talk about firepower, both of these teams really have brought that to bear to each other in the previous game. But will they be able to trade it back and forth? Because it felt like for that map one team was just going on a landslide, and the other team would do the same on the next half. This time around, though, I'm hoping for a closer fight, because we do know the potential on both of these teams. They both have a pretty good icebox, and just because it's APH's map doesn't mean that NCG is not very proficient at it. They are.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see the conclusion of this potential conclusion of this series, as NCG has to win this icebox map to take it to map 3. And as we get to see the agent select now, and it is going to be Gadors on this KO.
Gador is going to fill in with the KO, the role, as well as player replacement coming from the 6th man. Is that a Gecko? It might be a locked-in Gecko very soon. Still haven't locked it in, but I think it's actually one of those picks that is very good on this map.
Yeah, I'm so excited if they do lock this in, just because I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Fluffy, we've never seen a Gecko yet on VCT Philippines, right?
To my knowledge, I also could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time a team has tried a new agent.
Yay! So happy. Because I've always wanted to ask you what you think about Gecko, because there was a lot of mixed reactions about, is he strong or not? The initial reaction was, that's OP, but then after using it, it feels like a very high risk, high reward. You throw one of your minions, and it's so hard to reach and put them back in your pocket for you to reuse them again. It could be very far out to enemy lines. So what is your verdict, Mr. Fluffy02?
I think that overall, on initial release, Gecko is not as strong, or as clear-cut at least, from when Fade or Chamber or KO came out, where they showed like immense possibility, immense prowess. Everyone's just wowed. Because with Gecko, it's just balanced, it's not broken. There's a lot of counterplay, like you mentioned. If you're able to reuse your utility, it's very strong, but it's also very hard to retrieve your utility, so you might be punished for it even at times. But in pro play, I think that the meta is very burst, stop, info, burst, and it's not the best bursting initiator. But in a map like Icebox, where you have to work through this B and re-clear A, reusing the util and trading it out for a util that can't be reused is actually quite valuable. Speaking of that, though, this attacking half's going to start off with a drone, and B-long control already taken by APH.
It all has now started with Viper Wall already being brought down onto BJS, as you said. Utilities exchange, Blurred creeping closer and closer on towards the site. They still haven't cleared yellow. Mid-Mathers is right there to sort of greet them. And he starts to fall back, finds Blurred, and finds the second kill. No, Micro with the trade, rather, as Walk on Water will fall. This is APH with the onslaught and winning very hard.
Winning so far, APH on the attack with the man advantage, but it's a disadvantage because they lose at least the controller for the side of that defense. It's going to be very hard to retake this because Micro's still there to use his gas in case he does need to go for this B hit. They have a lot of room to pivot here, but with that double initiator, they can set the pace. They have the recon dart as well as KO knife already ready, so the side players are already going to be spotted out.
Yeah, very difficult. Yanagi having to rotate from A. That's the shock dart. Actually hitting Gadors. Joms able to eliminate him. 59 HP on towards danger. Gonna peek in slowly, but the spike has already been planted. Derek with the first kill on towards Yanagi. 2v3. Doable, but difficult for the side of APH. Nano Swarms activated already to buy extra time, and it feels like they don't have a lot to work with. There's no recon dart, there's no smokes for them to do this, and that's why APH will win the first pistol round.
APH kind of bringing their momentum back from the previous game, walking into this one very strong. Fortunately for them, they don't lose Micro, allowing them to get the plant early on that round. And because they played disciplined, and you mentioned earlier how they didn't have the util to really play off of, just by not peeking, it burns so much time and makes the pressure fall under the retaking side for NCG.
I'm so excited to see Wingman defuse.
That's true.
It's gonna be very cute.
I think it's actually really good. That's one of the key things that's his like unique thing that he brings. That Wingman, similar to a Boombot, able to clear out angles for you with a concuss instead of damage, but also the ability just to keep that man advantage alive is immense. Speaking of man advantage though, Walk on Water does fall pretty early because Blurred has that better buy, and so far the better positioning to land his aim. He does wrap around. They know Mid Matters has been playing his position, and he's able to get spotted out and fall back actually onto yellow. He's gonna go for more though. The headshot coming in from Blurred is gonna find another. It's already 3 players down for NCG.
Yeah, Blurred is just bulldozing his way through site B. Nagi the only one left. Ooh.
These shock dart skills for the past 2 rounds. Someone has just been catching these darts every time. One on the side for NCG and now one for the side for APH. But then APH though still comes up on top. The early pressure from Blurred. The fact that he's able to capitalize on this 3rd kill also removes a lot of that stalling potential. I know they're on that lower buy, they're on that eco, but at least it would have given them some sort of fighting chance instead of getting rolled that round. So now in this 3rd round, bunch of rifles brought up by SR Nacague. How are they going to use it?
That is the biggest question here. Kevzy already with this Sheriff, I believe. We still haven't... APH still, just as you said, bringing the momentum that they brought from Lotus. And CG still trying to pick up the pieces.
They have a lot of quiet time, a lot of room to work with. The drone's going to come out early. He's going to spot out Joms playing headshot. Going to force him down with that Guardian, make it less effective. But still, they do manage to hold on to belt control. Will they expect the player up onto Nest? The Walk on Water might find the shot, but Blurred drops down just in time.
That's really good timing coming from Blurred. It's a very quiet time, just as you said. Just a bunch of pre-firing exchanged. But APH, they seem very, very committed on towards the side already. Blurred finds Yanagi. He is gone. But the recon dart's gonna find 2 people on towards the side. Blurred's gonna pre-fire. He's gonna pick up a gun, and he finds the kill on the Joms. Good timing again. But Walk on Water eliminates the spike planter, and a Batman is making his position work. No, in a 1v1 scenario. We talked about Micro winning the 1v1 duels back in Split 1. The spike isn't planted just yet. A Batman will take this 3rd round for his team.
Batman goes hero time here, able to get around for NCG, but they lose so many rifles. One could argue it's such a costly round for them, and even though APH didn't come up with a round, they now have a better buy because Mid Matters force on half armor Bulldog, Inagi force on half armor as well as just the Phantom, and Mid Matters even saving probably? No, he's just gonna go for that Bulldog as well with the half armor dropping some util, and all these small wins in fact turns the tide later on in the game. You take a look at last round, the quick kills and util combos really have been punishing. I think Yanagi tried to get Dizzy, which is the Gecko Flash, out very early, but unfortunately gets punished as Blurred swings him.
Yeah, Blurred, despite NCG winning the previous round, Blurred has been doing a lot of work. See though? Whoa, look at that!
Dash.
Oh, the snow and rock on one!
Whoa.
Wait, what? I can't believe that just happened.
Oh no, but Thrash turns him into trash because Micro gets taken out off of the detain. They're gonna use the molly to push them out of yellow, though. That will destroy any players that are there, but he's already spotted out, and they still have the Hunter's Fury. Kevs still with so much to work with. Yanagi has to get off of it, but he does have the spike. Anyone going for the tap right now is going to be able to defuse this because he's not in position. He stops, though, because Derek is there already for more delay coming in from that mid-side plant, throwing the nano swarms. Now in this 1v1, it's Killjoy against Killjoy, but who has the better bots? He still has a turret in his pocket. If he chooses to, the nano swarm is about to run off. He doesn't have the angle. He can go for the stick here. He does, and a Batman gets taken out, but the round goes NCG.
The hero round, like 2 rounds in a row, we get to see a Batman get to play hero on these clutch rounds. I just gotta point out, Walk on Water blurred 1v1 there. I didn't know it was gonna win that 1v1. In the end, Walk on Water, despite the dash coming through the wall, it is still NCG, evening up the score.
Yeah, not all heroes wear capes, but the Batman seems to have that NCG flag wavering very high. Walk on Water gonna go for some aggression here. He spotted the enemy jet floating on the nest as well. No, he won't. To get the timing off, this KO knife is not gonna land on him, meaning he does keep his knives, but he is forced back.
Yeah, better to keep yourself alive, to make sure that you're able to use the utility, especially Drums still has that full utility belt, I suppose, since we're talking about a Batman. The Recon Dot will spot Yanagi under Hell, and at this point, it is a slow creep up coming from APH. They do want side A, and there's no plant just yet as I haven't secured the site, but here comes Kevz already. With that said, no one has fallen just yet, just chip damage from some of the members as the shock darts are coming in for the clear. Kevz, everyone from NCG, they're moving a bit slow here.
Yeah, they have the firepower, especially at this range. They're waiting for the Dizzy to come through, but Walk on Water is going to come out early swinging. Both lockdowns coming into play, but the knives find their targets into the hearts, and it looks like NCG is making the comeback. They waited patiently for the retake, and Kevs is left alone. Even through the lockdown, they just go for the pure aggression, and a big part of that is because Walk on Water was able to find those knife kills.
Very important for him. It was all according to plan. It was slow and calculated. And just as you said, Walk on Water's flying high through the sky, finding the kills, the first one to take control of the site. And among the chaos, it was Yanagi's wingman who's able to capitalize, push through, while the little guy gets to defuse.
Little guy does get to defuse, but now we need to see where the big plays are. NCG currently in the lead. A similar story. It's gonna get pushed up by both of the scans actually already committed over the A side. Joms gonna be forced back so far away, and they are at least on that lower buy for APH. They don't want to get punished and drop a possible rifle. Walk on Water is actually holding that lower tube side with the operator, but it's so hard to go for that operator retake if they lose A too quickly.
And that's exactly why Walk on Waters will now decide to push back from tubes and go through A. See this very far angle for the team. And as they're creeping up closer, it's orb farming time to take over, to take into the next round.
They have the angle though. Blurred might be able to land the shot with the flick. He doesn't land the shot, but both scope in and both scope out, both seemingly unscathed as well. They managed to find their way closer to the side. Joms does eliminate Derek, but the plant does come through for APH. That's some value off, especially if Blurred can get maybe more. The Viper Spit coming out from Micro though, this is a game changer. It allows them to get more space here on the backside, but Gadores is so low.
Yeah. He's so low at this point, but look at that. Mid Mathers has flanking to do on his own. And will you look at that? Oh, the timing! Mid Mathers is able to capitalize on the fact that Walk on Water or Blurred gave up that angle. 5 HP onto Kevz. Yanagi's already defusing. And there we go. NCG once more takes it 4-2.
NCG, they came off the last game not being able to find a round on that half when they're on the defense, but now it looks like they've been fortified because nothing can breach them so far. They play slow, they play into the eco, they know when to flank, they punish the Viper Spit, still going through and not stopping, even though they know one player is low. Walk on Water does go for the right click, ends Kev's life, and it gets them another round. Now the pause for Action PH there, give them more breathing room and allow them to come up with a plan because they need to breach these defenses.
Yeah, so far it felt like after the pivotal moment of the ults coming from APH, NCG still able to counter that Viper Spit coming from Micro as well.
Viper Spit already committed, especially in the previous round, means that for this buy round, they don't have that piece of utility, but there's still a lot of uses for the Viper. The question is how well, for me, that this Gecko is actually getting some impact. We've seen a couple Dizzies here and there get some value, but the thing about Dizzy is you can break it. So similar to like the Leer from Reyna, it is a flash that can be destroyed, and because of that, it still gives you an opportunity to peek, but it's not as safe as other flashes, and it doesn't give you as much info as well. So thankfully they have Joms on that Sova.
Yeah, that's secondary. That additional initiator to gather information is extremely important. And actually, I feel like the mosh pit is also like covers a lot of ground, which I'm excited to see used here in this game. And so far, A has been the primary target of APH.
APH can use that null command as well to zero in on all the utilities, allowing them to be used on them so they get a cleaner entry. The gunfire comes from Blurred, goes backside for them, but the operator is going to ring through, but it's not going to hit anyone. Or you can go for some sprays, but that's going to at least get them the plant soon. But the spike actually was so far away that it only is coming in right now, so still it brought time for this defense to already come up.
Yeah, spike has already been planted. Lots of pre-fire, lots of darts. And mollies exchanged. Here comes Dizzy coming through. Walk on Water. With the Nano Swarm there, they were hoping. No, the dash! He still had the Cloud Burst, but Gadores finds him still. It doesn't matter. In APH, it feels like they have their own foot ground again. They take it 4-3.
They find some momentum taking this segmented step 1, step 2, step 3. Step 1, we take early A main. Step 2, we take the rest of front side. Step 3, we use the null command to take backside. These small incremental steps and this foundation that they've brought is really what has carried them throughout that previous map. And moving on to this one, the same lessons can be applied. And now it's NCG's turn to figure out what's going to happen because they only have that one Guardian, the Bulldog, possibly. Now moving to the 3 Sheriffs as well as that one Marshal to work with. They're on the lower buy. How will they use it? Will they be aggressive? Because they have to start fighting this early A main. Nacague's going to try to do so, but these early scans are just going to force them back, removing all the useful options for them.
Yeah, especially for Walk on Water. On pipes doesn't. Whoa, here comes Diggy with a headshot. Clean shot from Yanagi. Forget about them being on the lower buy. They made it into a 3v3, evening out the numbers, and they could possibly pick up some of the weapons and perhaps upgrade.
Yeah, considering that it is an eco, an overall win here for NCG, trading 2 for 2, but possibly getting that buy up, like Rico mentioned, is going to be great if they can get it. But it's already going to be Kev's marking the weapon. Might not know that mid-Matrix is pulling his angle. Staring the right way, though. He whiffs the shot, and Kev's ends up on top. Now 3v2 in favor of APH. The tide turns. The recon scan there for more delay, but at least they know the positioning of APH.
And now they know. A is the investment once more. And we still have to clear some of these sites, corners rather. There's the snake bite, there's the wall, there's the plant, and Kevzy all the way down from hell. This looks a bit dicey for NCG, but look at the Batman already peeking with his Sheriff. He managed to land the shot, and it's now a 1v2. What can a Batman do? 94 HP, 38 on his shield. He has to isolate these angles, make it into a 1v1, but there's just so much to cover.
Does have the angle though. He goes for the drop and lands the shot as well. The spike is ticking and he knows exactly that he's going to be playing close A main, but does he have the time? It's staying against him. No rifles to really salvage, and Derek's going to play safe and back all the way, but his footsteps are already heard. He's going to allow him to chase, play cat and mouse, and it's going to force Derek to play all the way back. And the moment he taps the spike though, he's going to know he's not going to go for the tap actually. He's just going to die to the spike. That way he secures the fact that Derek won't be able to get this lockdown faster. Dies to the spike instead, keeps that economy, manages to get something, and overall, considering it's an eco, I think that's still an overall win for APH.
Yeah, that could have been either way despite the power disparity when it came to the gun power. So SR Nacague with now better guns, especially in walk on waters on the operator. Hopefully they'll be able to make this count.
Well, they've equalized in economy, but still the score is equalized as well. That disparity that you mentioned is already gone, at least as far as rounds are concerned. Blurrin's gonna find his way up to mid. This time the attackers changing pace a bit and going for a bit more flexible plays. They're gonna get spotted out by this turret contact though, but he for sure hears this already. Will he trigger it though? Yes, he will. He breaks the turret early. Forces to rotate off of the defensive side to now watch Kitchen, but it's going to be walk on water, just hopping into Kitchen, taking him out with the operator.
Such a confident move, ready for the trigger. And now it's a 4v5. APH losing their duelist. We'll see how they're able to... who will they send through with their double initiators? I mean, we saw Gadores winning some of these 1v1s, so perhaps... all hope is not lost with the manpower that they still have.
They still have the man advantage. And keeping that operator as well gives them so much more map presence. 35 seconds remain. They have to decide. He manages to sneak out that recon dart before the scan comes through, but Kevzy still finds mid-Mather somehow on the screens. That's the controller down. The mosh pit's gonna try to go for some delay, but you can push through that. It won't do any damage to you till it pops. But what's gonna pop is the heads of NCG as APH manages to find to walk on water, salvages one. But now 2v3, one player backside. Yanagi already knows that one is low on Nest, but will they both spot out that KO is playing this dirty angle? He spots and moves closer, but they still haven't found him. Still playing cat and mouse. They're drawing the attention out so wide, but there's still one player behind you, and it's going to be Derek and Gadores with the crossfire, securing a round.
That's so crazy. He was crouching on Nest. It was so hard to see him from that angle. Walk on Waters tried his best to clear every single angle near the spike, but he couldn't find where Gadores was hiding. So eventually, that definitely added to the chaos that they had to work with.
APH, though, they have a pretty bad start considering that NCG was able to get 4 rounds after that pistol, but slowly but surely they've been able to come back. They have Walk on Water playing the advanced position. He's already he gets spotted out by the KO knife that drops the knives, allowing Blurred to get more momentum. He clears out early side too before they have to push this Viper wall. They can go for a pause here, but knowing APH are always ready to explode the moment they get the first contact.
And that is exactly why NCG don't have a lot of power to work with. Blurred, though, gets a second kill on the knife. And now NCG having a bit of a problem with this lower buy.
Gadores try to get the plant down. And you mentioned it already. The lower buy coming in means that Walk on Water is their best chance in terms of weapons. He tries to go for the updraft, resets the knives. Will he get more? The enemy battle comes through and Walk on Water ends up on top. He still has a lot of momentum to deal with because the flank from Micro is going to come through and go over that pinch. He spots him out though. Will he go for more? 3 knives still in the pocket. Has to hop. But no, it's going to be Micro and Derek finishing off the round.
Nicely done by APH. That was a bit sweaty on the side of action, because that was quite close for Walk on Waters to easily clean and use the knives.
But for APH though, they at least secure that they have 6 rounds, meaning that they're guaranteed to at least get the perfect half. But can they go for more is the question. Still 2 rounds for this half and a lot of things to be said and made.
Let's go. They have that null command from Gador. They're close to the Viper Spit. They can try once again to secure a site that they choose to do.
They still have a lot of options here onto the A side. We can see that the Viper wall is already down as well as the Recon Dart, but maybe the wraparound from mid might come into play.
That is the question. The Viper wall already up. This could possibly be the go signal for the team.
You can hear already that there's so many shots coming in as this pipes control, I mean belt control has come in for APH. Will they expect the flank though? Managed to find the first and Micro sprays transfers to the second. The flash is going to come through, but he's still going to be able to see through it. Mid Mathers eventually takes out Micro, but how many players did they lose? At Batman still with a rifle in hand already has control of CT side. It's going to be up to Mid Mathers to do the job, but it's going to be a Batman again left alone 1v4. We've seen him do it before. He gets the first frag. Will he expect a crossfire? It does reveal his location. Gets the 1v1 on the second. He already spots out the third as well. But no, he has to go for the reload. But Kevs is already there marking him. He knows where at least one player is. Sprays the wrong angle though. If he drops down here, it's going to be a crossfire for APH. It's going to be such a good position. The time is stinging against him. Kev's going to try to go for the peek here. He does land a shot. Another round for APH. They push that advantage even further.
Yeah, we were worried. I remember you mentioned that not the best of starts for APH with a 2-round start, winning the pistol round, and NCG evening up the score. But APH definitely don't want to be in that position. As we take a look at the replay, Micro doing a lot of work here against Yanagi. But at the end of the day, it was a very difficult round for the side of NCG, as a Batman had to go against 4 people actually.
Seems like a Batman. It's just such a high impact player this game. Now the Flash is gonna force out Blurred to get a kill on Yanagi. They're able to get the weapon though, but is that gonna be enough to stop the pressure? Because APH gets that early momentum already, removing that initiator power from it. Joms is gonna be the first contact, gonna be forced back though to the Viper wall.
Yeah, oh no! They were playing very, very close to each other. Walk on Water's gonna fall. Gadores finds him. He gets 2 kills actually, and he jumps across towards stairs, towards heaven, and a Batman cannot escape. Gadores is here.
Good morning, Mr. Gadores. The Flash comes through at the end just to say good morning, and it looks like the half's gonna go to the side of APH.
That was a quick round. It was quite explosive coming from Gadores, and again, really good start coming from APH. Eventually, they were able to increase the gap between them. 4 rounds as we're heading on over to pistol with the side swap. SR Nacague now attacking. Let's see how will they do up against Action PH defense.
They need to start the snowball fight so well, because if they get those opening frags, they can turn that into an avalanche for sure, knowing that they've done so well previously on NCG. But on the other side, we see APH. It's their map pick. This is their playground. And the Remorseless Winter coming in from Icebox has yet to stop as the pressure is on for them. The early dash can come through from APH, taking so much aggressive control onto A main. They're putting Blurred into advanced position. Well, they know the 2 players are there to punish the turret. A Batman as well as Yanagi there, already ready for the swing. They hear him up on rafters. Because of that, he's going to force down, because the man advantage is for NCG.
And Mathers already has a smoke already. A Batman staying put, watching any sort of flankers and stragglers coming from A site. It's going to be mission accomplished. Good start coming from NCG. Derek has to meet eye to eye with Walk on Water. Mid Mathers is there for the trade. In a 4v1 scenario, Micro, it's a question of what can you do in this position. You're surrounded with a lot of members coming from NCG.
NCG manages to find the round that they need. Because of that, it gets them that better buy on the second round, meaning that they can close that gap even further. The question is though, will they be able to convert this, or will APH force? Will they be able to carry this onto the buy round? Because this round is theirs to win, but also if they lose this, is detrimental overall because of that gap.
Yeah, APH 2 wins away from that double digits. And the fact that earlier they lost at Lotus and couldn't win back their momentum. But so far, good start coming from them. NCG, they want this side A.
They want it. And they're doing it in segments. NCG clearing on already the pipes area, making sure that the angles are covered. They have a lot of util. They have the wingman to plant if they choose to do so. But Walk on Water is going to take out Kev's already. Nacague is just going to push through, gun in hand. No little buddies needed as he finds another up onto rafters. A Batman, will he spot out the player close? He does though. Gadores finds one, but that's not going to be enough. It leaves Derek alone.
And with the plant now in place, there's not a lot Derek can do with a pistol and 2 nano swarms and an alarm bot. It's yeah, it is NCG making sure that they make that pistol round count.
They really need this to count. But maybe Derek is just going to opt to die to the spike here. That way he doesn't give off a bunch more ult orbs into the hands of NCG. But he's or might get spotted here. It's too close for comfort. He looks the wrong way, and Joms is able to find the frag, furthering the Hunter's Fury progression.
Yeah, Joms. Already 3 ult bars, orbs, diamonds. I'm so funny, Fluffy. I appreciate the silence.
Hello? Yeah. You're so funny for real, yeah. Anyway, so the game's gonna start.
Anyway, 6-8 now, NCG. Doing a good job after the second half. It feels like they're just replying to each other. I'm gonna do better on the second half. I'm gonna make this count. I'm going to win this. As we'll see if truly that is going to be the case as 2 rounds, a 2-round deficit between these 2 teams. Derek being this guardian alongside Micro here on B site. We'll see if they can stop and slow down this onslaught.
They do know that the mollies are going to come in. Very interesting molly there, going for the delay on the plant so they can't go for the wraparound, but it does leave a gap. Thrash has already summoned Wingman as well. Oh. No, but Wingman gets taken out.
No, I hate that when that happens. Micro gets 2 kills actually. And now with his crossfire, Derek and Micro reply as well. Batman, the only one left. NCG cannot do anything, and APH, they managed to recover.
Honestly, if my wingman died like that, I would just die as well. And the quick round already happens like that. The plant doesn't come through, and the rest of NCG just falters after. They have some sort of buy after that, but the firepower coming in from Micro from the snow, especially with Derek there from the flank, just created the crossfire that they could not escape from.
Yeah, the idea was there. Unfortunately, APH was just so ready for that execution from SR Nacague. And with that said, all rifles out. We'll see how this round pans out.
And another Rhymer here as we see Blurred on the top side, prepared already for a wider swing. Nacague's going to be in the opposite end of this barrel, but I don't think he's going to go for that pathing. Might be able to find one up onto rafters though, but it looks like the double swing might come through. Nope, it's just going to be a one swing. Who's going to win out that duel? Gador is going to be forced back. Mid Mathers though, from the other side of town, finds one for himself. Derek already removed, and APH loses their first member. But then they go for another one. Walk on Water lands the shot up onto Blur. Will he get another 1v1? Oh no! He's not able to convert the kill, but Kev somehow manages to find one. It's going to be Nacague again on the Gecko. Has the wingman in hand to go for the plant if needed, and the Batman just on the opposite side of that wall.
Oh yeah, unfortunate there of the Viper wall being brought down as Kevsey wanted to use it to rotate and transfer a different angle. Well, Micro, even though he's on Raptors, he's able to isolate the fights perhaps. Maybe there is a chance, but he's so far away against 3 members. Little bit difficult here. A lot of work to be done, a lot of corners to clear. He's gonna try his best. Viper wall in hand, always already upwards. Only 1 snake bite left is his last utility. With 14 bullets in hand. The biggest question is, how fast can he do this? 1 is on Heaven. He gets the first headshot. 30 HP. 2 people that might swing him instantly. And he decides to run away and save his gun.
No charges left.
Micro tried to do the heroics. He saves the rifle, but at what cost? NCG gets another round, closing that gap even further. APH just 1 round away from the double digit. It allows NCG a bit more breathing room, and because of that, they also get a better economy.
And that's incredibly important to even out the score line here. It has been so close between these two teams. But for Lotus, it was a different story. It was a trade of dominant halves. For APH and for NCG, it feels like they're just slowly creeping up, or rather, NCG is slowly creeping up on APH's score. And I feel like the pressure is definitely on the side of APH.
Yeah, they don't have that landslide effect that they had in the previous map. But then when you think about it, they also are still very streaky. It doesn't necessarily go round per round, but one team just wins 3 rounds, the next team wins like 3 rounds. So there's still a bit of that back and forth action. But the problem is for NCG, how are they going to be able to find even more out of it? They still have a lot of util for info. They have the drone, they're going to use it shortly in combination as well. I think that's a great way of using it. By throwing both, it separates or distracts them to shoot one or the other. And because of that, they get the free sight. Wingman, of course, going to be a little good boy. Going to plant the spike there. But Walk on Water is going to be a very bad boy, taking some damage and being forced back.
Yeah, the action star decides to retreat from the zip line. And Micro gonna come from this flank. A Batman is there, ready for that angle. I don't think Micro is looking at the right way, but Blurred is there for the up. Micro turns around and is able to convert that into a kill. Everyone from APH is getting a piece of the pie, and Gadowers is doing his work once more. Jumps, the only one left here, and APH bridges the gap even further.
They make it to the double digits. No small part because of Gadowers' heroics. Getting another 3K, the firepower he's bringing to the squad has been very felt throughout this game. I'm surprised that the flank faltered because of the play coming in from, I believe it's a Batman. He knew the operator was there off the first shot, yet he still went for the jiggle. And because he had to pull out his rifle too, Micro was just able to capitalize.
Yeah, the communications, the comms play, well, in play. Micro with the quick turn, and APH, just as you said, already on the double digits. They have the Viper's Pit. They have null command into the lockdowns. There's a lot of tools to slow down this possible push from NCG.
The thing is, NCG has this gecko, which they haven't been using to segment the map and taking space and retrieving the util back. Instead, they're just going for bursts, and I feel like overall the agent is just not as equipped as other initiators for that burst, and because of that, they're a bit lacking when they have to flash the walls compared to if they had a KO as well. But NCG is going to still try to make the most for it, but Wingman's planting in the wrong spot. APH manages to get 3 as well as Wingman. The spray is coming through from Joms, gets one. Gadowers falls down to his knees, but he does give the info that there's one player right in front of him, giving the easy pre-fire to Derek. Now it's all up to Joms. He's 30 HP. Go for the tap onto Gadowers, but it's gonna be Derek. So even in death, his duty doesn't end.
Wow. Yeah, I want to talk about the unfortunate plant. It was quite in the open for APH to basically capitalize on.
Able to find some, even through this tap. I think it's just smart moves coming in from APH, showing a bit more of their stability, and now a very convenient round for both teams. A 7-11. APH is just 2 rounds away from closing out this game. They already came back from map 1. So what does NCG have to say for map 2?
Yeah, that's the scary part there on Eco. Not a very good start. Micro able to kill Walk on Water onto tubes. Mid-Mathers seeing if he can trade as he's firing shots for the wall bang onto tubes, but it won't help him as at least for NCG, they do have the Hunter's Fury, they do have the Thrash, but the biggest question is how will they be able to utilize that to convert this round that they have to win?
It's going to be very hard. This operator already posted to control most of B. The rest of the team playing so steadily in default. They know that this gun advantage round to push them on to match point could be immense, but they also spot out the operator. It's not going to be enough to shove him off though. Blurred, will he still stay? No, he'll just choose to go for the discipline. Back off, and the flash is not going to actually connect. He lands the second shot onto a Batman, spots out the third as well. Doesn't have a dash to get up, but he does have the angle. Finds the third. Will another one go through the shooting range because he does spot out. Gets more info, baiting himself, gets the 4th kill, and now Blurred on top of his game, on top of his aim, secures the 12th round for APH, getting them that big advantage to match point.
Yeah, Blurred is just really doing so super good at that round. And now with match point, with 4 ultimates on the side of APH, what can NCG do? They have rifles. They have some players have half shields. So we'll see how they're able to make it work and survive for a map 3, possibly.
They have a lot of util to work with in terms of ultimates. They have the lockdown, they have the thrash. Anything they need to take space is available. No Hunter Sphere for Kevz. Oh, there is a Hunter Sphere for Kevz, so that might be difficult. The lockdown comes in very early, and this specific lockdown doesn't push them completely out of the site. There's a bunch of pockets for them to still play in, and instead of using the Hunter Sphere for this, they just choose to back off very smartly because they still know that they're going to use it for the site. But the Hunter Sphere does eventually come through. Kevz still finds one, even though he's shooting the lockdown.
Kevzy, insane! And now the wingman, little man's able to get the I stand corrected! As there's what? That's so sad! There was the nanoswarms, there was everything to prevent that from happening. Thrash initiated, NCG's trying to pick up the pieces here, wins, and now it's 1v1. It's all up against Blurred and Mid Mathers. He is able to send NCG to survive one more round here in Icebox.
He beats the operator. In the previous round, we saw how well Blurred's able to use that weapon. The magic stick just disappearing act for a lot of players against it, peeing into it. But this time, he falls to the great Vandal shot coming in. But look at NCG. They have their dreams and hopes alive. So this time around, that momentum cannot be lost. There's no more room for error off of this round.
It's so difficult. Action PH still gets to keep, or rather, it has enough time or money to still buy the up as we see a timeout from Action PH.
It's very interesting that they're using their tack because yes, you like to fix your problems if you have difficulties in the game, but also you're giving your opponent a kind of chance to use and adapt their own strategy. So NCG can afford to also think themselves of how they want to change the pace. And after this tack, I think whichever strategy is the best will come up on top, because if APH is able to secure this, that's going to be a 2-0 for them, keeping their undefeated streak alive.
Yeah, that's definitely what APH would so desire. A 3-0 start coming into week number 2 here at VCT Philippines Split 2. NCG now, again, has to survive. Mid-Mappers has the Viper Spit, and Joms kept his Hunter's Fury, I believe, from the previous round.
He does, and that will be impactful because it can destroy Derek's lockdown if it is a bit too deep for the rest of his team, or it could just be used for the post plant. Whichever the case, though, strong ultimate in the pocket of NCG as they already clear out this B-long angle using the drone from Joms.
They're slowly creeping up again onto B. There is Gadors, there is Derek, and the rest of the squad slowly moving towards the B side. So they wouldn't have the numbers advantage if they press that go button.
Oh no, but that's going to stop them in their tracks. The Viper Spit used defensively. One gets scanned, but it's not going to be enough for them to peek off of. It forces them back onto that mid side. But Mid Mathers actually is already there preparing. I don't know if Blurred knows that he's that close to him, but will he swing into the operator? He won't even take the pot shot. That means that kitchen is open. There's nothing to play contact off of, so the defense side has to make moves when they start to make waves here as NCG slides their way onto the A side, slowly shifting themselves, but they peek at the wrong time. Blurred finds the controller player. Mid Mathers out of the round.
Yeah, you're right. Now they don't have a controller. Now they have to pursue this side out in the open here on A. And that's Blurred again, is able to kill Yanagi. He's maximizing all of this off. That was a crispy shot.
Oh my,
now,
almost.
Batman, though, denies that. That was almost as Kevzy destroys a Batman as a trade, but it's all up to Joms now to survive. 12 seconds on the clock, and APH will win this map 2-0.
APH wins their own map. Icebox was stellar finish, and the previous map as well. They had the amazing comeback that keeps this undefeated streak alive. Without Kelly S, Gador steps up and really fills in the shoes, goes above because they managed to find it.
Yeah, there was just a lot of highlights from Action PH on this series in particular, but when we to Icebox, Gadores is able to show up. Blurred, most importantly, is able to capitalize on a lot of these angles on the operator. He did not waste any moment with that up.
Yeah, the operator presence just gave so much map control. We can take a look at the post game to see exactly what happened during that series. For the previous map, Icebox, APH with 13 rounds, and NCG with 8 rounds. Blurred the MVP on the Jet, but on the opposite side, his counterpart Agent, Walk on Water on the Jet as well. First kills 5-4. These are the duelists that really start the momentum train going for the team when they get that opening frag. And Blurred, especially with the moment he got his hands on the operator, really made it count because he didn't just get the first kill. He goes for a second, he goes for a third. I almost thought in the last play he might have gotten the fourth.
Yeah.
But regardless of what happened, just the presence of the operator on these players just really changes a lot of these maps.
Yeah, honestly, his presence in Icebox was insane. And I felt like that's exactly why NCG, while this was air quote more back and forth than Lotus, they had a very difficult time having to face the opposite side of the duelist coming from Action PH. As we take a look at the highlights, and it started really good on the side of, you know, Action PH with the pistol round, but NCG immediately evens up the score.
I feel like overall, though, a lot of experimentation coming from the side of NCG. They bring up the Gecko, but it's not the strongest showing. There are some moments in it and some value plays as well, especially with the Thrash. But the rest of the util, I feel like, was just not matching the playstyle for NCG.
Yeah, in comparison to, what do you call this? Having, what do you call it? A KO and as well as a Sova combo versus the Gecko Sova combo. It feels like the dynamics is solely different and they play a totally different double initiator duo when we look at it on paper.
Yeah, but the Wombo combo coming in from APH because they're always there to trade each other, and when they're not, Blurred is always posted up with his operator, getting so much value every time he uses the magic stick. Gador also is able to really fortify a lot of these defenses.
Woo! Yeah, he is just he created such a huge impact on this Icebox map. And as we take a look, of course, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, it is Derek from Action PH.
And of course, if you want to avail of your first month for free delivery, you can scan the QR code there just on the side of the APH text.
And that concludes our very first series of the day between SR Nacague and Action PH. It was a very almost close 2-0. I felt like Icebox is a much closer matchup versus what we saw on Lotus.
It was for sure a lot closer than the Lotus game, especially in terms of back and forth rounds, but the tenseness of that first game was really felt. And especially, I'm sure that the panel has a lot to say about it, as they will be the ones breaking down the game for you shortly.
Mapupunta kay SR Nacague, pero hindi eh. Action PH was down 2-10 in that first map. 11 straight rounds na walang nagkamali. What a comeback. And then of course, that performance on Icebox. Grabe, Dax. I mean, 11 straight rounds. Yung pressure na yun. Tapos, grabe talaga yung Action PH. They're a very solid team right now.
Diba? Na-2-10 na sila noon sa first half. Pagdating nung second, tuloy na lang all Action PH all day on the attack. And it really was a bit of a question mark nung pagpasok natin dito sa series na to. Medyo matagal nga ang umpisa natin. At nag-6-man pa nga dito ang Action PH. Gadowers though, na-mention nga ng mga ibang casters dati from the Oasis gaming roster from way back when, nung Chimera pa nga sila, one of the OGs of Oasis. Pero nakahanap siya ng parang roster slot dito sa Action PH. And boy, naka-deliver siya 25 takedowns dun sa first game. Pagdating sa second, nag-fill in lang rin talaga sa playstyle dito ng Action PH. And we've been talking about Kelly S na. Siyempre siya yung pinaka-impressive so far na pinasok dito sa roster. But it really goes to show, kahit wala siya, kaya pa rin ng foundation ng Action PH pumalag. And that resiliency, especially yung 11 rounds nga na tuloy-tuloy, hindi sila nag-disappoint at all.
Ayun na nga no, Dax. Parang nung una ko nakita yung first half dito galing sa Lotus, sabi ko, ay buti naman, total, medyo matagal tayo nagsimula. Kasi mabilis at least matatapos sa map number 1, makaka-map number 2 na tayo, tapos map number 3 if ever after. Pero hindi na nga nangyari, Dax. And I think the way na ginawa pa nila yung comeback na yun, and the way that they've been playing throughout these opening 2 maps, I think it's a testament dito sa sistema ng Action PH na kahit sinong slot in, slot out nila dun sa duelist role na napapagana nila kasi nga yung sistema nila ay talagang napaka-rock solid. You can see that coming here into Icebox, I think even more so than Lotus. It worked out on Lotus on the first half, but yeah, Gadowers talaga. Welcome back to the competitive field.
Nagulat nga ako sa lineup kasi syempre, di ba, hina-hype up nila natin si Kelly S, hindi ba? Pero, ayun, surprise Gadowers, and he did so well. Grabe talaga, it's a testament to the synergy that Action PH have here. And you're absolutely right, no, BNB, parang, kahit sino, kahit si Kelly S or si Gadowers man lang yan, it still works. And of course, Blurred, nakikita natin dito na grabe talaga. He had such a good series as well. Unfortunately, no, the side of SR Nacague, mukhang nahirapan talaga sila. There was a considerable lack of teamwork in so many areas, and you know, parang kulang pa rin yung follow-up and coordination. Pero hello, welcome back po, Gadowers. Welcome back to VCTPH. Siya po ang magiging MVP natin dito, and Dax, I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Absolutely not. Yung mga bago pa talaga yun nagiging MVP. Pero yun nga, diba? You have Gadowers here, flex player, and just like Kelly S, initiator, pwede nga mag-battle sage. And as of now, it just proves rin na pwede i-amplify ng Action PH as a whole yung mga talents nila to an MVP status like Gadowers right now because of the backline that they have. Ang reliable na nakikita natin from Derek as well as Micro. You know, Kevs is always there to pitch in that helping hand. At dahil lang doon, players like Blurt and especially players like Gadowers, pwede sila mag-pop off ng sobra-sobra from that point on. Kita talaga natin na hinahammer down lang nila yung mga konting kinks na napansin nilang split 1. And right now, ito talaga sinasabi natin sa Action PH na pwede nga sila mag-prove na sobrang solid ng foundation at ng mga set nila with this 3-0 scoreline.
Pero isipin mo yun no? Yung tipong hindi pa handa maglaro, yung tipong sub nyo lang, siya pa nag-MVP, debut pa niya dito, and when was the last time we even saw Gadowers play in the VCT? It's been more than a year, I think, and to have him come in with a splash like that, well, that's certainly gonna raise his name and raise his stock na naman na baka, kung may LFT kayo or naghahanap ng player, Gadowers might be a guy to look at again.
Oo nga Unfortunately for SR Nacague, wala pang victory. And for APH, tuloy pa rin ang win streak nila. So we'll be taking a quick break, pero when we come back, it is going to be NAOS versus RNT. Babalik ang VCTPH.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Guido, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Guido, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and
Welcome back! You are watching VCTPH Split 2 at nasa second series na tayo, NAOS versus RNT. Ako po si Tita Mika Fabs at kasama ko si Osiris tsaka si Ray Ray. So alam na natin, 2-1 ang scoreline nito. Yung question, sino ba ang mananalo? Hindi, joke lang. Siyempre, nagsama na ulit ang dalawang sumpad dito sa panel. So medyo kinakabahan kami dito sa production at bilang host. Pero guys, mabuti naman na tanggap yun din yung memo na-team din kayo eh, 'di ba? Yung red tsaka yung blue natin today. Yung katulad ng starting panel natin.
Tita Mika, di mo ba napansin? Ako yung log, ikaw yung tree, tapos yung design na si Osiris. Christmas.
Christmas. Wow.
Christmas.
Na tayong Christmas.
Medyo maaga pala tayo, pero pwede na din. Siguro mga 2 buwan, tas pwede na, di ba? Kasi gano'n naman tayo dito. Pero, of course, before we celebrate Christmas, pasalamatan po muna natin ang ating mga sponsors. This event is made possible by Riot Games and Mineski Philippines. Thank you guys very much for always having our back.
And syempre, wala pang Pasko pero may mga isi-celebrate tayo dahil celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month. Enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month.
At syempre guys, ang ating VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by Games and Amusement Board. So thank you so much!
Thank you guys. Yes, actually, saktong-sakto, di ba? Dinner time ngayon, so pwede na kayo mag-order via Grab Unlimited. Gagawin ko din yan pag throw to casters na. Oh, di ba? Unlimited na yan. Alam na, di ba? Pero ito nga tayo sa second series of the day. And if you look at the players dito sa series na ito, grabe talaga ang lineup nitong match, di ba? Parang all-stars ng VCTPH, hindi ba? Kaso, ayun, NAOS is definitely looking to be a more stable, more consistent na team. Then, Rambutan ni Tatay is, di ba? Kailangan natin sabihin yung pangalan na yan dito sa broadcast na yan. Pero, yung sa side naman ng RNT, di ba? May Rambutan sila sa pangalan. Ayun nga eh. How can you not cheer for them, hindi ba, Osay?
Mga Rambo stands, yung kanilang mga supporter dyan. Stan Rambutan. Yun ang mga hashtag na pwede nyo gamitin para supportahan sila. And napakaganda nga nung naging run nitong team na to.
At sayang lang no, natatalo sila sa mas experienced team. Pero I really do think na kapag nakita ko sila naglalaro, I can definitely feel that they are also having fun at the same time. Pero nakita ko na nag-tweet na si Ching kanina is on fire to go up against NAOS, guys. Kasi malay nyo, RNT lang pala ang makakatalo sa NAOS Esports.
Talaga ba? Tingnan natin. Pero before we jump into the series itself, let's get to know the teams better, starting with NAOS Esports.
Now's the time. Ika nga nila, di ba? And it's always has been itong team na to ang nagpe-perform at their best. And no questions asked as we witnessed nga yesterday kung gaano man ka-close yung laban nila against Oasis. Nagawa pa rin nilang maipanalo. Although nakita natin sa mga mukha nila the very last moment, but parang hindi sila ganun ka-convince. So are we seeing cracks doon sa NAOS and Oasis battle or talagang naging sabihin natin just a sloppy performance? Not every day is a good day, pero ang mahalaga naman doon is nakuha pa rin nila yung pagkapanalo and yung kanilang consistency, dala-dala nila dito papunta sa split 2.
I really just do think na ang NAOS output pa lang nila. Talagang silang pwede nating sabihin na best team in PH so far. Syempre yung Team Secret exemption na yun, di ba? Pero as of now, sa liga natin ngayon, syempre sila ang best team as of now. Ang ganda ng compatibility na nila. Sabi ko stage 1, medyo rough talaga yung start nila. Pero ngayon sa stage 2, sobrang promising after they defeated Oasis Gaming na akala natin it's gonna be an Oasis win. But unfortunately talaga itong mental ng NAOS whenever they are quite distracted, napapanindigan nila to ng maayos.
Pero individually, diba, sa side ng NAOS, you're dealing with some of the most experienced players dito sa VCTPH scene. Kaso lang, sa side din ng RNT, ganun rin you're dealing with a lot of very experienced players. So let's take a closer look at the roster of Rambutan ni Tatay.
In season ng harvest ngayon pagdating sa mga Rambutan. Pero syempre hindi mawawala na every season malakas ang roster ng Rambutan ni Tatay. We have Ching, Hot Sauce nga naman, si Mark Elden, si Josh S. Itong mga miyembro ngayon ng RNT, sobrang promising nga ng kanilang performance. Pero although medyo may konting sabit lang pagdating sa mga crucial moments or kaya sa mga map picks na hindi sila comfortable, itong mga taga-RNT naman, we always look forward to how they will be performing. Kasi nandun yung strats. Kasi individually, yung experience nila maganda na eh. Nanggaling din si Eugene S sa side ng Sky
Tawang-tawa,
Empire
oh.
last split. Tapos ngayon, sabi ko nga, play for fun. Pero hindi lang play for fun. Play for fun. And they are also smart in playing here in Valorant.
Yes, exactly. No, kumbaga, I stand Rambutan kung paano nga nila in-execute yung kanilang flawless qualifiers run. It's just that it feels like ngayon, kung nasabi man ni Ray Ray, it's harvest season, parang andun pa rin sila sa honeymoon phase dahil nga against solid teams like Game Lab, parang they're having a hard time surpassing, which is not the one that we are expecting with the hype around them and on how well they did perform doon sa kanilang qualifiers. So they still have a lot to improve and this will be a bold statement if ever na matalo nga ng Rambutan ni Yatat itong NAOS.
Yung worry ko lang dito, Rere, nasabi mo 'di ba harvest season. Kaso lang apparently December to January ang harvest season ng Rambutan. Gusto ko lang sabihin.
Tapos na.
Tapos may
na.
tapos may second harvest ng August to September. Napag-google lang na mabilisan, hindi ba? Pero syempre pagdating sa mga players, alam naman natin na isa sa mga standout players na si Wits. Pero dito sa ating head-to-head, syempre sa side ng RNT, di rin natin papalipasin ang mga TikTok ni Hot Sauce na naka-cosplay ngayon na si Azuray. Nakita mo ba yung t-shirt niya? Naka-cosplay niya si Azuray eh. So, kung 8-8 versus Big Boy ang usapan dito, mahirapan na tayo eh. Paano kaya itong head-to-head, Osay?
Ang sa tingin ko, sa sobrang flexible nila sa kanilang mga TikTok dances, ganun din sila sa loob ng Valorant. Two flexi players who can do any jobs and any agent, no, to be honest, especially nga na itong si Wits din na nag-pioneer nga ng Harbor sa Icebox. How can we forget na biglang nagkaroon ng attention sa isang agent na pinapalampas lang dati. Pero ganun din naman si Hot Sauce, yung kanyang Viper, yung kanyang mga surprise agents na pwede niyang gamitin. So, pwede nating sabihin na itong dalawang TikTokers natin is dalawang pillar din kung bakit nandito yung itong dalawang teams na to ngayon and performing very well.
Alam mo, ang ganda ng sinabi mo, Osiris, na itong dalawang to, they are the anchor of the team. They also make the good clutches. Diba si Hatsos, kapag siya na lang mag-isa, he gets that 1v3 working together with Wits. Ang dami na lang clutch potential talaga. Pero hindi lang yun, syempre yung nagkukulang sa kanila. Kundi, itong mga to, kapag may agent na kailangan talagang sila ang gumamit, kinukuha nila yung risk na yun. Nagulat nga tayo, diba, na pati si Hatsos, napunta na siya sa controller. Dati siyang initiator nung nasa Brent pa siya. And as for K-Wits din, dati din siyang initiator and right now is pulling off with that stage or maybe that harbor, something you didn't expect. But then, napapanindigan nila at nagagawa nila ng maayos yung expectations sa mga tao and their teammates as well when they are playing.
Flexible players, tsaka flexible dancers din itong dalawa, hindi ba? Jumping into our map veto ngayon, na napansin din natin yung mentality, diba, ng dalawang teams na ito. Sabi nga ni Osay na yung NAOS parang medyo seryoso talaga. Even after yung loss, even after yung victory nila kahapon, medyo seryoso talaga. Na parang, sige, move on tayo. Ano yung next strategy? Tapos ito naman yung RNT. Tawang-tawa. Hindi ko nga alam kung ano yung gino-joke nila, pero natatawa din ako kasi nakikita natin si Shane at si Hot Sauce parang naiiyak na nga sa tawa eh.
So yung kumbaga yung positive vibes sa dalangan ng Rambutan ni Tatay, living up to its name, kung gaano sila kasaya na parang nagkayayaan lang sila sa kanto na sumali sa isang qualifiers. Pero this time, seryosoan na dahil nga dito na tayo sa pinakamataas na liga ngayon sa Pilipinas at kalaban natin yung pinakamatayog sa tugatog na team ngayon, which is itong NAOS. Starting things off, NAOS tinanggal kaagad nila ang Haven, which is one of their problems nga ever since na ayaw nilang i-deal. So tanggalin na lang muna natin. Lotus naman para sa Rambutan ni Tatay.
Ang smart neto actually for RNT to get the Lotus kasi alam nila na hindi pa sila praktisado dito. And for now, naman, I think Haven can be an opener for them pero they just want to be safe kung may mababan sila kasi they do better naman kasi sa ibang iniiwasan like split, like in fracture. But right now, this is the next question. Ano ang pipiliin nila? Is it going to be in Icebox or is it going to be in fracture? Kasi last time, di ba nakita natin natalo naman nila ibang teams kahit alam na nila yung Icebox. Pero sabi nga natin, NAOS pa rin, they stand strong here in Pearl. Kakaiba na nga yung domination nila sa Pearl compared dati na naging shaky eh. Ngayon, mas maayos na, mas concise na din at the same time.
Yes, and Rambutan ni Tatay, they can definitely go to fracture or I also believe
Possible.
tulad nga ng sinabi ni Ray na sobrang gamay na ng naos ang Icebox might be the same story na makita nga natin against Oasis, that the decider map would be Icebox, and for them to breathe easily na may panalo yung buong series.
Ngayon ko lang din napansin, no? Nag-iba din pala ng logo, yung RNT. Diba? Oh! Ascent! Ascent! Very interesting kasi sa previous nila na series, they have been banning out Ascent. So, akala ko actually na ibaban din nila dito. Akala ko na either, yun nga, yung Ascent or Icebox yung ibaban nila dito. So, very interesting ito, Ray.
Oh, angas. Pero ito, 50-50 to for RNT, to be honest. This might go 2-0 sa hands ng NAOS. Kasi ang NAOS, they're also good in Ascent. They have a large pool that they are actually good at. Kaya kahit ka i-open mo yung Haven, kahit i-open mo yung Lotus, you can still expect that NAOS will win. So itong Ascent na to, this is kind of risky for RNT. But let's see if ano ba yung patutunayan nila ngayon. But
Ayaw
looks
pa rin
like
sa split.
NAOS, wala pa rin. Ayaw nila mag-cast. Yung mga casters sa split na may miss ko na nga eh. Pero RNT, malamang Icebox yung ibaba nila. Pag hindi nila binan
Should be.
yung Icebox, nako po, medyo baka mahirapan sila. But it's still a good risk for them rather than facing fracture, di ba?
Yeah.
Papa-request ka ba, Ray? Uy, pa-split naman dyan na isa.
So, feeling ko nga with their honeymoon phase pa lang or adjustment phase, fracture is a big problem with so many openings that they can attack. At least Icebox, they have gathered data on how NAOS really perform. So, they did their homework. Kaya siguro sobrang confident nila on that decider map. Pero going back doon sa Ascent, this is one of the basic maps na kinda less likely to be complex. Kaya pwede sila mag-execute as a new team or working on their synergy. So, mas 50-50 nga yung approach natin dito. Pero overall, it feels like itong map veto na to leaning towards NAOS.
Yun na nga eh. Parang lahat ng maps na napili, di ba? Pearl, Ascent, Icebox, parang pabor talaga sa NAOS eh. So, I'm a little bit worried dito para sa friends natin sa RNT, di ba? Kasi wala pa din silang puntos dito sa split 2 eh. Despite the clean run sa qualifiers, ngayon nahihirapan na sila. So, let's jump into our predictions here. And very curious ako kung sino pa pumunta. Kasi alam ko si Osiris kasi alam ko minsan na parang
gumagala, no?
Oo, gumagala. Nagpapabida din yan minsan.
Nahawa ako kay Black and Blue eh. Yung naiiba amongst all in terms of voting. Pero this time feeling ko, agree tayo sa isang boto eh. Medyo evident yung choice natin.
Yun na nga eh, dito sa predictions natin, hindi ba? Pero para naman sa RNT din kasi, yung big question ko kasi sa kanila is, kung, diba, the memes are great, but until how long can they keep meming, hindi ba? So, parang hanggang dulo ba? So, yun yung big question dito. At nakita nga natin, diba, yung parang tawa-tawa sila, which is good. Syempre, high moral na nasabi nga ni Osay, diba? Pero, dito sa ngayon, parang mas pabor yung panel dito sa pagkaseryoso ng NAOS Esports for now, Osay.
Yeah, parang siguro kung natalo sa Oasis ang NAOS yesterday, I would definitely put my vote sa Rambutan ni Tatay kasi pwedeng may openings na or may weakness na ang NAOS, pero it feels like they're still solid and they're going up against a team. And who knows, baka sana ma-upset, no, if yun man ang mangyari.
Ako, naniniwala ako sa panel curse. Tatlo pa lang sa akin bumoto sa NAOS Esports. Alam niyo ba, i-screenshot ko to later on kasi gusto ko makita kung mag-age well ba to or hindi. Yan, nakakatakot. Kasi sabi ko nga, last time, nung story lang, tayo Throwback Thursday, nung stage 1, natalo ng Game Lab, yung Oasis Gaming, something we didn't expect. And RNT can do the same against NAOS Esports, especially on that Ascent map pick. Pero when we go into Icebox, baka dun talaga magiging sided sa NAOS.
Well, nasabi ko nga, di ba? 2-1 nga ang scoreline dahil kasama ko si Osiris tsaka si Ray. Nako, baka nadadamay na ako dito sa curse, ha?
Lagot, Mika curse.
Decision.
Negative is positive, sabi ni Taylor. Kaya naniniwala kay Taylor.
Lumayo na lang tayo lahat, ha? Lumayo na lang tayo lahat. Let's throw it on over to our casters and get this series started.
Father time! It watches all, and well, in a matchup like this, you already know someone's gonna be calling daddy on the other side when it all that way. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH. My name is Dax, we're black and blue, and we are gonna be getting a matchup yet again. Rambutan Tatay on one side, NAOS Esports on the other, and it's a similar case from what we saw a while ago, black and blue. A squad at the top of the standings, a squad at the bottom of the standings. Someone's gotta give.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at these two teams, right? You got arguably the most proven team so far here in the stage, especially after last stage, and then you got one of the more unproven teams here who have proven a lot in their former iterations, but this is a very different situation. And I've got to ask, Dax, will it be the Poppy's Pit or the Rambutan ni Tatay to win out at the end?
Exactly right. I had an intro for us, but I realized like it doesn't translate right in English, because I would just be saying I would just father and father in the same sentence, and it just doesn't work, and I completely forgot about it now. But instead, let's talk about some of the more interesting aspects that we have here in this matchup in the first place. Remember, we were pretty hyped about them because of their open qualifier run where they didn't drop a map at all. Absolutely new roster, just happy to be here and happy to compete. But once it came to the regular season itself, it did seem like that they were a bit out of their depth, I'd like to say. Losses against Game Lab Alpha, against Action PH, and now have to deal with NAOS Esports. So far, it's been heavy hitters all throughout for the Rambutan Tatay run.
But you know, I'm looking at the map video here, Dax, and one thing I'd like to harpen back to, you know, the man named George St. Pierre. He was a champion, world champion. In every match he went up, he said he was afraid. I'm afraid of getting knocked out by his opponent, even though he was at the top. And you see that more still here from NAOS. Even though they're at the top, they know to respect the opposition. Respect bans coming in first and foremost. They take out Haven, a map that we have seen them play versus other teams like Action, like Oasis. But even though they've had okay performances on it, they recognize that, hey, this is a pretty good map for Rambutan ni Tatay. Let's not even try and give them that chance. And then we're starting off as well on Pearl, a map that we have seen Rambutan ni Tatay lose. So it's really smart here, I think, that NAOS are taking no short measures, no matter who up against they are really in, even in the regular season.
Yeah, and I think for NAOS also, that them removing Haven is something they win teams that run it again and again. On the other hand, though, it did feel like since there's a bit of that map overlap, Rambutan ni Tatay had some struggles in terms of picking what map to go for next. Eventually, we would end up in Icebox, but that's our third map. Instead, thinking left field came out in the map draft itself. Ascent, which has been the Rambutan first ban for the past few series, and I really wonder what they're gonna do there. But as of now, Pearl really is the talking point here, and talking about NAOS yet again, if it's not Icebox that they're gonna pick, it will always be Pearl, and it's really been one of the best maps so far in this whole PH run.
It's very interesting because it is one of those maps that we haven't really seen too much deviation from their side. We did see the change up, right? Coming from Mojer to go to that Killjoy and then have Ja as a Jet, and the only real difference from that compared to the last time was Mojer was on the Raze and Ja was on that Killjoy, but they kept kind of like the supporting pieces around that still the same. You still have the Viper, you still have the Sky on the Wits, and you still have that Astra there with the double controller being ran on in. So I think it's very interesting that NAOS, they don't necessarily divert too much from what they know. Rather, they stick to what they thought was working and then just add a bit more flair to it. And having that, especially knowing like between stage 1 and 2 there isn't much time, that's a big thing because you don't have too much time to deviate far from the norm.
And it's really interesting that there will be a bit of that deviation moving forward. We see from Rambutan ni Tatay on the other side, they like to play the Astra too, but with a Harbor instead. It's a bit more flexibility. We do know for Rambutan Tatay, fast and loose, if someone can make highlights and pop off, they will be happy to do so. And you have players like Eugene S or La Magician for it, L, who has always been someone to watch out for, and of course Ching is just also great as per usual. But on the other hand, it's been textbook from NAOS, and we saw it against Oasis so many times. An aggressive team just falls into the trap that NAOS sets.
Yeah, and That's very interesting about NAOS, because you'd think they'd be the type of team that would kind of rely a bit more on the star power, rather they've got the firepower that they bring into the team, into the roster. But no, they're always disciplined in making sure that they're playing more of a catch instead of the ones who get caught, right? They're laying out the net instead of being the fish to try and spearhead their way through it. And to have that kind of, I guess, discipline is the most important thing, more I guess, apt word for it as well. To have that kind of discipline between a team that already has more firepower than almost any other team in this tournament can bring. That's a very deadly combination, concoction of a winning formula that you do have, especially, and that's why they won champions, right, during stage number 1. But here, when the Ascension is up on grabs, this is when it matters the most. And they're taking, once again, no short measures and making no excuses for any kind of matchup they're up against.
Yeah, but it's been a good start for NAOS. I think that's one of the biggest points right now compared to Split 1. Growing pains, communication, two sides that needed to coalesce as together, and of course roles that needed to be assured by the whole team and said, okay, this is what works. That is not the case anymore here for Split 2. They are acclimated, they have those shifts, they have made those decisions, and as of now, they have proven that they are the team to beat moving forward. Rambutan and Tatay, it's really a tough task for them. But then again, that's what we love about them. They're just willing to take on these kind of fights, and I really wonder what kind of playstyle we'll get here from Rambutan and Tatay, because sometimes when they feel like they're getting hot, they play ultra aggressive and they just play for those frags. On the other hand, you still look at this roster, you still have ways to call in that discipline, and of course with Ching and Josh S coming in from the South Asian scene, there is also a bit of more so of that regional experience that they can bring here into the local side. But here we have it, Agent Elect, it is time. I'm just waiting to see what controllers we're gonna get right now, fully expecting Astros into play, but okay, immediately something's different here, Black and Blue. Josh S forgoes the Harbor, the Phoenix is into play.
All right, swapping him right into the Phoenix. Now, this isn't something necessarily we never seen before from teams, but for a team here like Rambutan and Tatay, it's a very big risk to go for this against that Action PH squad. We saw them run a bit more of a raised center composition, wherein they had Le Magician, well, now Eugene S, formerly Eugene S, now in the Jet, come on in and swap that in. But to have a composition like this, they forgo that Harbor, they stick with the solo controller on the Astra. You have NDG back on that Astra on the opposing side as well. Not too much differed from that NAOS squad, but it's a really big thing to pull this out against such a difficult opponent here, Rambutan and Tatay. I want to see it work, honestly.
And the interesting part about this is the last time I believe I've seen Josh S play the Phoenix was last year against Bleed Esports while he was still in Revenant Esports, aka the acronym where Rambutan and Tatay comes from. So there is experience. He has played this on this map, but first time in this configuration and in quite a while. So let's see if he can still make it work. Now still waiting for aggression, aiming quickly to contact Josh as the first to fall. To see a Papi Chulo 2-for-2 trade, but Hot Sauce comes up ahead and now the spike's down.
Wow, early fight out here on either side. NAOS, they're the ones who come out of it with a bit more lost. Never mind, Wits gets a trade out immediately though to equalize things up. You got the Wits and Jaw combo duo coming on in here. The opposing side still stuck in that A is NAOS. Well, you got a good idea to run towards B.
And if you're ever wondering, this is the matchup that we have scheduled for our side. Rambutan and Tatay versus NAOS. Maybe a few errors in communication for other schedules here and there. But besides that, Rambutan and Tatay, they got that A main control, but they have seeded that spike. And NAOS, they're just that kind of team that will be willing to rotate, and especially when you have Wits and Ja ready to fight for it.
What point does RNT have here in terms of information? Not much. Not even going to hear the guiding light from that far off, even with the silence. So the full wraparound from that B-long angle. Frenzies abound. Something to note here for NAOS. Compared to the Ghosts at long range, not the most effective.
And it seems like they're going to be wanting to force that close contact if ever. That's what Hall's control is all about. Ja only has a single updraft left, and La Magician dashing on in now, putting the Cloudburst, trying to apply pressure, pushes through his own Nanoswarm, and it's gonna be time now here for Rambutan and Tatay. Just try and go for the tag team tandem. 1v1 though, Ja and La Magician halfway done, but Ja will stand tall from the high ground. He will get that takedown, and it's a 1-0 scoreline for NAOS.
Well, that's exactly the type of angle you'd want that frenzy to work in anyways. Smart, really, by Eugene S, or Le Magician, as we should be calling him at this point, with a simple trick up his sleeve, aided by his wonderful assistant in Markel to push that Molly. Not expecting him to walk through the Nano Swarm there. Then, at the end, it's just, well, I hate saying it, but sometimes a jet diff, it does happen.
It's more of a Ja diff by this point, and he has just been one of the most incredible players so far this season alone. And even last split, right? Here we go again, though. Confidence abound for NAOS. Some wily plays there for Rambutan and Tatay, and some interesting calls to play the aggressive angle towards the defense. But as it stands, Toxic Screen gonna be in the way. Rambutan and Tatay still playing towards those back halls, and Ja just has to be careful how he plays the entry because of the shorty. Cloudburst now thrown yet again to go for the elevated angle instead. And from this perch, he has all the sightlines that he would like towards the side. Le Magician now caught out by NDG. The shorty is no surprise whatsoever here for NAOS.
Oh, they could have gotten some catches there, RNT, but doesn't come to pass, not just yet. On pace to the flawless Jing. I think they have some notion that he's here. He's probably going to get this kill. And as I say, whenever I call out the potential flawless, it never comes true.
Yeah. Dude, you just gotta stop talking about it. Can
No,
you
I'm
just
going to
not
keep on
mention
doing it. I'm going to keep on doing it to prove it right.
What are
It
the
just never
stats?
happens.
What are the stats that as soon as you say it, there will be a -1 situation? But this is what NAOS is all about right now, and we saw it especially against Oasis. On the defending side, it's all about the trap and the catch. But on the attack, it's when they assess what is up, the situation of the positions, and especially there, you'd think that Ja could have actually dashed into the halls. He goes over towards the screens instead, and from that point on, it was just easy pickings for NAOS. Ja even gets another takedown and makes it 2-0 now.
Well, that gives him just a bit of an orb, a snack, and that round with. There are some opportunities here coming from RMT, although on Nico, what can you really be expected to do? I think it's his attacking side that really kind of intrigues me more on the NAOS when it comes to NAOS, especially on a map like Pearl. You know, their defense, as you talked about, is about kind of spreading that net wide and making sure it captures any kind of stray players here from RNT on the attack. But now that they're on the attacking side here, NAOS, we saw some good opening initiates and executes in the opening 2 rounds, but when it comes to the rifles, that's how I want to see them played out.
And RNT play for mid this time around. The rifle's at the ready. Hot sauce in the meantime, though. He's playing that, and he has such incredible frag potential from the open qualifier alone. I think he had one of the highest ACSs there in the first place. In the meantime, though, NAOS now trapped here towards main. RNT set things up well. We're talking about the entrapment. Seems like Rambutan and Tatay. That's the plan so far. Ja, though, into fire. Able to still swing on out and catch out Josh S, but the fight's not done. 2v4 with Ja and NDG now keeping an eye of any angle of exit, perhaps. Le Magician instead catches out one more target. NAOS here is absolutely in trouble. Can Ja fight back? Seems like it's not the case. It's RNT on the board now.
Well, difficult pincer for sure to bail yourself out of in a 2vx situation like that. So at least Ja's got his blades coming into this, and after this, rather, if they do lose this gun round. But RNT, for them to take that huge gamble of just pushing up mid, 4 players coming through that hard, circumventing them, and still working out into the utility placed up front. Pretty impressive so far, even against the bonus.
And RNT is just so willing to play aggressively towards main because of having that Phoenix in the first place. Those curveballs provide so much flash value to begin with, and he's able to just immediately execute if he feels like there's that bit of confidence. Here we go again, though. That was only a bonus round for NAOS. This time, rifles at the ready. They want to go for main yet again, but through the smokes, Hot Sauce just gets a semblance of an idea where Ja's gonna come from. Goodbye to the jet, and hello, RNT with advantage.
Yeah, it's a big pick for them to find. You see a lot of times that, and we established this yesterday when they were playing against Oasis at NAOS, You look for that early impact coming from Ja, and we do see sometimes that when Ja isn't able to get himself going early on, the team in general does struggle to get themselves going as well, sometimes in the mid-round. That can't continue to replicate itself, not against this RNT team who seem prepared for it.
Yeah, the Seeker's now into play, and the smokes are going to be in the way here for NAOS. They do want to move towards that B main angle yet again. Flank though, lurk courtesy of Mojer. And he can actually pierce through the heart of RNT if ever. It's right. Might catch Mark L out.
30
Slowly
seconds
crawling down towards CT. And there's that pinch potential. If he can catch out any member towards the museum itself, especially in hot sauce, that can be the chance here for now. Denying to run it back to begin with. Here comes Mojer now in position, and Ching will fall. Mojer with another one, just gets that takedown out to Magician. Hot sauce Josh has to fight back, but NDG's on the board, and from that point on, Mojer is the biggest threat. Time running out, he has to sprint for it, and he has no time to make the spike plant happen. It's RNT holding it down.
It could have worked out there for NAOS, but at the end, Mojer just get the kill. Mark L looking to rectify his small mistake, but ultimately enough, the game rules, the clock secures it for him, and how close it came as well. His opening spam there from Hot Sauce, perfectly intuitive to go for that in the right timing as well. But just the amount of time delayed here, because they didn't have that entry potential, because they didn't have an explosive player to create that space on that B long, it fought and burnt so much time against NAOS.
Yeah, exactly that. No space can be made if your duelist isn't there to begin with. And right now, they're trying to enable Ja as much as possible to push the win, expecting now the aggression yet again. Conditioned now is after those past few rounds. Trailblazers are also committed. Hot Sauce still sticking around towards Secret itself. And you can feel from NAOS. They're looking to find the opening, but RNC is not giving up an inch. Instead, they're taking space towards Club even.
Yeah. This is going to be a pretty big pincer if this does work on out. Markel gets the shutdown here on the Papi Chulo. Difficult there for Markel to win against when Ja's hopping across the wall, hopping across your screen. And he gets a second on the Hot Sauce as well. That drops big retake utility.
Yeah, just absolutely sharp. And the find onto Hot Sauce has been instrumental. He's been playing away from that backside, looking for opportunity in any of those alleyways. As it stands now, is able to get the plant down. It has the man advantage to boot. It's a lesser buy though. Chance here for RNT to make the retake happen with their firepower. Josh S now crawling towards the site, cutting down that noise. Exposed though to the sightlines of Mojer. Over at the dugout, there's also one player for now, so RNT needs to be very careful. Close contact, Wits wins it. Another one perhaps, but no, Lev Magician denies that glory. It's 2v3 now as time is ticking. Mojer though still on the board. It's Ja with a 3K there to boot. And the value of Ja cannot be understated as you see NAOS win another round.
For sure. Getting all those kills really made things a lot more, I guess, easier. But simply for NAOS. But I think the big kill there came in from Wits. The fact that he found that one-tap pit allowed it so that the time was burnt on the try on that towards that dugout there. And otherwise, they could have simply focused him down and taken that backside control, which is absolutely paramount to, dismantling a post-plant hold like that when it's planted for the dugout.
And even if RNC has some of these angles to work with that NAOS came from, NAOS will just effectively turn around and look to play the defense that they have been strong at all throughout their pro careers. Here we go again though. Same old stuff here from Wits, and that's one thing RNT still has in their favor. Condition the early utility, play off the contact on the site itself. But of course, the Sheriffs will be a struggle. NDG already taking down Hot Sauce. Le Magician, though, ready to fight back. The Blade Storm finds one. Can he get more out of this one in the standoff? Yes, he does. A second one bites the dust. Perhaps even a third here as Ja will fall to Le Magician. Where are your tricks of the trade? Papi Chulo exposes that one. And now NAOS able to equalize.
Well, they found the flank as well. That's a big kill. They're trying to equalize things, as he said. Rifles still not retrieved here from Rambutan and Tatay. They're kind of separated. But they can split this towards that art position if they recognize it's a bit too much here. The flank is coming on in, and because they found the first flanker, I'm not too sure how much you're gonna expect the second one on Ching to follow suit.
Yeah, Mojo's thinking about it, but he will now execute alongside Papichulo as the detain goes down. RNT has spread out this map for so long already. Will it work out this time as Ching is coming in from main? There you have it, Ching with a takedown. Papichulo tracks him down, and Papichulo! What's new, Papi? That is just absolutely sublime. Another one here for NAOS.
You call Rambutan ni Tatay, we call it's Poppy's pit. It's Poppy's clutch time once more. NAOS here, barely scraping by though, with a round that arguably should have been a lot cleaner than it was.
NAOS. It was a dicey round, sure, but you just have that clutch in the end. Mojer has proven to be one of those we've seen from Papichulo again and again. Moments where he's just able to get sudden second takedowns. But on the other side, Rambutan ni Tatay, it's incredible what they can do as individuals, and look to see what they do from that impact frag, right? The 3K there from La Magician allowed them to stall, do some big damage, and now they're making sure that the economy of NAOS doesn't snowball out of their control here.
I mean, individually, there's no real questions to be asked of the capabilities of these players, but it's about coordinating as a team. Now, attacker favorite this map might be. That's a big pick from Ching. Once again, when we do see Jaw drop on down, that's when RNT have been the most successful, and Hot Sauce gets a follow-up too.
Yeah, springs out just like a jack-in-the-box, and Rambutan ni Tatay able to find these kills all across the map. This is perfect here for Rambutan ni Tatay. Duel me, I dare you, they would always say. Put it on TikTok anyway. Yendo, Mojer, and NDG. They have a different plan. They've navigated through connector. They're moving towards that A site. But look at RNT go. They're going for mid control, regrouping right now. And they're preparing for the retake since they have the numbers advantage anyway.
These things, Zax, might come down to individualism sometimes, but RNT so far, if that's something they gotta bank on to win, then they better make it happen. They got the run it back coming on here from Josh S just to clear out the immediate. Have that spike, maybe burn out some of the util early. And that's big, the fact that they were able to take out the nano swarms.
No, not even that. The graphic duel is even bigger. The stall isn't there from NAOS anymore, so they have to go for the contact instead. But NDG and Mojer do not disappoint whatsoever. Hot Sauce next on the list to challenge towards Secret. But Mojer will just be absolutely on fire there. A 4K in the end. NAOS with the clutch yet again.
That's one of those things, Zax. They might individually be capable of winning those 1v1s against Mojer, but as a team, they would have functioned so much more efficient, and simply giving him multiple isolated duels is not the way to go.
Just funneling in towards Secret, not the best addition you'd like to see. And really, for RNC, that was the chance already. They pulled so much of the utility away. If they were able to just go for the defuse instead, then perhaps make NAOS be the ones to pick, that could have gone better. But you can really see the difference in discipline. NAOS has truly proven to be a system that works.
Disciplined, for sure. The award is so appropriate for how this team plays. The Magician won on the swing. They gets caught out there, but the Trailblazer aiding Jop. Third for him on these eco frags. And I think, speak of just the amount of reliability each single NAOS player has within each other to make sure that that system never fails. There's multiple points of redundancy, as we've been talking about yesterday. And whenever a piece of the puzzle gets shifted out of place, they know who slops on in to fill that gap.
Yeah, just NAOS as a whole, they always feel like they can still win these rounds anyway, despite the disadvantage. The mid-round calls have been absolutely sublime, and it's one of the biggest reasons why we talk about how their leadership, how their veterans do give in with that experience to the rest of the roster. And on the other side, Rambutan and Tatay, yes, they're veterans, yes, they're all amazing individually. But let's not forget, this is still a very young team that has come in all the way above and beyond many expectations to make it to the regular season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not even too sure if they themselves were expecting to get this far, to get into the regular season. It's kind of one of those things where like, hey, let's join, why not? What do you got to lose? Well, apparently, the stress could be one of that.
Pulling out a bit of those hairs there, my friend. But then again, NAOS now. Well, Ja, goodbye to you. Hot Sauce, that's one thing he's really good at. Peek, kill, and get the hell out of there. Seekers trying to give chase, but RNT happy with that frag already. Still though, it's that manner of discipline we've been talking about. Can they utilize that man advantage? Will it dissipate now as NAOS set up the side with utility and ultimates instead? Wits with a takedown on the Ching. Poppy's pick is already online. Mojer gives chase. Josh S goes down. Where's the lockdown though? That's the question. It's not on that side of the map. Mojer has to evacuate and the rest of NAOS will follow suit. Deflation now of the pit, but it doesn't matter because Wits is just absolutely keen to get those sightlines going. NAOS able to hold and win. RNT will save the op instead.
Wow, NAOS still fending off, even though they lose the opening pick there. And sometimes it does come down to somebody having to win a crucial duel in that round, and that's kind of what happened there. The duel there towards that link, not one. He had his back turn, Josh S anticipating it. The refrag that should have come in after did not come to pass as well. Those type of moments are sometimes, it doesn't really come down to necessarily what strategically would have been right. It does come down to performing and stepping up when it matters the most, and so far, every NAOS player have been answering the call.
Yeah, they've just been all on fire. Mojer and Ja have a dozen kills each. Ja has gotten so many 3Ks already just to make the entries work. On the other side, you know, Mojer has just been, okay, guys, don't worry. I got the flank. Let's make it work. Let's try to go for the wraparound. And I do like the fact that in that one round, right, they decided to play off that, bring that spike since it was a 2v4 scenario. NAG just decided to assist Mojer on the other side of that backside of A. And from that point on, there's just so many good things right now to say about how NAOS is playing their style so well on this map. And I think really by this point, it's just their expertise proving itself to be superior.
I mean, there's certainly no doubt that they're the superior team. But we've seen superior teams lose to not necessarily inferior teams, but less experienced ones, or ones that aren't necessarily expected of the same type of results due to their, you know, previous outings that a team like NAOS or a team like Oasis might have. So for RNT, maybe that could give them, you know, a bit of leeway, a bit of space to really try what they want to do, because they don't have that same expectations on their shoulders to worry about.
I think for RNC, they put themselves in good scenarios, but they're unable to just execute on it itself. So we'll see now if they can find their footing here and look for picks early. Josh S skulking around, stalking his prey, and almost could have gotten a pick there. It will be RNC though on the lesser buy for 3. They have a Spectre and an Operator. Let's see what that can really do. Lem Magician though, smoked off already. Ja taking the high ground on the opposite end. And NAOS right now, still your usual execute. You're going to be clearing out the halls. Mark Eldo does fight on back with the Sheriff. Underwater perhaps, yes, Mark L doesn't disappoint. But Papi Chulo will just be able to whip him down and take him down too. Papi looking for another one, gets one there before Lemagician gets the trade going. In the end, it's just a cascade of kills, but NAOS still had the advantage moving forward.
I mean, it's pretty lopsided so far in this opening half. And I think that, you know, we haven't really been seeing too much value be found from of Josh S. In that case, he came in from the flank. Maybe not always the best idea, but in an eco, it is, you know, a passable choice. And we know it is something that typically does find a bit more favor on the attacking side, but when you're playing that Phoenix, there's no excuses. You have to go 100%. Otherwise, that's a whole part of the reason why you play Phoenix in the first place, right? You get the orbs up early, but if you can't even get your ultimate up multiple times and a half, it does lose value.
I mean, they've been doing step 1 time after time. You can see that they're vying for map control just to contest those orbs and give that run it back to the first place. But it's always step 2 where they stumble, what they do right after. And here we have it yet again. NAOS, since they seeded a main, they do realize they can just move towards Link instead and go through connector yet again. Just the wraparound has been the call here for NAOS. Play towards the back, move towards the front if ever, and now a face full of lead towards Ching as Jaws on board. Wits checking out the box, even saw the gunfire. Wits will get the takedown. The wallbang's effective, and NAOS even better towards that A site.
You can see there that Ching wasn't early aware that they could be that deep in the moment.
Spike planted.
And for NAOS, those type of catches are, they're arguably the best team at punishing players make mistakes right now in our tournament.
are the reason why they got with Mark L. He's been really spectacular in getting these catches as well, counteractively. Opposing now side.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he can only get one from that one. Lem Magician and Josh S. Can they fight back? Seems like Josh S has a plan and has the shots going his favor anyway. Stellar shooting towards 2. Lem Magician also finds NDG, and everything's left to Ja with 2 HP left. Does he find the target? So that's the question. They do line up for him, but Lem Magician just lets loose the blades. And RNC, they needed to get one on the board. They will have it this time.
Find out his name, and he delivers. Josh S there. Crucial towards that arch position. Right as well, not a single flat thrown in that retake from him, but it all came into place anyways. He was able to win those fights that he sorely, desperately needed to. Good value found from the blades. Why, might as well, right? Burn it, you have an off anyways on a retake like that. Now that they know that, I want to see if they kind of play back, anticipating a deep heavy push from that Phoenix.
Yeah, look at the utilities and ultimates they have right now. The run it back and the Nightfall. Will they commit that in the first place to fight for position early on? That's the case towards B-Long itself. They're already playing towards the ramp itself and moving into club. But now as the read instead move over to the A site where it's Lem Magician awaiting. The op is in hand. The Trailblazer might confirm that. Immediately Lem Magician will back on the way. Markel is there to reinforce if ever. RNT forcing the hand of NAOS very early on, and Josh is instead able to punch up his weight class and catch Mo during the act.
This is a lot of map control that RNG are able to take away early here from NAOS. Not much space to be taken. Little do they know, they could split this either towards that art or the link, but that window, it's been closed as RNT, they default back into this. They leave Josh S still here to mingle towards that shop. He's given his position away, but that keeps NAOS on their toes.
Yeah, exactly that. You see one, but how many more are there in the first place? RNT back in position right now, but Ja able to eviscerate Josh S to begin with. He dashes towards the shops though, and that's just for him to clear it out and confirm no one else is around the area. This alerts NAOS right now signs as they move towards Art instead. But RNT, they're pulled towards that B side instead. Dock screen there, and it seems like because of the actions of Ja and the rest of NAOS, they thought it was gonna be a B hit. Instead, NAOS just moved towards A, and Papi Chulo looks for the find. Markel still wins the duel anyway.
Oh, that's a big catch there from Markel. Yeah, space made there towards that shop. They thought it would have been B. Let me connect initially. He finds a follow-up on the Ja, and that was a big pick they were able to find. 2v4 for now.
Yeah, there you have it. Up in hand, swing comes, but Wits just right smack dab in his sightlines. Everything's left to NDG. Crosses from Secret to Flower. Now inside the smoke still. Might be absolutely criminal if he can get these takedowns. And Shane will be the first to fall. Hot Sauce though, there's pressure being applied. Leverage just turns on around to try and go for the takedown himself. Hot Sauce will stem the bleeding, and at least RNC makes it 4-8. Say what you will from what we've seen from the rounds. When RNC fights, they are there to bite.
And the 4-round half on the defense isn't necessarily bad here on Pearl. Nice attempt here by NDG, but an even better execution from RNT. They took so much space, both towards that A main and as well. First off, because of the presence of the op there from the Magician, and as well as that push that we saw, led by Josh S. And that's the exact type of round that they needed to get back into this game. To have that confidence under the wings once more. That is when the Rambutanites are the best.
I just love seeing that team name though. It's the one time we can speak Filipino in a sentence out of nowhere.
Oh yeah.
Rambutan ni Tatay. Will they fight back? Big props though to the Magician. He's been keeping up with Ja in terms of some of the multi-kills. His operator has been valuable at being a threat in the first place. But we'll see now here in a very necessary pistol round if RNC can get the momentum back in their favor. Pushing now towards B. Dash immediately here for the Magician. Back holes though being held together still by Ja, and Moja right now finds 2 immediately. Moja maximizing value yet again with a classic. NAOS right now just making sure the entry doesn't come their way, and look at Papi Chulo already on the flank.
Yeah, with a mere classic. You know how he gets that. Low HP for him. Ja, it's a shoulder away. The Chulo just try and be that comfort towards B. Sure they don't get to rotate out for free. That's all he's really up to in this point. RNT, they have a choice here to commit or not.
they do have a single flash, and that's most of what they got to work with.
Yeah, they're scared off of the guiding light. Now Josh is trying to play closer contact. Ja set up with the crossfire since he was able to navigate towards halls. And knock. Ja is there on the opposite side of this door. 2 down for Ja. Looking for a third. Will track him down and take him down. NAOS with the pistol yet again, and it's 9-4 here.
Very decisive opening pistol here from NAOS. And really capped off, and started off rather, by Mosier, capped off by Ja in the end. And that duo that we were talking about in the first half, who are really at the top here of NAOS, delivering when it comes to really a lot of the takedowns and the frags that you're able to find. They do it once more on the pistol and farms him up early, jogging already.
And it's just exceptional there from NAOS how they mobilized around that site. I love the fact that Ja used all the time that RNC was hesitating in to push from one side the back halls to the other, play towards that screen itself. And a classic NAOS crossfire is the net that they cast yet again. Be wary, Fisher folks, because this is NAOS already on the hunt for more. Wits with a takedown. Mosier does so as well. And the hole looking so effective towards Art already. What can RNT even do by this point? Josh, as will you peek Mosier? You will die to him. Everyone just falling apart. Jinx it, Black and Blue, go.
Flawless to come in here. Now, actually worked. It actually worked. See, I knew it. I am a teller of the future. But that's an expensive round here, Dax, for RNT. On the fourth, not a single kill for them to be found. No frags going their way. Especially when it's 10-4. That was kind of their Hail Mary. It's one of their final plays to come out from their deck. One of the final plays of their hand, and it still found absolutely nothing their way. That can be one of those rounds that just steam all the confidence out of a team like RNT.
Absolutely. It's not even a matter of firepower in a round like that. It's the matter of positioning. And now it's right place, right time, and the right people to boot. RNC, though, another chance perhaps to play aggressively. Mojers here towards Link yet again, holding things down. In the meantime, RNC, a chance perhaps to just look for some of these taps with the Sheriff. They have a chance to move towards that A site with the split approach that they have in store. But the guiding light immediately gives soft intel here to this. Presence now known towards Art. Timing almost catches Mark L off guard while he puts down that turret. And from that point on, with the retreat of RNT, now it's just happy to play defaults instead.
You see that net once more. They give up towards that connector control. They know that's not something they need. Because otherwise, information gathered by Mosier, jump spotting here on the bottom of Link. And if they do hit that A site, the two defenders there, one towards that flop, and proper position to fall back anyways, and crossfire looking for that back site. And so, Nation here confirmed that the B-Link push is coming and the defense is going to react.
And Josh already found Josh S. No one from long, and it's going to be Mosier holding close as well. Link up short, but you're just going to fall into the clutches of the NAOS sideline. Shots ring true yet again from NAOS. Ching gets one for his troubles, but will that be the only casualty on the defensive side? Hot Sauce trying to just isolate the angle, but can't find the timing whatsoever. NDG with one more takedown. It's another round here for NAOS.
Lead round as well. Not much giving up there in that round. Now, you can realize when it comes to them, they really don't let simplicities of the game, the real basic bare bones of what it means to be playing a game like this and a competitive title like this. They don't let that slip from them. They don't rely on just simple peaks. Outgunning the opposition. They make sure that they play single opponent the way that they should, and that is with the respect of keeping them in check.
And it's a standard set, a standard the rest of the PHC needs to beat. Ja already finds one immediately. One tendency I've noticed from Ja is he just loves to play those updraft angles, willing to play the elevated spot, go for the shot, and then get the hell out of there.
Here's a tip. If you know Ja is on the opposing side, you don't aim at head level. You aim like twice above someone's normal head level, because he's probably going to be somewhere up there on the wall, on the roof, gets a third. And we talk about his defense a lot, the defense of NAOS in general. They really anchor themselves on the op here at Ja, and that's why 3.
Yeah, the fact that he's able to make it towards Link is just even more value than expected. Good punish eventually by RNC, but the casualties do hurt them in the long run. Chingdo, Prowler now into play. Trying to see if anyone's playing the angle left behind there a while ago. Still the pressure now from the rounds. Papichulo alongside his teammate Wits. NDG playing close contact instead. Setting up the stars yet again. Smokes out the heaven position. And it's Ching with one more Prowler to try and fight back. Snake Bite though gonna be a problem. NDG hesitating, can't find which target he wants to go for first. Le Magician gonna be the one to fall. NDG swings and hits! Strikes Ching at the head. And NAOS will have enough time to get this defuse going.
That was actually pretty uncharacteristic there from V2. You just have Andy solo peek that because we see a lot of times that after the tap, you kind of hesitate for a second. Then made up with him, popped Chulu in that case, but no, he just took it by his own will. Sometimes maybe that's what you need, right? Especially from a player. We've seen a bit more rock to this team, just be plugging those holes to get him that confident, to get him into a space where he knows he can win these type of duels. You basically have 5 superstars waiting to pop off at any time on this side.
Yeah, they're making their names for themselves here under the NAOS banner. That's for sure. And Josh S and Le Magician, a small moment to converse towards the boxes itself. We see this though from NAOS. Once they get the match point, they finally let loose. They finally play aggressive, and they're pushing towards main. NDG has to be careful though.
Making secure the game as much as possible before they start to let it slip, before they start trying anything right. And look at this 4th round into the half, and or the 5th, and Ja can buy an op, or rather has his op-up once more as it was retrieved from the previous. It's Rambutan that are going to stop this. We have to find some way to shut that off down, which is towards that B, but we've seen the retake be pretty sufficient and proficient, rather, even with the op in his hands.
Yeah, here from Josh says it's supposed to be game time, but Papichulo already scolds him immediately. Run it back now, Burnt. RNC making their way towards the site, but Wits just peeks from the corner and finds immediately a takedown. Another one here for the ultimate opportunist. 2 down before Josh S will take him. And here comes Josh S and Markel to fight on back. Anyway, RNC trying to use so much more of the map, but NDG and Papichulo decide to just call a site their home. Markel peeks, but NDG denies any further glory. It's just now playing to an absolute standard, to an absolute T, and then an absolute victory, 13-4.
An absolutely maneuver here at the end from NAOS all the way through from round number till when it's all said and done. NAOS are just really looking in tip-top shape, and this is not akin to off during stage number 1 where you can tell Rocky, right? They have just been so locked in, coming in ever since they lost to last stage. After that, practically not losing a single map up in finals, and they're continuing to streak here once again.
Yeah, it's just been absolutely smooth sailing here for NAOS. And the smooth operator himself, Ja, just so consistent at hitting those shots and getting everywhere he needs to be. All in all, though, I've said it before, we even started about this game. Textbook there from NAOS. Even more so right now by the book and by their execution. There's nothing much really to be said about how NAOS played that because it's just their standard so far. On the other hand, I do feel like for RNT, they put themselves in good spots. They're stellar players. They're really good at hitting those shots, and they can win some strong duels if ever, but it's just the opportunities you can feel in rounds that it just slips away from them.
Yeah, and I think, part of that is due to the composition that they choose to put into this. Anytime you roll duelist, especially if you're running as one of those duelists, sometimes it's maybe Arena, you're going with a very strong arm approach. NAOS are arguably the most difficult here in our entire regular season, an entire split, to try and strong arms. And that could really be, Rambutan and Tatay shooting themselves in the foot. I thought if they diverted back to what we saw from last, where they had that raise, they had that Harbor plus the Asper combo. I thought that could have potentially worked out there because they have to play a bit more heavily when you're playing up against a team like NAOS instead of a bit more of a strong arm approach.
Yeah, and we talk about strong arm, right? If Oasis can't do it, then what can RNT do in terms of their experience as a team unit. We still always do not doubt them as players, as individuals, right? But on the other hand, NAOS is a well-oiled machine, and you can really see here that it's just a difference of the team's experience as a whole. The way that they're able to call these mid-rounds, the way that they're able to rotate and trust one another. The lurks are just always so stifling. And one thing that's impressed me about NAOS is RNT was so good at getting active map control in the first half. They were pinched once in A main, trapped there for a long time and couldn't get out of it. But after that one moment, they adjusted. They were able to stifle any kind of those ambitions, and it really just goes to show what NAOS can do on the fly. And one player who was just super fly in that whole map, delivering the winning ground unlimited, was Mojer, maximizing moments again and again. Sometimes even the classic was enough for him.
Yeah, many kills going his way in the final one. The big one went his way as well. And you talked about, Rambutan and Tatay RNT here, taking early map control quite often on that defensive side with much success. And that's because they have to with their composition, right? They don't have the utility down. And so they have two options that could be effective. Either you take map control early, or you try and give up the site and then hit with a very hitting retake. But you don't have the option to try and anchor down, which sometimes we do. Teams deploy a very heavy anchor double controller style with a sentinel to boot that as well. We do see now a struggle against that, especially the entry of Josh sometimes on over if he isn't supple. But for the meantime, we can only theorize as what could happen in the map number 2. We're going to find out when we come back. Don't go anywhere. The VCTP back in the hair.
Classes in session, and Pearl 101 easily aced there by NAOS Esports. Welcome back ladies and gentlemen, my name is Daxter with Black and Blue, and we just witnessed NAOS take down Rambutan and Tatay in Pearl in, I'd say, dominant fashion. On the other hand, though, Rambutan and Tatay, we love this squad. We know how they just are here to enjoy, to bring in the good vibes, but we're also looking for those good wins as well as we move on forward. And this is going to be interesting here, Black and Blue. We're getting into Ascent, and we mentioned it a while ago that this map has just been banned by RNC again and again. Now they let loose with it.
Yeah, and for NAOS to be picking this with 100% win rate as of the past few months, right? 4-0, went up against teams like Zol, Oasis, GameLab, and Nacague, the former iteration of it, and went flawless on it as well. It's not looking too good for RNT, who are down already here in this series. I'm curious to see what comp they are going to be bringing out to this, because we haven't really ever seen them play it. And Josh S gets it kicking off with a Gecko early on.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting with the Gecko on both sides right now. And, you know, we've been talking about the Gecko. Personally, I'm not really the biggest fan of it on a map like this, on honestly any map so far. But if you're running it with some hard intel like the Sova, it can pan on out. It's a jack of all trades, give you a lot of utility. And in cases, especially towards that A site, I believe you're going to get so much value out of Dizzy later on with the trash. The extra bit of detain can also help out in a pinch.
What I'm hearing here, Dax, is that you are a hater.
Ah, maybe.
You are a big hater of Gecko. What you got against Gecko, man? He's cool. He's got pets.
Yes, and well,
you have a problem with pets?
No,
pets.
dude. You know, my cat was biting me the whole time we were casting last map.
Exactly.
Because she smelled
Damn
that
right.
I got a food delivery for... Okay, thanks, the cat food delivery was there and just like, please feed me. And I'm like, I'm casting, but okay, whatever. No worries about that. In the end, though, it does still feel like that here for NAOS as well as Rambutan and Tatay, there is that core composition. You got that Sova, you got that Jet, you still got, of course, the smokes into play. But it's really what the Gecko will bring to the table right here, right now. Mark L is going to be on the Cypher, though. Mojer is going to be on the Killjoy, so there is that matter of a difference of Sentinel. Beyond that, NAOS now executing quickly towards that A site. You see Dizzy trying to find some value, but Josh instead will get two for his own troubles. The Cyber Cage is such a bother with the one-way setup courtesy of Mark L. Wits, though, near the smoke. Catches out Josh as Ching will get the trade now. It's 4v2, and RNC just holding it down well here.
All right, great hold once more from RNT, as you said. Share from Le Magician adds an extra bit of punch in their bouts. NDG, Noe wins that, and so doesn't Papi Chulo. Is back on that Omen. You know, what's interesting is that the last two times we did see Ascent come out from NAOS, they had Wits on a Sage of all things here. Not something you typically see in competitive play, but to put him onto this Gecko and swap things on over. And to be fair, Jao was also has been on that Jet for the meantime and for quite a while now here on Ascent. But I think it's a big switch up to let go of a Sage and then go into a Gecko. It's not a direct linear transition that you might expect.
Yeah, it's such a big shift, right? And as of now, seems like for NAOS, they just want to bring in even more utility that they can utilize. We talk about the Sage, and sure, it can wall things off. It can go for the slowers for the stall. But it still really relies on your combat ability to boot. And combat ability in speeds here for RNC. Le Magician, Mark L, even hots us on the board all across the map. RNT just getting these eco frags right now with that extra bit of aggression towards main. NDG, only one left, and well, he's down for the count. RNT gets a strong lead to start with.
Yeah, very quick one as well. Just get this right into round 3. No fuss, no monkey business there for the opening 2. It's the third round here that I'm curious to see how NAOS play. You know, their defense is really where I think this NAOS team has kind of made a mark for themselves. They've been pretty proficient on the attacking side many times on over. Even on a map here like Ascent, which typically do favor and tailor a bit towards that defender's side, but when it comes to the mid-round decision-making, NAOS, they're one of the best at doing that, and with a Gecko to aid them in their intellectual, info-gathering pursuit, and that might even be amplified.
Yeah, they're gonna get intel, sure, but RNC have been getting these kills. But this goes to show, though, they're so willing to contest even for mid early on. And that's the plan right now for Hot Sauce as well as Mark L. On the opposite end, look at what both Le Magician and Ching are running. Bucky's at the helm, here by B-Main especially. Very, very aggressive stance again from RNC.
Why not? Why not do it when you have the capabilities to do so anyways? And it's a bonus. What is there to lose at the end of the day? NAOS, though, they pivot towards that A site after making contact here towards that B link, and because of that, they could potentially find an opening if they can circumnavigate these traps.
Just find a way in, that's the question. And Markel still playing towards Cubby. Mojer now creeping here at mid. It does seem like RNT keeping tabs of that as much as possible. Now they hear the execute towards that A side. And look who's beside you! It's this little magician shooting him down. Didn't even bother with a Bucky. Witz though blows up Ja with the Gecko utility as well. Probably low HP. It has to hurt right now. 2 down immediately for the side of NAOS. And that mosh pit was no party whatsoever here for NAOS here. RNC instead looking for bonus wins. Chinkev's up close. Witz is down and detained here. Hands up for Papi Chulo. No escape. Josh S able to sick his pet and get that takedown along the way. RNC wins it and makes it 3-0 now.
And what a bonus to convert as well. In that clean of a fashion without losing much. And then you get your opposition to help you out there with a friendly fire. You know, I honestly didn't know that did friendly fire damage that much to kill a player straight up, but okay.
Probably got tagged.
Probably got tagged on the way in, you're right.
Yeah. It shouldn't hurt you that much, but it does pulse 3 times with the mosh pit, so a little dangerous if you're gonna use that to try and cover your advance if ever. RNC though, has this been the pocket pick they've been saving for? Has this been the reason why they've been stuffing away Ascent just so they can bring it out against a powerhouse like NAOS? They're just keeping the pressure towards mid here. And yet again, Dizzy comes out. Josh S already swinging and getting 2 as he stands. Falls eventually towards Witz. Over onto the corner. Le Magician keeping tabs. Sees him catching out the Dizzy Orb. And well, from that point on, RNC's in a 3v2 state here.
It's a good pick. NDG was able to find there towards that B main, but the fact being the spike dropped that far out creates a problem here that NAOS are going to have to try and solve, or at least minimize the impact of into this round. It is their eco, so all they're really hunting for here is a killer 2. Mojer though, Tripwire catches him out. He pulls that aggro now. That attention going towards his way. Markel expects it to come. NDG is all in his lonesome, who can't even win the fight here at the long range. 4-0 early for RNT.
Yeah, it just looks so uncomfortable here for now so far. They tried to gather that intel, but it's not really the timing that they can go on. Instead, RNC using that as a signal to push, as a signal to peak, and instead, players like Josh S and Mark L are able to find value out of that one. Le Magician the same kind of pace. This is just what exactly works here for RNC.
Well, it's been working so far here. Has been making sure that they know to play to their advantages in these scenarios so far. Abuse what they can. Even the more simple stuff that you wouldn't expect to be super effective. Like, you know, spam there. Just apply pressure towards that B main. Try and maybe make their mid take here not as comfortable. Swing out in awkward timings, and that's what Josh S does, and he comes away with the 1.
Yeah, Josh solo already a paranoia. A little too late to help, courtesy of Hot Sauce. But RNC still firmly in the driver's seats until NAOS can find that opening here and there. Mark Eldo able to get that spray down. Now Papi Chulo looks to make the trade work. Neural Theft though was launched along the way. Will they get that intel? That's the question. Seems like it's the case. It's exposed here, the intention. B site is the take, but numbers are in favor of NAOS this time.
3v2. You know, it's always difficult to have that operator or the retaking side, especially when you don't have the man count necessarily towards your way, so you're gonna have to find an opening here. Phantom retrieved now by Le Magician. Does he clear the close angle? He has to. Papi Chulo could have a beat on him. He gets the instant shutdown on it as well. Hot Sauce giving on the way. Shock Dart's coming towards his position. At this point, this should be around towards NAOS. He gets 1. Ultimately, he's done. Papi Chulo a 3rd, and the first one on the board for NAOS.
Yeah, nice stop there onto one more target, but NAOS finally getting on the board. And you can see it here. If they can apply that pressure early, anticipate those earlier swings, they have a better chance. It's just dangerous still, though. They have to fight for it. Good deny onto Josh S. It allowed them to play towards that mid angle pretty heavy-handedly. At that point on, once it reaches that post plant, I think that's where NAOS will feel a lot more comfy on the attack.
Well, comfortability aside, NAOS here
have to find their way first to get some rounds on the board before they can start to get comfortable and recognize that, you know, RNT, they look a lot more prepared than I guess NAOS were expecting for a map like Ascent.
Yeah, this Aldron's gonna be into play here. Mosh pit immediately to flush out the push from CT. And as the lockdown dissipates, NAOS is still towards that main angle. Mojer instead looking to push towards the market. Mark L anchored down on the boathouse itself, and no one checking for him. Just the one who wanted that first contact. Immediate kill onto 2, courtesy of Mark L. And now it's a 4v3 retake. Still the operator in hand for Le Magician. Mojer gonna be a threat with the backstab if ever. Time is ticking here for RNT. They're making their way towards the site. The shorty's not gonna be enough because Wits will still handle it. It's all left to now. Wits versus Hot Sauce. You've seen Wits clutch out from a boathouse position before, and now it's gonna be a Thrash looking to chase him down. But here comes the Shadow Steps, and here comes Hot Sauce with a backstab. Avoids the pit and is able to kick Wits when he's down and out. RNT clutches it in the end.
He had to come off of it, but I don't think he recognized just how much more timing Hot Sauce had in that case. 5-1. And what a shutdown here from RNT. And really, Mark L, incredible he has been so far in the series. And you can see moments there where he really does look like a player that will, given enough time and experience on maybe a top team, can really develop into a talent that will just give you so much more value than just frags. Lots of times he gets the high impact ones and great decision making as well. Gets a double kill towards that back hall, rather towards the boathouse, and because of those 2 kills alone, it just made things so much more difficult for NAOS to even have a firm hold on the plant.
And it's just better when RNT commits onto it, right? You knew Mojer was gonna be there creeping behind them. They still went for the execute. Gotta say though, Hot Sauce, that split-second decision making. The only way to avoid that Thrash was to get the hell out of its range as soon as possible. And as soon as he realized that came for boathouse, oh, I can actually TP on in there. And if I get the kill fast enough, I'm not gonna get detained. Just split-second decision making. RNT, that's where they're strong at.
That's the thing though with the Gecko. Since it is new, it sometimes comes down to a bit more awkward kind of moments where you don't necessarily have it drilled into you on what exactly the motions of how to use him are. Like, how do I hop off of this thing immediately on the ult? Do I have to jump and then pop it in the air just to get off? Do I just kill it? Those type of things, even taking a split second to think about it because of the slight unfamiliarity compared to agents that have been here longer. I think Atos was able to utilize that just a bit and also just get great timing at it as well. But now on an eco here, they're all coming towards that tree. But there's a lot to fend them off with.
Yeah, immediately. You love the mosh pit. It stalls for time. Now is in the meantime looking to go for the execute quickly, but Josh is still in their faces. 2 for 2 trade though in the end. Now is right now navigating towards the site, and the Dizzy able to get the goop going on the Le Magician, but the collateral is even better. 2 for the price of 1 bullet. That's the value Le Magician brings to the table. Mojer now 30 HP left, able to weather the storm of the shorty, but can he handle Mark L and Ching? Mark L's already marking it. The spike is there in the clutches of RNT. And Ching, does he have a semblance of the rotation here from Mojer? Just trying to fake it. The Aldron looking for intel. In the end, though, Mojer's in such a tough spot.
Because of that, you can see here that Ching, he falls on back, anticipating the flank to come up on the rafters from Mojer. Allows Mojer space here to maybe get a kill, and that he does! Huge frag he finds. 1v1. Ching almost assuredly has to be marking it. And that recon's going to confirm it.
And there you have it, broken already. Now Mojer knows it's coming up from the high ground. Time running out. NAOS need to make their way towards the site, and Ching is just looking to lob that shock dart anyway. Mojer, though, different plan. Tried to fake it till he makes it, but Ching through the wall even. Finds the shot in the angle and gives the round to RNT.
Yeah, health advantage, information advantage, positional advantage, everything going his way there to utilize against him. But still, what a valiant eco here to come on in. And Le Magician, Eugene S, with that opening, rather, this second kill that he finds, which collaterals into a third, really helped secure that round more because it was starting to turn sour a bit for the anti-eco of RNT.
And now Esports at least doing some damage along the way, but this is RNT in control. This is what Rambutan Tatay can do in a system like this.
And here we go yet again with trying to just find a bit of that intel. John inside of the smoke already. Now then, the updrafts, the Blade Storm in hand. Spots out Hot Sauce, who's able to get away in time. 50 HP left, that's one blade to kill him. Hunter's Fury, though, the call courtesy of Ching. Elevation from Lem Magician, big intel right now. The Thrash is there to just put the hands of Jaw up. He's a hostage there into the corner. And RNT have come to collect. It's 7-1, and it's RNT getting payback so quickly.
Might be time to call a timeout once again here from NAOS, considering how this defensive side is completely running away from them. RNT, you talked about this being maybe a bit of a trump card, right? One that they were keeping hidden throughout their run, but who keeps Ascent hidden? Of all maps, one of the most played maps we've even have in this pool. But yet, NAOS just are the ones who seemingly as unprepared as you would have expected the opposition to be. And when you look at things here on how RNT are able to utilize really their advantages to the fullest extent, it can be difficult for NAOS to get back into the rhythm of things with RNT playing like this.
Yeah, exactly. That's the rhythm problem we're seeing here from NAOS. Ja has just struggled right now compared to that first map because he's usually denied by the early aggression here courtesy of RNT. On the other hand, Le Magician given an operator and he's able to get you those kills. Ja just keeping an eye out towards Link. Dangerous angle here for Josh S. But he thrusts Le Magician and they're rewarded for it to get those 2 kills. Crossfire setup. Now Wits will fight on back though. At the very least, he's been popping off. Mojer finds the timing versus Josh S as he lobs that Dizzy. And while the goop is there, the blood is stained on the floor. 3 versus 3 now.
Markel has got the cam here, potentially to watch. Or that B link. It seems like the hit from NAOS wants to go towards that A site. And you see there on the push out from RNT that they make sure always to have at least something to throw, a wrench to put into the spokes of NAOS, where they expect that your job being that B link. Okay, maybe it's a time to get a free kill here, but then you have someone like the Magician holding it down. Oh, that's a great trap to catch that.
At least Papi Chulo though finds Hot Sauce Mojer waiting for any peeks through the doorway itself. Mark L playing danger close, but he's been found now. And NAOS eventually making their way towards that site to get the intel courtesy of the Gecko ultimate. They only need to deal with Ching from the high ground. Bouncing around with the shock darts. There's a mosh pit as well, and Papi Chulo just tracks him down. The Guardian is given, and it will be NAOS coming to collect a second round.
We see this though, coming from teams that are able to anchor down pretty well, and especially have multiple rhythm points here, multiple beats per minute that they can throw at NAOS, especially when you have Ja to be that duelist, to be the first and foremost in. We do see sometimes that NAOS do struggle to get him value early on in a round, and that kind of snowballs into much less impressive performances than what we've come accustomed to with this team. And now that they have a composition here for R&D that is a bit more standard, a bit more, I guess, capable of halting a push, you see the benefits of that were sorely lacking from Pearl.
Yeah, so much staying power with the Cypher to boot, and then you add in the Paranoia pressure, the Dizzy pressure you get courtesy of Josh S. It's just so many ways for RNT to swing off that initial contact if ever. Lockdown though, it's a different breed if ever. Markel, plan now to push perhaps. Can he get out in time? That's the question. No! Straight into the center of the mosh pit. That has to hurt. NAOS gets to make that 3. They push towards the site, and with just a single ultimate, that's enough for them to make the space they need to execute.
Well, you gotta remember, that's a mosh pit, not a snake bite. And the timing doesn't work out there for Markel. 4v2. And NAOS off of the lockdown, just getting everything going this round. The kills, the plant, the post hold. And RNT are just forced to kind of, I guess, wait on here. Maybe get a kill if somebody peeks out. But knowing NAOS they're disciplined enough not to do that. And look at RNT's economy. If they lose this round, which they almost assuredly are going to, even with their 7-2 lead, they're in a bad spot economically. They're going to have to eco right after.
Yeah, this is where NAOS can try and turn the tides. Hot Sauce at least takes Papi Chulo down with him. But it's game on here courtesy of NAOS. A single lockdown bought them the space. And with Wits just throwing that mosh pit, preventing any kind of market push. It also effectively prevents the market escape, right? We've seen this from NAOS. They understand from other teams that they can be suddenly hit despite the detain. Someone's playing on the site inside the sphere, and as soon as they execute, they'll be collected by them. So them holding back at the right time and pushing in a matter of time was very effective to win out that round.
You can see when Ja is able to be kept alive here by NAOS, then it just allows the rest of NAOS to recognize, like, okay, Ja just bought us all this space. Let's try and use it. Let's try and gain that and confirm the space he just initially took for us. And they're able to overrun the site that way. If they can keep him protected like that once more, dissuade the utility from hampering really their heavy pushes, and maybe NAOS have a fighting chance to make this comeback really happen.
I mean, it's an ego here for RNC, basically. Half buys there with a Bulldog, with the Judges in hand. So they've upgraded from Buckies to Judges. That's one thing. And you can see it here, Josh S. He's playing towards both house. They will let NAOS in towards that B site and see what Josh S can do from that position. The 4-stack on A instead will have to rotate now as NAOS are slowly moving their way towards B here.
NAOS, this is their time to potentially cut this lead down even more so, but Josh S on the backside can give him even more both house problems. Shock darts here, gonna make him absolutely low. He still gets the kill off a single click here on the NDG. Could maybe swing for more. Paranoia connects, pressure surmounting, and they finally take him down.
Yeah, it's hard to see where the doorways will actually collapse into, and now it's on site to make it 4v4. Here comes the rest of RNT from the opposite end of the map. Ja willing to go for contact, still wary of the marked position where Mark L's trying to play off in, and Ching's just on the inside looking to collect some exits. One shot there from Mark L, catches out Mojer. The rest of now still in formation to just whittle down whoever from RNT is willing to peek. Close though, courtesy of Ching. Not enough versus Papi Chulo. Shrugs off the bullets with 10 HP. It's now getting the 4th round of the board here.
Well, he gets peppered, salted, seasoned, and still doesn't get taken down. At least stays up alive and keeps that rifle. Moving on forward to the last round of this half. Not that they couldn't have afforded it anyways, but the Odin here to come out from Ching. And you bet he's going to try and spam that B main early. But now that they've kind of found their rhythm, they're staying on beat. That's 3 rounds now in a row they've won.
Yeah, they found their footing and they found the economy to boot. They still have to be careful though. We've seen so much trash value courtesy of Josh S. Will he do so yet again as he has the ult online? Bladestorm though heard courtesy of Ja. They're gonna be looking to execute towards A main, and actually they're gonna double back, pick up that spike, try to fake the rotate if ever after the noise, and the rehit is a possibility. The rotation clear too, where Mojo's waiting for them.
Waiting for an absolute perfect moment to strike here now, Sar. But we saw this on Pearl, where RNT are really good in taking that control away early in the map. You take lots of map control, and that just forces NAOS to filter into the site that RNT want to. And because of this, you can see that there's no real option here for NAOS to try and go for a B split, not unless they try to go for a heavy mid take.
Yeah, it's commit here, and you can, with the noise made by NAOS, it's already RNT contesting late. Winstow finds Josh S, and NAOS has been preparing for this assault for quite a while. They've set their sights towards mid, knowing that they give it up. It will be RNT trying to use it as an angle. NAOS now denies 2. Odin making noise there, courtesy of Ching. And from this point on, it's really Hot Sauce who has so much weight on his shoulders, taken down by Wits. Another one bites the dust, and as it stands, it's Ching left. Can he anticipate this push? The Odin tries, but can only deny 1. MDG's there for the trade, and it's NAOS now with, I'd say, damage control the end of the first half here.
I'm surprised he didn't get the kill on the NDG there, but certainly tagged him up and got the dink quite up a bit. And damage control is really, I think, the word to use here, but it's also a synonym of what we've, I think, been talking about when it comes to NAOS for quite a while now. It's that recovery from them when they seemingly look a bit lost. Kind of like, you know, if I'd compare them to a boxer, they're not the Mike Tyson that are just gonna slap you hard at the start in the opening few rounds. No, they're more like a Mayweather. They wait up until it comes into round 7, 8, 9, 10, and that's when they finally get the read, the download, and then they start to go ham. And now to have that type of recognition of game style
against their opposition. It's a very tough opponent to beat. A taskmaster of multiple really options. The style benders, if anything.
I'm surprised there was no Pacquiao analogy there, with given that all these teams are Filipinos. But anyway, now we go again for another round, and here we go, ringing the bell. Lem Magician draws first and second blood. Both Giants fall immediately. Gives a chance now for RNT to just go for the overrun towards this B side with NDG. Nothing really to lose, everything to gain, and he's able to get the 3K anyway. What a hold here by NDG, desperate to get a fourth, but the Shock Dart will deny him of any further kills this time. This Chingdo playing over at boat house. Mojer gives chase, gives pursuit, and overruns him instead. It's all left to Hot Sauce, the spike in control, and the clutches here of NAOS. And NDG, what did we just witness there on the anchor? Now then the peak comes, Hot Sauce has to retreat, picks up the ghost, still needs to deal with 2 targets and the turret even. Papi Chulo and Mojer just trying to play with one another. It's a desperate endeavor to kill that turret first. You know how strong it is in the pistol round, Black and Blue. You know it's the real raid boss.
Didn't they nerf it?
They did, but it's still not enough. It's still not enough.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he turns around, but Mojer just so keen at keeping an eye out. The pistol goes now as his favor again.
Dude, that was so close. And that turret was a big thorn in the sides here for Hot Sauce. I'm not even going to say I actually do feel bad for it. Because we've all been in that situation before when the turret just would not die. You're in a clutch situation. No one else can shoot it out for you. But the big point here is as King goes and opts for a Shock Dart instead against his opposition.
Respect.
Is that... Yeah, respect for sure. But NAOS, they also know to, once again, not let what happened earlier in the opening half really affect them. They continue to play that style of theirs where that net, it's all inducing and it's all seeing.
Yeah, NAOS right now, I think just like yesterday, they've only lost 1 pistol and it was the start of this map. On the other hand though, when they have the firepower and the momentum in their favor, they can really set the tone of the half here, and you can see it. You have Ja in position, watching out for Covey, Papi Chulo the one on main duty instead, and RNC. They've shown so much of this map that they love to play towards the mid. It's Wits who has been pretty on fire so far, getting that kill, watching over it instead.
Saying Wits is hot, because I must agree. But Eugene S is even hotter here, taking down Ja and Papi Chulo 1 apiece. The Sheriff laying the law of the land. The third goes his way. And all the veteran squad members here of NAOS, they've been swiftly taken down.
Yeah, if you say Wits is hot, Lem Magician fired on up. He's been having quite a series so far, just getting takedown after takedown to help out RNT in their pursuit for glory. And Ching also catches out Moder. It's all up to NDG yet again. We've seen it do it before in that last round. Can he do it another time? Yes, he does! The 3K for the man, the myth, the legend himself. It's NDG.
Why do you say it like that? Like you're a hip-hop announcer announcing the baddest MC in all the land. Well, it's certainly a bar to drop here coming from NDG. I thought it would have been Lem Magician's triple kill to talk about here in this round, but once again, Dax, what's that word? Starts with letter R. The recovery coming in from NAOS is undefeatable sometimes. It's invaluable in just how much rounds it wins them, and for every player to have the clutch pop-off potential on a team like NAOS, that is terrifying to go up against.
Yeah, but that was a strong eco there for Rambutan and Tatay. Lem Magician allows the plant to happen, allows the opening towards that site itself, and he's also able to get the blades as Mark L takes a photo of himself just for the highlights there. RNC though, again, vying for mid. It's been their tendency on the defense. They're gonna be happy to do so on the attack. This time around though, NAOS playing back.
Well, have some space at the very least on this attacking side. What we have noticed, Stacks, is that the initial game plans, yes, of RNT, they've been pretty proficient. They're able to take a lot of the space that they want to do. And teams have been rightfully so giving it up to them because it's difficult as the trade happens on here towards the short. Papi Chulo there, that's the one with a Spectre. That's a pretty good kill, actually. The fact that he drops, really, Josh S, makes it a lot more difficult on this post-plant hold.
Yeah, Joshua has been a big pest with the Geckos so far. Very effective with the utility. Hunter Shiri now, the call from NDG. Mark L finds Mojer. Mark L's ready with another one. And it's Xing now in low HP. Just keeping everything afloat with that shock dart to boots. As it stands, it's up to NDG again. Can he do it one more time? We've seen it the first time, we've seen it the second time, but third time is not the charm, as Mark L will get the 3K for himself. It's RNT still keeping the lead.
RNT really uniting here to finally shut this down and stop this crazy conundrum that has been plaguing them so far, which is the NDG train so far. NAOS are put on... I thought that was supposed to be the bonus, but no, they're put in a bad economic state, so it's kind of more of an eco here after that third.
Yeah, I mean, how much damage did Le Magician do in that second round of the second half, right? And now compounded by this loss, it's where RNT can do what NAOS did a while ago in terms of the money status, right, in the first half. This is where they can start snowballing, keeping NAOS absolutely in check. There's still so much hope here for RNT to take this map and go to a decider on Icebox. And you can see it immediately. They execute towards an empty site. They throw out the usual utility, the Dizzy, the Paranoia, Le Magician, burning the dash as well. And instead, now, taking a page out of the RNT playbook, top mid taken, the wraparound is there.
And they want to go for that flank and give them a different avenue. They know just filtering down from that heaven ain't going to work. The Jug gets a huge kill here on the Mark L. That's going to allow somebody else to retrieve that rifle. The Ching, he's keeping it guarded. The Mosh Pit as well can confirm another Josh S on the swing. They know most of this contact is towards A main. They don't got anywhere else to worry about. Papi Chulo towards that tree can maybe find one, but he's taken on down. It's all on the jaw. They simply can't do enough, but I think that's still good damage done here by NAOS on the Nico.
Yeah, it's good damage done, but RNT still in such a stable spot here, my friend. 3 ultimates at the ready. They used the Blade Storm in the last round. Le Magician's just fully kitted right now, and they can still go for broke and go for more of these attacking side rounds. You can see how they're so confident, though, how they move towards A main. They throw out the utility, they let Le Magician loose, and from that point on, they are able to call the site their home.
That also means that because of the damage they were able to do there on the economy of RNT, they should be able, if they win this round, to send them into a dire economic state where they have to absolutely win the next, or else an eco could happen. If that does happen, that's where NAOS can overthrow this and maybe take a lead. So the good opening pick here from both NDG and Mojer, the players who have stuck with NAOS for quite a while, they get them going early.
And speaking of getting things going, the pace even faster now from NAOS. They know how the execute from RNT works. They play towards the rafters to get that initial takedown. And immediately, players from top mid link up towards main. Wingman though looking for any kind of intel. Here comes the trash, broken on down. Hot Sauce though finds John now as they're trying to stabilize on the site. Ching also on the board. Josh SS2 attendance here for RNT, making waves and making these kills happen. But 11 HP left for Josh as they do get the intel that NDG is nearby. Ching still towards Wine itself, and now it's post plant here. The complete objective. Hunter's Fury towards the spike. Let's lose 2 before he stows it away. Takedown now onto NDG. Papi Chulo not letting go, and NAOS like a thief in the night steals it away and make it 9-8.
Of course, it's Papi Chulo as well. He gets another clutch here from NAOS. Always reliable, always presenting it in a pretty gift-wrapped way there at the end as well with a frag to boot. But NDG and Mojer, they really bought a lot more probability for this NAOS squad to win a round like that. Still though, you see there how, in that situation, 3v5, how close a team like Rambutan and Tatay were able to bring it as RNT. They get the kills on the scramble as NAOS try to retake the site, not recognizing the rack positions that RNT were playing.
Yeah, in a rare situation, NAOS is the one struggling for funding in some of these long-term eco states, basically. If they lose a single round, they're immediately kaput in terms of the money. Mojer's the only one with some savings in the bank right now, but it's kind of the same case for RNT this time. So this is such a big swing around if ever here, Black and Blue. Whoever wins this, they're going to have a better state moving forward.
Especially, yeah, economy-wise, right? As you're talking on about, dash on in from Jop, who opts for the half armor, funnily enough, not the full. But we'll let it pass for now. NAOS, they got the lockdown there. They hold on to the plant furthermore, deny this from really being popped on the Wingman, but
ultimately enough, they get the side control that they wanted here for RNT. And now on this retake, here comes in that lockdown we talked about.
Yeah, they've been banking on the retake ever since Mojer was in that position. Moshpit though lob, and Ja finds Josh S to begin with. Le Magician also exposed. NAOS knows the tendencies of RNT, and they seek destroy, hit down everyone on the side. Wits already on defuse Ruthie. The swings are strong here from NAOS. Everywhere RNT can come from, NAOS is already watching those angles. Well done here by NAOS to tie up the scoreline, and a good save honestly for RNT, at least with 2 rifles still here.
And you see there the tendencies, right, of RNT to really play those rat positions. It's finally been adjusted to and sniffed out here by NAOS. They checked that angle where they would expect Eugene S, Le Magician in this case, to be playing, and they get the catch off of him, so tying up the game here. And as you talked about, right, that round would really dictate who moves into this next one with okay economy at the very least, because RNT, all they got for the most part is the ones they were able to save up and a bunch of scrappy buys here and there.
Yeah, just silver linings there. RNT can still fight, but you know they're handicapped compared to what NAOS has in store for them. Operator is in hand. We've seen finally a convincing round there on the NAOS defense, and perhaps they can use that as a foundation to build a lead from this point on. But Le Magician has another plan in mind. Wits goes down. Strong entry now from the cubby area itself. Jado fights back. Poppy Chulo's there too. And it's classic SBE on the A site. They are the dynamic duo getting the takedowns. Mojer finds Mark L as well. And it's all left to Ching now in a 1v3 slate. You just do not beat Giant Poppy Chulo on some place they call home.
Oh yeah, for sure. When they're holding on together, when they're the ones tasked with the aid, tasked with the option of holding down a site, you know they're absolutely gonna deliver. But a bit of an awkward position there for Wits, I may say. If you're solo holding that, you have to be playing further back within the tree, within those steps, and then jiggle peeking, you know, the short instead. But okay, nice attempt here from Ching. Ultimately doesn't get much out of it, but NAOS just really banking once more. Every time they can force up the op on the defense, they do.
They will so, and they will be happy to play the angle that also provides even more suppressing fire to boot. I do like the ambition though from Ching. If he's going to be planting for that hell, he has to get back there in position, but perhaps some eagerness after that first kill. Just wasn't enough time as NAOS just kept swinging anyway, and this is now NAOS taking the lead that RNT has crafted for so long away from them. The streak yet again building up a good bank. RNT though, because of the scrappiness of the last round and the casualties inflicted, they still have enough to buy some rifles here, black and blue. So there is still hope for RNT to keep fighting.
And that plant helps for sure. Otherwise, like, Josh S wouldn't have been able to get full armor here in this case, as he wouldn't have been left with enough credits to do so. So here comes on in the push. NDG and Wits, they shut down immediately the attempt here coming in from Rambutan ni Tatay, who seemingly cannot find the grave to pick off the vine. And Mojer gets to spam through the smoke as well. This is disastrous for RNT.
I mean, he saw where Wingman popped and give a high five to your little buddy. Just because of that, they're just able to clap down onto Ching. And the investment there from RNT, you thought it could have been to the moon. It just crashes on down and burns down until Josh Esh and Hot Sauce can pump up even more value now from this angle. NDG though still at the ready towards Speedway. Josh S desperate to get the pixel angle if ever. Dart though lob provides the intel. The scan's gonna get the intelligence itself. Just a surety here from NAOS that their targets are on the opposite end. 4 HP. The dream still here for Hot Sauce to try and fight on back. But the spam is coming. The Odin is there. And then GG. He just wants to hit that shot, man. Just let them have it. NAOS is going to be into play and in position to get another round.
And he gets to spam as well. Both kills there from Mojer. Threw a smoke in that round. And that full charge recon up close like that, it can be much more difficult to react to it than you might expect, especially when you aren't really expecting it to come your way. And now it's the benefit of that fully. NDG here getting them such high value in terms of the, I guess, high value kills really that they're getting from him. Not necessarily quantity, but the quality of him. Shutting down that early push here coming in from Josh S and Le Magician is a really big thing that can't go understated.
Yeah, just as it stands, NAOS right now we've seen for the past few rounds, they get that initial advantage and they're able to work with it. Le Magician, though, crossing even towards the CT side. Now then, they re-engage towards the site itself, where the boat household is all NAOS has. Ching finds Mojer. Josh is there too, and the overrun looks strong here for RNC. That's the powerhouse that we expect from them. The strong approach is what can stand tall when RNC is at the ready. And here we go now. On the site, the operator still for John, trying to find the shot if ever. Odin rings through. Ching is just spamming it down. And Papi Chulo will get one, but Josh S will make the trade work so quickly. Josh S with another one. It's Wits now fighting on back, but he's the only one left on this retake. Can he even get any bit of intel with the wingman? That's the question. RNT in such a confident position. The tags make it even more so painful for Wits to cross on through. And from this point on, it will be the 4K from Josh S to end it on a high note for RNC.
Well, he gets his one before going down ultimately, but nice recovery here from RNT to come back into the game, to keep this deficit from really reaching match point, and to keep their economy alive, especially here in this map, and also their chances for the series. Lockdown 2 away here from NAOS, but they do have the pet shark to throw out if in case they need another option of really creating crowd control and space here. Maybe get another detain.
Yeah, the water's drained here on Ascent, but still, Sharks on land. Wits right now looking to sniff out some blood. Le Magician, though, in the meantime, gives chase, and NGG cannot protect, but can only trade. At least RNC from that point on, they know space created and they can move towards that B side. The Dizzy, though, from Wits gives him enough time to find the 2K of his own. Up in hand, plus the Odin. It's a little awkward right now for RNC as they're stuck towards Eatway. And the Revenant boys, they're just trying to find any kind of angle to work with. NDG, though, anticipating any kind of push. Papi Chulo might be the same kind of case right now. And NAOS has cast their net yet again. The Shark right now. It will be the Trash looking for even more targets. The Odin, though, fights back, but NAOS will strike and put themselves on series points.
Nice attempt there by Ching, but they're just in such a difficult spot. It's actually pretty fortunate that he was even able to back out towards B main in the first place. And I like the kind of no holds barred approach there coming from Le Magician, knowing that, okay, Ja just missed a shot. He's probably potentially blind from the paranoia. Let me dash on in and get the punish. And if NDG wasn't there, then it certainly would have been an even more impressive play. But this is the thing about NAOS, right? There's multiple points of redundancy. It's a casting net that just goes throughout the entire map, and they always know that they're going to play in positions to back each other up.
Ooh. Yeah, hasn't that been the case in point on Le Magician? Crippled, sure, but we do still have Ja desperate to find that second shot going. Wits instead with the takedown. Wits with another one, and danger close. Thy name is Le Magician. The blades connect eventually. Looking for another one. Can't hit it this time around, and he's able to re-engage with the op instead. But NDG, he's always there. He gets the 2K already. So many times we've seen from these rounds, if NDG just wasn't there, that could have been RNTs. But no, NAOS is just relentless. NAOS is always in position, and it's NAOS with a 2-0 victory.
That's a heartbreaker of a round there for RNT to lose. They came so close, and you can see how elated they are after that win. And you can bet, you know, Le Magician in that case, just wishing he could connect that shot, wishing he could take out NDG once more. It's not about the quantity of frags he delivers, stacks, but the quality of them. Absolutely game-winning rounds he's won for this team.
Yeah, so close there for Rambutan ni Tatay, though. But this time, it was still NAOS able to snuff out that flame before it got way too hot. Big efforts there from Le Magician, from Josh S. We've seen some moments there from Mark L as well. But in the end, NAOS proving to us why they're also running that Gecko. At first, I would see Wits, he was the top of the scoreboard, and he had some good intel, sure, but it was mostly because he was on refrag duty. Later on, he was strong on holding down the executes, especially against RNT, alongside NDG, who was just a clutch master with the triple kill so far. And from that point on, NAOS was able to build up that economy, build up that lead, and that streak really in the middle of that second half, helping them out to keep RNC at bay.
Well, I mean, nothing to put anyone down. And NAOS, they certainly were the better team to come out of that matchup on top. But I think this was a better performance from Rambutan ni Tatay than it was a good performance from NAOS, because while NAOS did deliver at the end, you can see there's still some growing pains playing with this composition on that Gecko here coming from Wits. Not that anybody necessarily is a problem, but more importantly, how the team together play that Gecko with their sake. We saw on the attacking side, they weren't necessarily able to, you know, get shot going too early on in the round in their execution as well. And that's something I think with this new composition could be rectified. And if we see them play Ascent again anytime soon, I'm willing to bet NAOS will have learned from their mistakes and improved upon them tenfold.
Yeah, and NAOS, it's been either a hot or cold situation, right? It's either their weaknesses are more so exposed by another team, or they're just able to set up the standard and set up commanding win. We saw it there on Pearl. That was what NAOS was all about. Here on Ascent, RNC really taking the fight, so well done against NAOS. In the end though, this is the defending champions for good reason. They can keep on going with a perfect run so far, joining Action PH at the very top yet again from what we've seen. And Rambutan and Tatay, it was a fun effort, it was a good try, and we saw especially with the teleports there against the Gecko, that was a fun time from them on Ascent. But delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, it's still Mojer, man. He's just so consistent at wrapping up these rounds. And well, for NAOS, just the pieces are always in the proper place when they need it to be.
Well, with the amount of wins delivered here by Mojer, I think it's fair to say that he deserves to be delivered as well some Grab Unlimited food. Why or not, right? Because he's been doing super well. He's been such a, I think, really surprisingly flexible piece of this NAOS squad, moving on over from that duelist in Split 1 now into the Sentinel more typically here in Split 2, and they just still work. They work arguably even better than they did last time around, even though this is kind of something a bit newer that they're trying on out for, you know, the team of NAOS. And to be able to be this effective this early on, I think it bodes well. I'm hoping for their sake that they don't start to lose steam later in the season, kind of like what we saw from other teams during Split number 1. But so far, the amount of pace that they're able to continuously set in every single series we see them up against has been super impressive. And for a team like NAOS, you know that they're looking confident to try and go for another running title shot.
Yeah, just another chapter written here by NAOS, another notes and another victory. What does this make their win streak at right now? Coming in from Split 1, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, if I'm not mistaken in my count. And it's just so impressive to see how NAOS has really set the tone of what it means to be at the top of the Philippine scene. There is just so much more cleanliness right now, so much more of that teamwork. It's less about the heroics themselves, but they do come in spades with players like Papi Chulo and NDG especially. But from this point on, it's really just about how NAOS will keep on going and improving. On the other hand, Rambutan and Tatay, that was a great second map. I'd love to see if they can keep up that kind of standard, if they can keep going with some of these exotic picks that actually work, and I really wonder what else they have in store for us in the season.
Well, here's a number for you from the 24 maps that they have played, including the ones at the end of last season. They've only lost 3 so far, 1 being during that grand finals, 1 being against Oasis the other day, and 1 versus Zol in the opening of part of the regular season during week number 1. And to have that kind of be where they stand right now, I think is just a testament to how much this team has continued to improve. We saw that from the map Vito, no holds barred. They respect the bans out here coming against Rambutan and Tatay. They know every single opponent is a formidable one during the regular season, and competition is fierce, so they're going to bring their A game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still something to play for here for the teams who have dropped the date. It's a struggle right now for both Nacague and Rambutan and Tatay. They're both at a 0-3 standing, and there's still a few more games to play on in the first place. I really wonder, though, what will be next on the list here for some of these teams. I do know, though, for a fact that NAOS and Action PH will be the matchup really to watch out for very, very soon. So I am very excited to finally see those two sides really come into contact. Besides, on the other hand, there's still, of course, Oasis to watch out for. There's always still Game Lab Alpha, and there's still the panel that we can enjoy. So we'll be throwing you guys down to the panel right now. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Ng NAOS, tuloy pa rin ang win streak nila dito. And unfortunately, sa side din ng Rambutan ni Tatay, wala pa sila puntos dito sa leaderboard, Osiris.
Yun nga, no, I echo yung part dito ni Vil in terms of the teams na wala pa ring points up until now. Once again, this is the last split and kailangan nga natin mag-double time for the reason nga na ayaw natin mag-crunch time eh. Kumbaga gusto natin lax na lang tayo moving towards playoffs. Kailangan natin ma-secure yung mga spots na yun easily, and although for Rambutan ni Tatay, facing a NAOS, well-rounded NAOS isn't really the best point to take for now. Pero sana, no, moving forward, once na makatapat nila yung mga fellow teams who's sitting also on the lower echelon ng ating standings, sana makasabay na sila.
Yan yung ina-expect ko sa mga teams, lalong-lalo na sa SR Nacague, together with RNT, di ba, na makabawi sana sila. Pero ito pa, gusto ko lang in comparison with what happened with Split 1. Sa Split 1 talaga, it's always, ang mas mahirap mag-predict kasi you saw teams na talagang hindi mo in-expect na nananalo sa isang series. Isa nga yung Game Lab nung time na yon.
Yes.
Also, same goes with SR Nacague nung time na yung dati nilang roster na nasa Zolt Esports na. Pero ngayon, it's just that the polls are so far from each other. There's just the 3-0s, meron na nga mga 0-3. Dati kasi mga 2-1 na yan kagad eh. If nilagay natin yung timeline ng Split 1 sa ngayong Split 2. Pero dito talaga, nakikita mo kung sino yung teams na nag-improve in that small amount of time at sino naman yung medyo nahihirapan mismo going up against these stronger teams.
Minsan hindi ba dito sa VCTPH posible na nananalo yung underdogs, pero unfortunately it is not today dahil napakalakas talaga ng NAOS. Ang saya ng moment na to, by the way.
Yes, exactly.
Grabe, ang saya-saya ng moment na yan. Big brain plays galing kay Hotsos na naiwasan niya si Thresh with the shrouded step. Pero ayun nga, alam mo, yung rambutan ni Tatay, napakasaya nilang panoorin because it's just so fun. Kaso lang, ayun yung NAOS, alam mo naman, they're really, really here to win and to take that championship title.
Yeah, parang yung napanood nating second map, no? Parang show match siya ng Gecko.
Ang saya.
Paano ko i-execute siya ng mga pros? And yun nga na nakita natin. And eksakto din sa ating head-to-head matchup kanina na yung TikTokers natin nagpakitaan ng kanilang mga outplays. And yun nga, napag-usapan din natin off-cam na hindi nyo nga ini-expect na si Wits ang maglalabas ng Gecko. Pero dahil nga sa sobrang flexible niya, talagang alam na natin siya ang may kapasidad na ilabas yun.
Nagulat talaga ako. It's always Wits who gives us a lot of surprises.
Yeah.
And dati hindi naman siya flex me. Initiator talaga siya parati. Pero syempre, hindi lang talaga si Wits ang nagbigay ng impact. Buong members ng NAOS. But then, consistent. Si Ja talaga yung nakakuha ng average combat score na napakalaki. Tama ka nga doon, mala John Wick talaga siya. Imagine, they changed ni Mojer. Si Mojer dati yung duelist nila. Pero si Ja na ngayon yung nilagay nila on that role. And I think, usually mga tao will find it skeptical, di ba? Kasi nasanay sila like si Ja on that chamber, di ba? Not on that duelist. But right now, I think buti na lang naisip ng NAOS to actually change right now to give more of what Ja can give. And it's actually really good. Better than the Ja that I've seen before. Nung nasa SBE pa siya, nung nasa mga previous teams pa siya. At ito pa, idadagdag ko lang din sa side ng NAOS si Wits nga. Dati nakita natin siyang mag-sova dito sa Ascent. Tapos nag-harbor siya. Nagsisage. Lahat na ng role yung ginagampanan niya. And this is actually a good sample of Gecko play here sa VCTPH. I think this is the first time once again na nakita ko ng team na may mas solidified strat when it comes to maximizing yung Gecko na yan.
Yes, yun yung inaantay natin lahat, hindi ba? Yung parang, syempre yung sa first siguro yung mga games na lalabas si Gecko, syempre parang, wala pa yung performance. Pero ngayon, lumalabas na yung mga strats, di ba? At napakaganda din na si Wits talaga yung nagle-lead nito, no? Parang, ang ganda ng mga DC plays niya, di ba? Yung mga corners na nakikita niya na lalabasan nito. So, impactful na nga against RNT. Unfortunately, sayang kasi yung lead ng RNT dito sa Ascent. Akala ko talaga pumunta talaga sa kanila. Kaso lang, ayun, overtime, nabasa na ng NAOS ang gameplay nila and they were able to take the map. Let's take a look at our standings right now dahil nakikita natin na yung mga nasa taas, yung mga nasa leaderboard right now ay yun, mas lalo na lumawak ang gap dito between the teams on the upper half and the teams on the lower half dito, Osiris.
Yes, and medyo tulad nga na sinabi natin yung bago-bagong balita ng MVP Esports parang wala pa silang puntos, no? Sana ma-justify nga nila yung pagkakahanap nila ng sponsor by adding a bit of a points para hindi sila magstay sa lower part. And syempre, yung consistency na dala nga nung ating top 3 ngayon dito talagang unmatched, no? As for Oasis Gaming, talagang napaaga yung kanilang finals dahil nga napalaban agad sila sa NAOS.
Kaagad-agad.
Sinabi ko na rin, sobrang laki ng differences talaga between the teams that we've seen from the
Yeah.
first stage. Sila ngayon yung mas lalong ginalingan. We have NAOS, we have Action PH. Action PH, didn't expect them to be better than they are before. Tapos ito pa yung nagulat tayo. Yung katulad ng RNT, katulad ng SR Nacague, katulad ng MVP right now, nasa bottom talaga
Yeah.
silang tatlo. Sila
Layo.
talagang kailangan makakuha ng one, at least yung mga next game sila sana makuha nila. Pero kasi itong sa NAOS na pagdaanan na nila yung mga may hirap na teams. So it looks promising for them. At the same time, walang APH, talagang magulat ako. Sure na ako na magiging wildcard team talaga sila sa ating stage 2.
Yung mga big bosses na na natapos na nila, na clear na nila.
Yes.
So, mukhang for now, smooth sailing na ito after ng bakasyon natin ngayong Holy Week, hindi ba? Pero ayun nga, that has been our show and we will see indeed kung smooth sailing for NAOS and the rest of our teams pagbalik ng VCTPH Split 2. But of course, before we sign off, thank you very much to all of our sponsors, just like Mineski PH and Riot Games. This event is made possible by both of these companies. And Osiris, nakuha mo ba yung yung dinner mo ngayon?
Nako, ito na ang kaya excited na akong tapusin nila yung game nila kanina kasi syempre ready na ako for Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month. Enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month.
Binusog talaga tayo ng Grab Unlimited. Kanina kasi guys, nag-uusap kami tungkol sa dinner namin. Pero syempre guys, VCTPH Split 2 is officially sanctioned by Games and Amusement Board. At guys, mukhang mamamahinga tayo ng matagal-tagal kasi bukas ay start na ng actual Holy Week holiday talaga. Makakatulog na tayo ng mahimbing.
Lalong-lalo na sa atin, no? Sa panel, sa mga casters, lahat. Parang, ay, makakapaghinga din kami ng onte. Pero of course, pagbalik natin, it's going to get really, really serious as the weeks whittle down and time runs out for our teams dito sa VCTPH Split 2. So, thank you very much for tuning in. This has been Tita Mika Fabs, Osiris, and Ray Ray, ang inyong mga panelists. At sa mga uuwi ng probinsya ngayong Holy Week, ingat po and enjoy the time with loved ones, with family. At babalik ang VCTPH Split 2 next week.
Baby,
Wow.